She's a bowler.
Thanks. What does she bowl though?
Well, a very good morning and welcome to Trent Bridge for what should be a fascinating clash between the Blaze and Warwickshire women. Warwickshire winning the toss and electing to bat this morning. Both teams hovering around the middle of the table, the Blaze in fifth and just below them in sixth, Warwickshire women. But they have only played 3 games, each of these sides, and there are a couple of teams above them in the table who have played 4. So this game here today might just shuffle that table around just a little bit. Melinda Farrell joining you here today alongside Charlie Harden. Good morning and welcome, Charlie.
Thank you, Mel. It's a pleasure to be here at Trent Bridge. My first time commentating at this beautiful ground. It's a lovely day for it.
Is it really?
It's first time here at Trent Bridge.
Oh, well, I feel privileged to be alongside you for this. Yeah, it's a gorgeous ground. It's a lot warmer than when I was here a few weeks ago for the Blazers clash against Lancashire. That is for sure. Lovely blue skies here today, and it's bathed in glorious light. So Warwickshire winning the toss and electing to bat. They are unchanged from last week, but for the Blaze, just the one change. Charlie Phillips comes in for Emma Jones.
And news from the toss is that Warwickshire have won it, and they've elected to bat.
Yes, they well, it's going to be Charlie Phillips, who is that change coming in for Emma Jones. She's going to be opening the bowling from the Stuart Broad end. They're actually playing on a pitch. It's much further to the right, to the Fox Road side of the ground. When I was here last year, it was completely the opposite. So we are at a bit of an angle today, but it's a wonderful picture being here. So Davina Perrin is out there in the middle to open the batting, alongside Anusuran Kumar. I wonder if Davina Perrin might have a little point to prove today. Not in the England squad. What can she do here today?
Yeah, she'll be obviously absolutely gutted to not have made that World Cup side. A lot of people talking about her in the run-up and potentially being able to fit into that squad. But as you say there, Mel, definitely a point to prove. I saw a little bit in the warm-up, just in the stride. I got the feel like she was on a mission today to show the England setup that you should have picked me.
And that's a good ball from Phillips. Almost took the outside edge. That is not what Perrin would want. It's not the way to prove your point. She's scored the second most runs for Warwickshire this season. Made 81 against Hampshire and 43 against Essex. Got a bit of swing there from Phillips away from the right-hander. Yeah, what did you make of the non-selection? I know there was quite a bit of buzz around Davina Perrin. I mean, she's only 19 years of age, but she really has announced herself sort of in the past 12 months in particular.
And of course, with that 100 in the 100, you know, there was a lot of signs pointing towards her as being almost you could not select her. But also on the Blaze side for me is the exclusion of Tammy Beaumont. I don't think I've ever even imagined an England cricket team without Tammy Beaumont at the top. It's just going to feel weird.
Well, she's been around for a long time, Tammy Beaumont. You're right, she has been in those squads, well, really since kind of around that 2009 mark. So, a real fixture. She sort of became more of an ODI specialist for a while, but then has sort of come back a bit in T20. But T20 World Cup, they've gone away from her last ball of the over. Oh, I'll tell you what, that seemed to swing away and then straighten somewhat off the pitch. It's a terrific first over from Phillips. A maiden to start with, and it's none after one.
Yeah, Charlie Phillips being brought back into the side. Picked up a couple of wickets against Lancashire. As you mentioned there, Mel, in for Emma Jones. But a good start on a day and a pitch which... News from the toss is that both sides were pretty desperate to have a bat. As you can imagine, it looks a glorious road out there. But, yeah, Charlie Phillips starting well. And it's going to be Grace Ballinger from the Radcliffe Road end.
Yeah, really exciting player. I think Grace Ballinger, watched her here a few weeks ago. Had a chat with her as well. She's going to take our jobs. Eventually. She's a keen commentator, also doing some work with the BBC, some on the website, some live text stuff. So she does do a lot of writing as well. Really annoying when someone's good at everything, isn't it? Don't like it. Shouldn't be allowed. Oh, whistles past. Gosh, that almost reached the keeper on the second bounce as well.
Yeah, talk about being good at everything. Just beaten the outside edge of Surin Kumar first up.
Yeah, just using the angle, pushing across to the right-hander. Left armers are just like gold in, I think, in the English domestic system.
It's interesting. Surin Kumar, I commentated on her last year at Lord's, and she was playing in the Schools Open Final, which is a 100 tournament, and she got a 50 and a hat-trick with the ball. And all three were stumps cartwheeling out of the ground. So I'm looking forward to watching Surin Kumar in particular bat and bowl on the professional stage. My first time commentating on her professionally, but she was clearly tearing apart the school game last year.
Well, she started this season in this one-day cup with back-to-back 50s, so she's in fine form with the bat. And Ballinger just pushes that ball to a fuller length. Incredibly, yet to score. Warwickshire, a very slow start. But yes, Surin Kumar, she scored 59 against Surrey, 51 against Hampshire. Missed out against Essex, but did take 2 for 13. So 4 wickets so far. Good all-round prospect for Warwickshire. Oh, there's a big edge, thick edge. Very fortunate. So they get off the mark, but that could easily have gone to hand.
Yeah, just popped up there off a length, and it is interesting. We're not seeing a huge amount of carry through to the slip cordon and the wicketkeeper. That one just almost popped up and still landed a little bit short out to the wider side of second slip.
Yeah, slip is very, very wide. at the moment. It's always when it's that wide, you almost feel it's inevitable that ball's going to go in between keeper and slip. But you can understand why too, with them using the angle and pushing across the right-hander. And that is a bit more of a convincing run to get on the board. And after 2 overs, Warwickshire 2 for none.
That gap you mentioned between the keeper and the slip, it's almost like you have that discussion and you talk to your keeper, who Amy Jones, incredible wicket keeper, and you say, how wide can I stand that you still back yourself to catch it? And that is such a wide gap, but you're now thinking that is just a conventional third slip, and that gap is asking for a ball to go through it, as you mentioned. And oh no, here we go, it's a little bit more of a sort of first and a half slip. So I think Amy Jones is backing herself to dive and cover that gap with Tammy Beaumont at about a second slip.
Well, Tammy Beaumont is a keeper, remember, too. So I suppose if you've got 2 qualified keepers behind the stumps, it's a bit of a luxury, isn't it? I mean, Tammy Beaumont's kept for England, so in a sense, you've kind of got 2 England keepers looking after things back there. Both keeping after the retirement of Sarah Taylor. And that's nicely worked. A bit tight, but I think they would have been fine even if Amy Jones had been able to get the ball onto the stump. So you mentioned Tammy Beaumont missing out, but Amy Jones, of course, is in that T20 World Cup squad. A few players here. It's going to be an interesting time in the women's domestic game with such a packed international schedule this year. I mean, because there are going to be a lot of players missing from these different teams, but that just gives an opportunity to uncover some new talent.
Shot.
Yeah, well dealt with. Nice full delivery. And really just kiss the ball with the bat and get a couple.
It's coming back for 3 in the end there. Surun Kumar.
Yeah, they run that quickly in the end. They might have only got a couple, but they were quick off the mark for the first one. Makes it easier.
You mentioned about those, when the international players go, it's really going to test the depth of these sides, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating, I think. I mean, I often think that you find that when depth's tested, this happened when the WBBL, the Women's Big Bash in Australia started. It happened when the Kia Super League started here, and it was one reason I think it took longer for the WPL to start in India. There's always this concern about, is there the depth of talent? And each time the players have delivered. It's not masses amount of swing, a little bit of movement for Phillips, but it was really hooping the last time I was here a few weeks ago. What a difference a few weeks in sunshine makes. Yeah, so that there is that, and now that you've got the Division 1, Division 2, or Tier 1 and Tier 2, I should say, that presents another interesting option. We'll talk about it next over. 4 runs coming from Phillips, second over, and after 3, Warwickshire 6 for none. Yeah, so we saw quite a few players going from being loaned out from Tier 1, who weren't necessarily in the first squads, going to Tier 2. But I wonder if this year, because of the number of internationals, not just England internationals, you've got Scotland internationals and Ireland players in this very game as well. So there'll be a few players missing from this play squad. We might start to see real opportunities for players who perform well in Tier 2 And we might see the loans going the other way.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And it's such a important part of these Tier 2 teams, which we're seeing a lot of success from teams that are using the loan system well. But actually, those players are going to become so important to these Tier 1 sides as the international players leave off. So it really does provide that huge opportunity in Tier 2 and even Tier 3 as well.
And that one just strays down the leg side. There's protection out there, so it won't be the boundary. Just having a look at those boundaries. Don't have the dimensions, but it actually looks quite reasonably even today. When I was here last time, that's where the straight stand is. That was a much shorter and easier area for players to pick up boundaries, but not quite so easy today. Oh, it's well bowled as well.
The Tier 2 players, it's exactly what they need, isn't it? Just going back to our previous conversation, it is exactly what they need. Because of it not being professional, there's so many players in that league, in Tier 2, who are desperate for that opportunity to give it a go in Tier 1.
Just a bit of a slower ball from Ballinger. Given very little away so far. Again, just a touch of movement through the air, but it really hasn't been too much in these early overs. That's the second one that's just strayed a little bit, and I'll be the first on wide of the match. Grace Ballinger, of course, was born in Birmingham and began her career with Warwickshire. So nice bit of spice that always adds, doesn't it? Oh, throws the bat at that one. That will just be the single.
Yeah, Blaze going very, very full to start off proceedings so far this morning. Ballinger bowling that very full length, drawing the drive out of Suren Kumar. One just drifted down the leg side, but it feels a clear plan just to really pitch it up to the Warwickshire batters.
That's wide of the diving Tammy Beaumont at that very wide third slip you would call it. Another single coming from it. 4 overs gone. Warwickshire 11 for none.
Clearly not wide enough. Again, they almost need to put Tammy Beaumont at the sole gully at this point. But no, the Warwickshire batters working well down towards a third man boundary. It's clearly their main scoring option so far this morning.
You can see there on your feed, work still going on in the beautiful pavilion opposite us. I can see actually they're busy bees. There are a whole heap of fluorescent vests on over there, the workers' vests.
It must be challenging not to watch.
Yeah, they're busy little bees. Some have some have orange fluorescent vests, and others have yellow fluorescent vests. They're like scattered highlighters.
I wonder if it's a hierarchy thing. I wonder if the more senior construction workers are in orange or something. It's a guess.
There's that full ball and tries to turn that into leg side. Had absolutely no idea where that ball ended up going. just wondered if I wasn't sure if she'd got a whole lot of bat on it, but yeah, it's down as a run, so probably a bit fortunate there because that really could have gone anywhere. It popped up nice and lobby as well. I'm not even sure if that's a word.
I believe that's a place in a hotel.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Or a foyer.
You knew what I meant.
I did.
You knew what I meant.
I just never heard it used that way, but I like it.
Wow, look, language is all about being creative.
It is.
It's ever developing.
Yeah. Lobby.
Well, she did almost check out via the lobby.
Well, I feel like you often have to check out via the lobby, don't you? Although you can get those sort of boxes, you just put your key card in now.
Yes.
And you don't even have to say goodbye. It's a bit sad, actually. I quite like to just do it the traditional way when I check out.
Very much so.
In the lobby.
Real tussle early on. It feels like Perrin and Surun Kumar both looked a little bit streaky at times in these opening overs. Hanging in there. Plan clearly is to bowl full with this new ball. Phillips and Ballinger doing that nicely.
Yeah, and I think that's just real testament to how well the Blaze have bowled so far this morning. Really making Warwickshire batters work hard for their runs, and they're not getting them easy.
And they're not. 5 overs gone, 12 for none. But that is the beauty of the one-day game is you can afford to have a couple of quiet overs early on. You just don't want to lose a wicket, or a couple of wickets when I've still got such a long period of time and some batting certainly to come, knowing that these two have been in form.
Yeah, and Katie George at number 4 is in fine form, so the longer these two can stay out there, try and get through the new ball from Ballinger and Phillips, who are targeting it well. Katie George averaging just under 70 at number 4 for Warwickshire this year. And of course Meg Austin's coming at number 3.
She's right on the money, isn't she? She's had a couple that have strayed down the leg side, Grace Ballinger, but she uses that left arm angle really well.
Yeah, we've just seen a few just pushed across the right-handers today. It's a nightmare to face, but to watch it is really nice when you get that ball that just holds it line across the right-hander. Again, another sign of that there, and I'm sure we'll be seeing that hooping into her at some point. In previous overs, she just drifted it down the leg side, that target in swinging delivery, but I'm sure it won't take her much longer to get that back on the money. Someone's just turned away into the leg side. Maybe that little sign of Ballinger trying to target the stumps again, but that really is the reason why that slips so wide, is because of the ball that gets pushed across Perrin and Surun Kumar. They'll be looking to go a little bit wider, and then you've got the third man just on her right shoulder. That seems to be the method of dismissal they're going for. Oh, he's had edged and put down maybe by Amy Jones, but a chance for a run out, and a diving Seren Kumar gets in eventually.
You've got players scattered on the ground all over the place. They're down like 9 pins. And all that for a single.
I think that might be an edge off the bat.
Well, it's gone down as a run. So it must have been an edge there. The umpire certainly feels that. Oh, yeah. Definitely an edge.
Tricky chance. Again, another sign of the ball just really not travelling at a catchable height for the players behind the stumps. But that will provide a little bit of excitement for the Blaze. Edges are coming, and it's not the first so far this morning. We've seen a couple just drift past wide of third slip. We saw that leading edge from Seren Kumar go down towards third man. So definitely a lot happening this morning, and the Blaze will want to take a few wickets at least in the rest of the power play.
So that was Perrin getting a life. It might be significant.
Hitting the stumps at the non-strikers there, Seren Kumar. Always a show of a well-played shot where you can hit the stumps at the non-strikers end, but that ends the over. It's 13 for none. So Davina Perrin being dropped on 4. You never know how costly that could be. And I believe, is that the 12th person for the Blaze having swapped hats for the umpire, I believe. I think the sub-fielder has brought out the umpire's spare hat. Now I've seen the sub-fielder come and support their own team members, but I've never seen that where the 12th has brought on the hat, a change of hats for the umpire.
Well, all one big happy family.
It's a confident drive from Perrin. Yeah, I've never seen that, where an umpire's called for a change of hats. I'm very happy that everyone's working together, as you mentioned there, Mel.
Umpires today, Simon Widdop and Sue Redfern. The legendary.
This one's turned again with a little bit of intent. And the Warwickshire batters know this morning that to get any runs off this fine bowling display so far from the Blaze, they're going to be working the infield, look for those quick singles, and maybe even just try and manipulate the ball down to these deep fielders, which are third man and a long leg. Again, just maybe catching a slight leading edge there along the ground. We've seen a couple of that today, which suggests a little bit of movement off the surface. But Charlie Phillips being brought back into the side. Has bowled very consistently so far this morning. 18 dots she's picked up already in her 3.5 overs. Struck on the pad, muted appeal, not given. Now, I'm a bit of a lover for some nice floodlights, Mel.
Yeah.
And of course, in Surrey, there's the logo.
Mm-hmm.
At Edgbaston, there's the E.
Yep.
And at Headingley, I saw a lovely white rose.
I've got a funny story about that. Come on.
However, I can't quite understand the meaning behind these ones. Oh, playing a miss outside the off stump from Perrin. Takes one hand off the bat. Dot ball though.
To be fair, I'm probably not the best person to ask because you mentioned the lovely white rose ones at Yorkshire. First time I was there, I thought, gee, they're pretty. And I said to someone, but why have they got shamrocks shaped lights here? We're not in Ireland. So I'm probably not the best to interpret light shapes.
This is a nice drive through the covers, pierces the gap, a first real sign of a aggressive shot through the covers so far this morning, but they're going to come back for 3 off the bat of Davina Perrin. And a good throw in from that long cover boundary prevents any sign of a 4th. But it'll be 16 for none at the end of the over. Perrin moves to 8.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if they're not quite timing it or if the outfield's a little bit slow.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of morning dew on the surface, but no, I'd probably go for the former. I don't think they've quite timed one perfectly just yet, and especially out towards that slightly longer offside boundary. It's going to be hard to get too many along the floor through there, unless they can get on to skip off the square. Incredibly wide square here at Trent Bridge, as every professional ground seems to be. That's a nice drive through backward point. That's racing away. A show of true timing there from Davina Perrin as she just deflects the ball through the open backward point region. It races away to the offside boundary for 4.
Well, she did time that one. We were saying none had come off the bat really convincingly, but it sure did there. Just carve that one away. That's the first boundary for Warwickshire women in this innings.
Yeah, just using the pace on that one. Really nice timing, as you mentioned there, Mel. Dabbed straight towards backward point, and a little fumble makes that run a little bit easier. I was a little bit worried when Perrin set off there, and she's jumping on high knees at non-strikers.
Yeah, she's like a little jack-in-the-box, isn't she? One thing that I've grown to really like about Ballinger's bowling is her run-up. She looks like, you know, when you have a slightly flat tyre on one side in the car and the car just pulls slightly in one direction? It's almost like she's pulling to the left as she runs in.
This one's driven straight to cover.
This lean. It's just got this lean slightly to the left. And it is like a car when you're driving. It's just pulling slightly to the left.
Yeah, I see it. I think she runs a little bit smoother than a car on a flat tyre.
No, not a flat tyre. Just when it's a little bit flatter. Like, you know, when it's just the airs, you need a bit more air on one side. Yeah. So it just pulls slightly to one side.
Oh, a pull shot just missed there from Surun Kumar. I'm thinking more of a, you know, the American, it's NASCAR when they go around the corners, and the car can only turn in one direction. I'm seeing a little bit of a NASCAR kind of round the corner where it dips down towards the centre of the track.
You're saying she's a Tokyo drifter?
No, I'm not. I'm saying she's a very fast NASCAR car. Now the Blades have just got that catcher in at short mid-wicket. And again, just conscious of that ball which swings into the pads of the right-hander. That target delivery, which is Nat Sciver-Brunt, of course. The England captain, who had been busy over the last few days, I'm sure. There's the announcement of that England T20 World Cup squad. Down the track comes Surun Kumar. I think it's bounced just in front of the fielder at backward point. Caused a little bit of troubles, but it ends the over, 21 for none.
I thought the announcement video for the World Cup squad was terrific. They've done a great job with that, the ECB. You know it is when you end up watching it all the way to the end. You see a lot of sort of videos of team announcement, and you know that you can just read them off a list, right? But when they're good, you watch them all the way through to the end because you're not sure who's going to be popping up and giving the next name. And I thought that was great, and trying to appeal to a wider audience, not just a cricket audience as well. So, yeah, I think, well done, ECB. Got to give credit when you think it's due.
Playing a miss, another good ball there from Charlie Phillips. Yeah, we saw a bit of Greg James, didn't we? Saw a bit of
Gabby Yorith was in there. I didn't know all of them because I'm Australian.
Well, there was Lando Norris, the F1 driver. He talked about Alice Capsey, I believe. There's a lot of big names. Good to see the world of, the British world of media coming together to hype up this World Cup on home soil. But the Blaze continue to not miss their mark. Only real sign of runs has been come by sort of those full wide deliveries, whereas when they've brought it back to the stumps, it's been very hard for the Warwickshire batters to get the ball away.
Yeah, it has very much the feel of a couple of boxers just testing each other out early without really landing any full-blooded punches.
It's a late cut, nicely played down towards third man for a single. Yeah, just a few jabs early doors. You know.
She's particularly strong in that area, Perrin. It's a very productive scoring option for her. Sort of get the feeling that there's going to be a proper punch landed soon, though, one side or another.
Flowing drive from Suren Kumar, who's just stalling a little bit in her innings of late. Main run scoring has been coming from Davina Perrin, who's on 14, and Suren Kumar just staying a little bit patient, so a little look up there in frustration, but she'll be going about her business very calmly. Down the track this time, though. She's looking to be intense. She's looking to find the boundary as soon as possible, you feel.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit of frustration building up for Suren Kumar. Now having faced 23 balls for her 7 runs. They've just not been particularly easy to come by.
Struck on the pad, looked like it was probably drifting down leg. You kind of have to pick up on the shot played from a sort of fine third man back here up in the Radcliffe Road stand. But that ends the over, 22 for none. Going down leg, do you think, Mel?
Yeah, definitely. From what I could see, there was only a half-hearted shout anyway, to be fair. Of course, these two teams, Warwickshire and the Blaze, played a memorable match last year, a tied match between these two, tied on 160. Warwickshire batting first, got to 160 for 8. This is in the blast, and then the Blaze coming back after 20 overs, 160 for 4. So quite a few of the players who were playing in this 50-over fixture actually took part in what was an absolute thriller. So they've got a bit of history, this pair. Catherine Bryce, she scored an unbeaten 60 in that match to get them to the same score. She's outstanding all-rounder. The Scotswoman, do you say Scotswoman? The Scot. Let's just say Scot.
You know, I was having that exact same debate in my head over how I was going to go for it. But I'd say Scott works. As the helmet is delivered for the keeper, Amy Jones. I thought we were getting another hat replacement for the umpire there.
Nice and full, and just a little bit of movement early on as well. Usually does get the ball swinging in to the right-hander.
Inside edge out into the leg side. Prime example of it there, Mel. As the fielder turns and throws to the end of Catherine Bryce. Yeah, right arm round's a very interesting approach to the right-hander. You're almost asking for a lot of the swing from that angle, which she appears to be getting. She's come back over the wicket now for Suren Kumar. So maybe it's a clear plan for Davina Perrin to target the stumps, target the pads on that in-swing delivery. It's a top-edged cut down towards third man. It's gone very high, but now it's trickling along the boundary rope. And it's just been saved. A brilliant piece of work out there by Grace Ballinger.
Yeah, she did really well. I thought that was 4 runs for sure. But that's interesting. That time, there is no in-swing. Ball was very short and wide. It was almost like it was a gift that took Perrin by surprise. And just a bit lucky. She was dropped on 4, remember, by Amy Jones off Ballinger.
This one down leg and whipped down towards a vacant fine leg area. And it runs away for 4. So more runs for Perrin as she moves to 19.
And poor delivery. It's just slipped out of the hands. Or the hand, really, for Bryce. And that just sat up perfectly to be put away. See here, it just seemed to slip. And it was a gimme. Maybe trying to overcorrect from the previous ball that was short and wide outside off stump.
That's a nice shot. Cut away, timed with perfection, straight through the gap between cover and point, and it raced away for 4, clattered in to the front of the stand over there at deep point.
I mentioned earlier, it's such a productive scoring area for Davina Perrin. Any width, and she's able to just find a way through point or backward point.
That's a great delivery from Catherine Bryce. A little response there just to beat the outside edge. But that ends the 10th over, 34 for none.
Yeah, so a pretty quiet start. You could say Warwickshire will be happy not to have lost any wickets in the first 10 overs, but going at 3.4, just that last over from Catherine Bryce there, the expensive one. Other than that, 12-run over, it's been really very tight. Not many skyscrapers in that Manhattan. They're bungalows, more bungalows. That's what you call them. No one ever uses that term in Australia. No one talks about a bungalow. It's just a house. I couldn't work out why people were calling houses bungalows. Most houses are one stories, not masses of sort of double-decker or triple-decker houses. So there you go. A little building cultural knowledge there for you all. Right, second power play begins. Just looking to see. I've got to stand up to try and see if there are any extra fielders outside. I've got a few blockages in my view with the balcony in front of us. Phillips. And when you talk about the bungalows, well, Phillips is a major reason why they exist on that Manhattan, because she is now in her 6th over and she's only gone for 9 runs. She's been pretty accurate.
Yeah, she's done really well. Charlie Phillips being brought back into the side and hasn't really missed a mark yet. Really making Warwickshire work hard for those runs.
At that time, she does just stray a little bit down the leg side, but it's only going to give up 1 run, and it's a leg by as well. So that's good. That doesn't even add to her figures.
Just to go back to the bungalow talk, I've always looked at Manhattan and forgotten the fact that they are like skyscrapers. But I've never seen a small skyscraper linked to a bungalow, and I'm all over it. What do you call the one in between when it's not a skyscraper, but it's not a bungalow? Like I'm thinking 6 from the over. Multi-storey car park.
Well, yeah, that's a lot of words though,
A
isn't
hotel.
it? It's not. Yeah, yeah. I'll have to think about that. I'm gonna have to think about it. Yeah, you have got me thinking about it now. It's going to annoy me. Yeah, so see, it would probably be really boring in Australia and just say a 2-storey building or a 3-storey building.
Again, it's a lot of words as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Just a couple of singles coming in this over, trying to rotate the strike, this pair, trying to get something going. Perrin has definitely been the batter of this pair that has found a way, played a couple of nice boundaries, able to target the offside. Oh, no, that's the end of it, though. What a delivery from Phillips. She has been brilliant opening the bowling, and now she gets the big scalp of Davina Perrin. Just enough movement. Perrin was just starting to find some touch as well. She was dropped on 4, and she's made another 20 since then, so she departs for 24. And the Blaze have their first wicket, Warwickshire 37 for 1.
Yeah, Davina Perrin will be gutted to not make the England selectors almost pay a little bit more for not selecting her, but she goes for 24, and I think it's big credit to how well Charlie Phillips has bowled. Really hasn't missed a mark. Only a few runs coming through the covers and a couple drifting down the leg side earlier in the over, but she really deserved that. She's bowled brilliantly. She really hasn't given Warwickshire too much to put away to the boundary. And then Davina Perrin, her off stump goes cartwheeling away. So at 37 for 1, I think you've got to say the Blaze were looking for a wicket, and they finally got one, and that one of Davina Perrin, a huge breakthrough for them.
And it's actually just good bowling. It's not about pressure building or the slowness of the scores. Perrin was just trying to defend that one, and it was a really good ball.
There's a scorecard for you.
So sorry, you're taking away my scorecard. What are you doing?
Well, it just got blue around all over the commentary box. So.
Yeah, so that was just a really good delivery. You talk about top of off, targeting top of off, and that's exactly what she did. Sent it flying. So Catherine Bryce was expensive in her first over, just couldn't quite get the swing working for her. It was either doing a bit too much or nothing at all. But now Meg Austin have got a new batter at the crease.
Yeah, Meg Austin getting the 50 in that rained-off game against Hampshire, where Warwickshire put on 350 and then couldn't go out and defend it.
No sign of any rain here today, though. It's absolutely stunning. And there aren't many prettier grounds than Trent Bridge. I love this ground. Love coming to Nottingham as well. Oh boy, that one just seemed to float in the air just that little bit longer, and it foxed Austin. Amy Jones is prowling.
I barely even saw her hands move and the bails came off.
Another full, slightly floaty ball from Bryce. This has been a much better over from her.
Now we're seeing a little bit of warming up from Nat Sciver-Brunt.
Goes full once more. I'll get a couple of runs here though. There's a bit of a long pocket, or deep pocket in that part of the ground. How can Austin take up the mantle? Does Surin Kumar step up now? And there's that in-swing just going a little bit too far again from Bryce, but a much better over. There's the 4 runs coming from it, and after 12, Warwickshire 41 for 1.
Yeah, you get the feeling it's in the balance. And if Blaze can take another wicket, they'll be very happy with their start so far this morning. But just while Warwickshire are 1 down, they do feel slightly ahead. Just slightly ahead of the Blaze. They've got a good platform now to kick on here at Trent Bridge.
Well, time for the England skipper to get involved. I mean, what a boon being able to call on a player of the calibre of Nat Sciver-Brunt. He's just taken a wicket, wanting to apply pressure to the opposition. She is one of the best in the world. Some think the best when it comes to all-round abilities. She has such a short run-up, doesn't she, Nat Sciver-Brunt? She's very, very efficient, obviously, with her mechanics.
I do enjoy when a bowler admits that they don't have to run for miles to bowl quick. And you see it a lot in careers where run-ups get shorter.
Mark Wood.
Exactly.
Well, actually, Mark Wood was the opposite. Mark Wood started short, though.
He used to start like a sprinter, didn't he?
Yeah, yeah. And then actually lengthened it. So he went the other way. But you're right, you do see many go shorter.
No, I think Stuart Broad was one that shortened his run-up. Now someone might be able to prove me wrong. As Nat Sciver-Brunt comes in from the Stuart Broad end.
Ooh, that's a tight, should have been a tight single, but Ola Prendergast just unable to pick up that ball cleanly. So putting pressure on the fielder. It's a sign of perhaps how frustrated the Warwickshire batters have been getting as soon as they start taking singles like that. So if Prendergast had been able to field that one cleanly, it might have been very interesting. Slightly shorter from Sciver-Brunt. And talking about run-ups, I actually saw a sad bit of news recently that the former Afghanistan fast bowler Shapur Zadran is seriously ill. And he had the longest run-up I ever saw. Absolutely loved him. I remember him playing in that 2015 World Cup. The longest run-up I'd seen. That's the end of Nat Sciver-Brunt's first over. 13 gone. Warwickshire 43 for 1, trying to rebuild a new partnership with Austin and Surin Kumar. Yeah, his run-up started about 3 steps in from the boundary, and he had this long flowing hair. I remember him as clear as day from the 2015 World Cup. And that's my favourite run-up of all time. Brilliant. So definitely a lot longer than Nat Sciver-Brunt's run-up. Bryce to continue. Oh, gee. That ball did come in a bit. She's just been trying to find control over that in-swing. You do see that a lot with bowlers who rely on it so prodigiously. Sometimes struggling to get it right in the first over or two. There it is. That's pretty much on the money now, though.
It's causing a lot of buoyancy amongst the fielders. You really get the sense of... Well, they're very happy that they're trying to really prevents her and Kumar from scoring any runs, and they're almost getting more excited every dot ball she faces.
Well, that's whipped away nicely. It won't get to the boundary. I'll just come back for a second, make it quite comfortable.
Yeah, nice shot from Surin Kumar, just leaning on it, letting it drop right underneath her eyes before whipping it away just past the England captain at mid-wicket.
I mentioned before about this partnership, who is going to take up the mantle. By rights, it should be Surin Kumar. Doesn't go too far. Yeah, she's been out there now for 35 deliveries. If that hasn't updated, or is it 34? No, it is 34 deliveries.
I have noticed that scoreboard is incredibly quick.
Yeah, it is really quick. The Batman scoreboard.
The Batman scoreboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I just clocked it. The little pointy ears at the top.
Yeah. We always call it the Batman scoreboard. It's an iconic sight here at Trent Bridge as they take a single to finish off the over. It is 14 done and Warwickshire 46 for 1. So it's been a slow start. They've lost the wicket of Davina Perrin. It's a big loss. Now, just trying to start again with this new partnership. 9 runs coming from it so far. Well, that one's popped straight up. Should be out and safely taken. Tammy Beaumont doesn't drop those. So the second wicket falling. The partnership doesn't get underway. They really have bottled them up. Nat Sciver-Brunt taking her first wicket of the match. Warwickshire losing their second for 46 runs.
Yeah, that was a build-up of pressure there, wasn't it? Blaze really bowling well so far this morning. And Surin Kumar, after just facing out quite a few dot balls there in the build-up to her dismissal, she got a few away. But then, as the pressure built, Sciver-Brunt was able to catch her out with the short one. She was trying to work it away to the leg side. Good catch by Tammy Beaumont. But you got to say, Surin Kumar, a little bit unfortunate because she was just beginning to set her base and try and build on from her innings. But here comes a new batter, Katie George, in form. She's had multiple scores of 40 plus so far this season. 42 not out in the last game against Essex. And a good 50 against Hampshire. But that's going to really add to the Blaze and their feeling in the game so far today as breakthroughs continue to come. And it's now 46 for 2.
I mean, talk about that first power play and getting through that with wickets in hand, but without having sort of got off to a very productive start, they now find themselves 2 wickets down. And I think a lot may depend on the new batter out there in George. I've just got so many options, though. The Blaze, it's a particularly strong-looking outfit that they've put out today and last week as well.
But it's interesting, once Sciver-Brunt and Amy Jones go for on international duty, got a couple more internationals in there with the likes of Catherine Bryce and Prendergast.
Well, Dive is in, but they're through quite comfortably in the end. Well, Kirsty Gordon committed herself to Scotland late last year as well. So Yeah, that's why I mentioned earlier that it's not just England players. It's important for Blaze to do well early on in the season. When they do have them, they weren't all available for the first couple of games, of course, because they were all in that 30-player camp. And that one has gone too far.
That was an interesting one. How it cut off a little bit of the start of the domestic season. Now, I'm all in support of it because of potentially any lack of international fixtures in the early part of the season, but I would have liked them to really committed to the domestic stage at the start of it. What are your views on that? How that South African camp drifted into the start of the domestic season?
Well, it was the second one. There was a South African camp, and then they were recalled for another camp. I can see they haven't played a lot of actual match cricket. Have the England players over the past 6 months, really. I'll just get the single. But I've been speaking to people sort of in and around involved with the England squad as 50 has come up for Warwickshire at the end of the 15th over, 2 wickets down. And you can see there how that run rate is just kind of flatlined, really.
Mm.
They need to maybe get the paddles out and jumpstart the heartbeat. But so people around it have sort of said actually it was really valuable time because Charlotte Edwards is very keen to get to know all of the players individually. So she spent a lot of time with each player throughout that camp in South Africa and then brought them all in together. And I was told it was actually really useful because having those players together, there was a lot of pressure on individuals to perform well because they could see the competition around them. It's never going to be as good as if you've got full internationals scheduled, but they didn't, and so they had to make the best of it. But I can understand why fans of individual teams might have been a little bit frustrated that they weren't playing. So we see Lucy Hyam come into the attack.
Yeah, and you can only think it's a good thing, especially for the coaching staff to really get to know the players. And that seemed a big drawing factor for the coach. As Hyam finds her spot early doors.
And a bit of a turn there for Hyam early on and some decent bounce as well.
Yeah, I think the bounce is a big factor here. It's funny because with the Pacers we really didn't see a lot of bounce, and now Lucy Hyam's getting it to really jump up off a good length. Almost like a sort of tennis ball. The higher you fly it up, the more it's going to bounce. Unless you're a pace bowler and you're flying it in a little bit flatter, it's not picking up quite so much. So we get a little field change. Square leg drops round to a short fine leg, and the deep square leg's now on the boundary. For a minute I thought Katie George was going to free her arms up there over Sciver-Brunt at that straight short mid-wicket.
Yeah, they've got 2 protecting boundaries on the leg side.
Can't quite get it away there. George looks to show a little bit of intent and just sorts out any dent she made in the wicket. Just pushing cover a little bit deep and maybe giving George the single. She cuts that away straight to point and gets a quick single. Now that's one thing, we briefly mentioned it again earlier, but I would like to have seen Warwickshire push a few more of those singles, maybe put a little bit more pressure on the fielding side. And you did say that actually it was a testament to how well the Blaze have bowled, that they built up the pressure and and force them to take those quick singles. But especially in 50 over cricket, I do like it when a team shows intent early doors, not just with the shots that they're playing, but with the decision making they're making between the wickets. And a little single from Katie George allows her to keep the strike for the beginning of another over from Nat Sciver-Brunt to be her third. 51 for 2 at the end of the 16th. Nice cut shot, straight past the diving point, and that split the gap between the two fielders, and Grace Ballinger can't get across. And you got the feeling at the end of the last over, they're almost trying to keep Katie George on strike as the new batter, and she's shown why that really shouldn't be the tactic.
Yeah, we talked about them bowling full. Sciver-Brunt's actually been pulling her lengths back a bit, and that one was just at cuttable height and width. And such as the control and timing of Katie George, she's able to pick out the gap.
Just finally tickled down towards fine leg, and they're thinking about a second, but no good fielding out there on the fine leg boundary. But Warwickshire just up the tempo a little bit now. You're getting into the middle stage of this first innings.
And you feel like that's going to be driven by Katie George as well. She's seen the others just struggling a little bit.
Pulled away with conviction. One bounce to the shorter leg side boundary. That's a terrific shot there from Meg Austin. It's been the closest we've seen to a maximum, and that really pinged off the bat. Sat up short from Sciver-Brunt, and Austin climbed into it, 60 for 2.
I mentioned Nat Sciver-Brunt just pulling her lengths back a little bit. And so twice she's been cut away and now she's been pulled. And immediately goes full up.
It's clear how much more challenging it makes run scoring for the batters today when it's on just full of a good length. And they were looking for that quick single to backward point, but it was timed too well by Austin. Again, that's the length, isn't it?
Yeah, that's been the length that has really stymied and just suffocated Warwickshire a little bit. But Austin and George look to have a little bit more proactiveness about them.
As Austin finds that backward point fielder. And a good direct hit from Lucy Hyam. That ends the over, 60 for 2. And I think you've also got to say that Sciver-Brunt taking a wicket in that last over with that slightly back of a length ball that beat Surin Kumar. So she should have been a little bit in between two minds there, perhaps, because that fuller ball being harder to get away, but making the breakthrough with the short one. Maybe it's when you bowl a short one. It's after a little bit of pressure from those good length, full of a length deliveries, and then catching the batter by surprise.
Very much so. It's going to be Hyam to continue. Yeah, that run rate just pushing up above 3.5, and I think that might be the first time that's happened in this game, in this innings.
And advancing forward is George. Almost finds the gap in extra cover.
She put plenty of flight on that one. Did Hyam. Looped up. Maybe looking for a little bit of drift, perhaps. We've seen it get turned on occasion and some decent bounce.
Yeah, there's a bit of a breeze across the ground at times as well. Not at this very moment, but we've seen a lot of shirts blowing in the wind. She's just trying to get it up there above the eye line, isn't she?
Yeah, I love seeing the confidence of an off spinner coming in and being prepared to really put it up there.
Bit flat at that time and pushed out into the covers where a run's taken. You do really miss it where you see a bowler who bowls very flat and very direct in towards the stumps. You do miss it when a bowler really likes to entice and back themselves to almost beat the batter in the flight. This one's pulled away down towards deep backward square.
And it's the confidence of your captain too, isn't it? Backing your spinner. You really do see that with some captains able to get the best out of their spinners because they're prepared to back them and allow them to toss that ball up.
Yeah, and you really do see a different side to a spinner, don't you, when they're under good leadership. A good example is Bashir under Stokes, not backed much amongst the county game last season, but went out to the international stage and Stokes backed him to the hills. The time drops a little bit short again.
Yeah, until the Ashes. Yes. I'm not saying that was Ben Stokes' decision, but yeah, it's a fascinating story that to show Bashir. But here, I see Hyam doing a great job. 18 overs gone, 63 for 2.
As you can tell, Mel, I've sort of eliminated the Ashes from my mind. No longer comes up on my thoughts.
Can't imagine why.
No.
I'm a dual citizen, by the way.
Sciver-Brunt begins where she left off at the start of her 4th over. So who do you support then, Mel? Let's say England, Australia, Women's Ashes. Who are you supporting?
I remain neutral at all times. I really
Perfect
no, I
for
really
commentary.
do. I really do. Yeah, yeah.
Single taken in the leg side. Where were you born, if you don't mind me asking?
I was born in Australia,
Okay.
but do you know what? I mean, I get asked this around counties as well. There are teams that I'll have a soft spot for, but it's usually more about the personnel. So if I've done an interview with a player and I'm really impressed by them, then I want to see them do well, particularly just after I've interviewed them. That always really helps. That definitely helps. Like I interviewed Marcus Harris last week and scored a century the next day. So that's always good because then players kind of think it's good luck to talk to you because they're really superstitious.
Struck on the pad. That looks close given. Yeah. Meg Austin goes. It looked incredibly straight right in front of the stumps. Just looking to play down towards a mid-on area. And Sciver-Brunt gets her second. She's now got 2 for 16. And that is another crucial blow to Warwickshire, who now sits 64 for 3.
That looked absolutely plumb. It really did. So Sciver-Brunt doing it again. Austin had looked to get a little bit more proactive. But that ball just nipping off the seam slightly and coming back in. It was probably hitting leg stump in the end. I said plumb, but maybe it was sort of on leg stump. Umpire happy. And they keep chipping away the Blaze. Warwickshire need to find a partnership that sticks, and not just sticks, that is able to get that scoring rate going.
Yeah, they're asking a lot of the middle order now, with plenty more time left in the game. It's when these early wickets really start to affect that run rate, doesn't it? And actually it then just completely affects where Warwickshire are now looking to get to when they lose a couple early wickets. They've lost 3 now, and Sciver-Brunt is bowling well of a characteristic short run, but Pavley's the new batter, and the left-hander, as umpire Sue Redfern Turns over to the opposite side.
That's a lovely looking defensive shot. Pavley already has a half century this season, making an undefeated 63 against Hampshire. Took 2 for 30 against Essex, so all-round contributions from the left-hander early in the season.
Or was there a little bit of confusion? No, it's a fumble, so there's an easy single. Almost forgot about the ball there, the fielders, as the newcomer Pavley thought about coming back for a 2 to pounce on any mistake in the field, but that ends the over. A good one from Sciver-Brunt, a wicket taken, and it's now 65 for 3.
I mentioned that draw that these two teams played in the Blast last year, and Charis Pavley, well, she was a top scorer for Warwickshire in that game, 46 off 34. So I know that she can be aggressive. Still 31 overs remaining in this innings, though. You just feel that someone's got to stick with Katie George if she'll be the main target for this Blaze side as well. Hyam's been very tidy with her spin so far.
Yeah, she's going to come around the wicket here. She'll be looking forward to bowling to the left hand of Pavley.
And slip in. Just a little bit of turn away from the left-hander as well. Oh, that will be encouraging signs. Again, a good bounce, though.
Yeah, indeed. Good take there from Amy Jones at about shoulder height. It's a full toss, though, and it's climbed into through the leg side, and it's just beaten the fielder. And the umpires look at each other, and I think they're going to give a 4, although they're just checking with the fielder. And, yeah, the signal is 4 from the boundary rider, and now umpire Sue Redfern. I think that could almost say that deserved to go the full length, but Lucy Hyam losing her length for the first time today. Back on the money there, though. Good leave from Pavley. Be pretty happy to sort of get her innings up and running with a nice full toss on her hips.
Well, if they'd wanted to check whether or not it was a boundary, they could have just asked Gareth Copley, Getty photographer who's out there.
That's some serious knowledge.
Oh, well, everyone knows Gareth. He's just released a book, actually. He's been taking photographs professionally around England cricket for 20 years, and they've just all been put together and published in a book. It's fantastic.
Nice.
A lot of the iconic images that everyone will have seen over the years of England, many of them taken by Gareth. So we were just discussing he's actually brought a copy of his book with him, and I need to grab it from him to have a look.
Sweep just past the leg stump, wide given. Is that him in the blue bucket hat over there? I think he's looking up at us, actually. Just tapping on his knee, almost like he's listening to some tunes out there.
Hang on a sec. I can't quite see.
Hold.
It's too far.
Straight towards the England skipper. A little misfield brings her out a run. She looks up into the sky. She knows how high her standards are. But Mel's now just stood up, looking over.
Yeah, that's him. That's him out there.
With the blue bucket. Good.
Sun
Now,
safe.
I've just seen Kirsty Gordon doing a bit of warming up. We're having a look at the wagon wheel here. And there's plenty of runs through backward of point. A couple of those going the way of Davina Perrin, and looks like there's plenty of singles in the offer, especially just a long square on the leg side.
Well, that the first thing that really strikes you when you look at that is that it's basically runs either side of the wicket. It's not a day for down the ground.
This one's pulled away forward a square. It's going to be another boundary for George. And Sciver-Brunt drops short again.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're talking about, isn't it? So if you give anything a bit too short, which is why for the main the Blaze bowlers have been bowling full. Yes, anything short is what they've pounced upon. And Sciver-Brunt does go fuller once more.
Yeah, you're right talking about that wagon wheel. Hardly anything at all coming through mid-on. Just that 1-3 down the ground from Suren Kumar. But again, just testament to when the Blaze bowlers have bowled straight. Got their lengths almost perfect.
I don't think Nat Sciver-Brunt will be too worried though. Already picked up 2 wickets. Bowling in her 5th over. She knows that this is a big contest though with George. If they can break up this partnership in the next couple of overs before they get to the halfway mark, I think they'll feel they can really squeeze.
Yeah, if they can have them 4 down for under 100 at the halfway mark, they'll be mightily pleased with their morning. Seeing a lot of loosening exercises from the Blaze number 24, Kirsty Gordon, who's been in the runs and the wickets of late.
There's actually, do you know what? There is a flickering light over by the pavilion. And it's played late and well enough to beat the diving field up. Just get a single, but I don't know if you can see it. It's like a flickering light. It's moving. And it may end up, I mean, it's not directly in the batter's eye line, but if it's taking my eye over here.
Now I can tell you that is actually the orange flashing light of not a tractor, but some kind of four-wheeled vehicle. Looks like some kind of pickup truck or trailer. It's the orange flashing light you see on the the top of tractors, and it's perfectly peeping over the top of the bottom of the black.
So maybe it can't be seen by the players. It's too short. 21 overs gone, 79 for 3. Time is going to continue. Yeah, it's just because we're at a higher angle looking down, so maybe that's why it's not causing a problem, because I was looking down thinking, if that's distracting me, it's got to be distracting the player. Again, the traditional off-spinner to a left-handed batter contest. So the slip still in play. Well, that one's slipped out though and helped along its way. There's only a couple of times that she's lost control, Hyam. That might be the second ball, and both times they've gone for a boundary.
Yeah, another little freebie there for Pavley. Nothing better than outside the leg stump. You can just help it on its way, and without any fine leg in position, it's easy runs for the batter.
That's a good comeback though by Hyam. Back on the money.
It really is one of my favourite battles in cricket. A right arm round off spinner. That one that slides on, hits the pads or grips towards the slips.
And that's the one that slides on. Good ball again from Hyam.
feels like August for me.
in general, or a slight bit of turn on that, but Pavely read it well. Just a single though.
Yeah, it's good fielding out there. Just the grass has got a little bit of a tinge to it that suggests it's been baking out in the heat for a while, and we're in a nice air-conditioned room up here, but it looks like it could be 30 plus out there. I'm sure it's not.
Give over. Honestly, sometimes people who grow up here.
You can't tell me it doesn't look roasting out there.
22 overs gone. 85 for 3. I did check. I do check the forecast quite obsessively, I have to say, and so it's going to get to a top of 17 today. So don't get too excited. 17. I've got 3 layers on at the moment, and I've got 2 more with me. So
I'm gonna
roasting. Roasting. It was freezing when I was here last time. Oh my goodness. It was really cold. Well, Kirsty Gordon's been warming up for about 10 overs. So she now gets the opportunity to unleash her slow left arm deliveries. First ball's just dragged down a little bit, and Katie George says, thank you very much, I'll have a bit of that.
Yeah, the fielder dived out there. As soon as it went past her, I think it's Catherine Bryce out on the mid-wicket boundary, because it ricochets off that brick wall out there. She almost covered the side of her head on the boundary side as soon as she missed it.
Pulls firmly again, goes in the same direction, but this time Bryce is able to protect the boundary. Keep it to 1 run. She's always very definite, Kirsty Gordon, isn't she? When she knows where she wants the fielders, and she barks the orders. Very, very sergeant major.
Yeah, she's brought Sciver-Brunt into that straightish catching mid-wicket, which we've seen a lot of today.
Tosses that one up. Maybe actually got away with it a little bit. Pavely not able to middle that one or just get enough on it. That run rate now has just crept up over 4 and over. So a reasonable acceleration. I imagine they might want to get it up higher though. A little bit of turn and bounce.
Yeah, these two have started their innings really nicely. They've stayed patient because they really have capitalised on a couple of loose deliveries from the Blaze bowlers.
Dot ball to finish the over. 6 coming from Gordon's first, and after 23 overs, Warwickshire 91 for 3.
Yeah, spirits are still high out there for the Blaze, despite this little build-up of aggression in the Warwickshire batters. They still know they're in command. No, just want to get the next breakthrough as soon as possible. Try and get them 4 down, try and break this partnership, because once this is broken, it feels like the Blaze will be able to really cash in. So it's time to continue with that right arm round angle to the left-hander. See a little bit of grip, so the slip stays in. Now I've got a bit of a question for you, Mel.
A bit of a question or an actual question? There's a difference. Well, Just get the one run there. What's your question? Come
I
on.
don't know if I want to ask it anymore.
No, it's too
I'll
late.
shut down.
You can't back out now. Once you commit, you got to
Okay.
go through with it.
Okay, it's a full question.
Yes, full question.
If one scoreboard's the Batman scoreboard, what's the other?
What do you mean, what other?
Well, what's the other one called?
Oh, that one's not called anything. You don't just call it something for the sake of it. I mean, that's just a scoreboard, isn't it? Whereas the Batman scoreboard, it's, and then you can just say, the scoreboard and the Batman scoreboard, because you know which is which.
Well, I do apologise.
Maybe no. Look. Let's change. Maybe it's actually Robin.
Ah,
The Robin scoreboard. Sort of nothing really about it. It's just
poor
there
Robin.
to accompany Batman.
No, Robin's got nothing about him. That's
Yeah.
pretty tough.
Well, do you ever really think of Robin?
No, you don't, do you?
I mean, I don't know if I ever think about Batman either, but I'm more likely to think about Batman than Robin.
Yeah, you wouldn't look at a scoreboard and say that's clearly a Robin scoreboard.
No, but in
Whereas
light
Batman.
in light of the Batman scoreboard, I think we can safely nickname that one Robin. Oh, goes for the big hoik. But Sue Redfern, umpire Sue, shakes her head just as firmly. Interesting to look back at this one. Yeah. Thoughts?
Actually, I didn't quite get a look at it on the replays. That's a lovely shot, just back of a length there by Pavley. I'll get back to you on that one.
Oh, that was a lovely shot from Pavley, who's first batter to be scoring a run of ball that we've seen today. So she's proving to be a really good foil for George. Almost caught up with her. Oh, that's a big, juicy, full toss. And Pavley says, I'll eat that one up for breakfast. My goodness.
I saw poor Catherine Bryce just looking right above her head and then turn around completely, hands on hips as the ball sails into the second tier. That's an almighty hit.
Yeah, that really is. Well, it brings up the 100 for Warwickshire. And that last over, 12 runs coming from it. But here's another look, a big loopy full toss. Yes, please. Crunch.
Pavley's had a couple of those. Poor Katie George at the other end had to work a lot harder for those runs.
There you go. You just caught a glimpse on the stream of the Robin scoreboard.
Missed it.
Ah,
It's because you're right next to the TV. Got a lovely spot there.
this is right in the island. I've got the TV and I've got the window right next to each other. More leg side runs, 4 of them. So George and Pavley just starting to get a motor on here, but they've been given a few freebies by the Blaze bowlers who were so tight early on. That's better from Gordon.
Yeah, you do get the feeling they're just a little bit gutted. They've just let a few runs slip here of late. And a pressure release. That single up to long on.
Oh, and you have to give a lot of credit to George and Pavley though as well. It was a pretty sluggish start generally from Warwickshire, but he's still got wickets in hand. And that's another full floaty delivery this time from Gordon, not punished though. As we approach the halfway mark, which team do you think is happier, Charlie?
I'm going to get back to you after this ball, I think.
because this will decide it. There we go.
You see that's made a big impact. 108 for 3, 109 for 3 now, Warwickshire. I think with this partnership building, I'll just be happier in the Warwickshire camp. Just. But a wicket completely changes that.
Yes. Fascinating match so far. Flatter delivery. And we're going to get to the halfway mark with Warwickshire 109 for 3. Fascinating contest it is, with Pavley and George just starting to motor now. 2 wickets to fall. Perrin for 24 bowled Phillips, and then Surin Kumar. She was out, caught Beaumont, and was the first wicket for Nat Sciver-Brunt. And Meg Austin was Sciver-Brunt's second victim, our LBW for 10. So that is the way things stand here with George and Pavley, the ones to stop at the moment. And Warwickshire at the halfway mark, 109 for 3. We'll take a little break for drinks.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to this fine day on Trent Bridge. Warwickshire 109 for 3, and Lucy Hyam will continue for her 6th from the Ratcliffe Road end. And I've been told in the break you're going to be a little bit gutted about this. I think you might have heard it actually, that they called it the Ratcliffe Road scoreboard.
Nope, I've renamed it. It's official. Not having it. That's a boring name, that is.
There's a good bit of spin there from Lucy Hyam to get things going for the second half of this first innings. Happy with Robin scoreboard?
Yeah. So everyone listening, we're now just going to call it the Robin scoreboard. If anyone asks, let's make it a thing. I like giving something a nickname. Can't believe no one's thought of that before.
You've just got to say it's because it doesn't look like Robin.
That doesn't matter. It's a complimentary scoreboard to Batman, so it has to be Robin.
Good start from Hyam.
The only other time where I desperately wanted to give something a nickname in a ground is at Wormsley, where England women used to play a lot of their games in the past. Oh,
It's another 4-1, and it's been obliterated over mid-wicket, and it's crashed into one of the stairs going up into the second tier as Amy Jones now lies flat on her back. I think she's just doing some stretches rather than a little bit disheartened about that ball. But another sign of Lucy Hyam just missing her length and being punished for it by Pavley.
brings up the 50 partnership in pretty quick time from George and Pavley. Just 42 balls to pass 50. And that was actually a no ball. So above the waist and a free hit incoming. Expensive over now.
Driven beautifully through cover, making use of that free hit there, which wasn't actually that bad a delivery. And it was down the track came Pavley and split it through a tiny gap between a close extra cover and the cover fielder. So more and more runs coming from this Hyam over.
Yes, no ball 6, and then followed up by a boundary. And all of a sudden, 120 for 3, run rate up above 4.5 and over. Just going Warwickshire's way.
It's exactly the start they'd have wanted after drinks, this. Good runs piled together.
Good bit of fielding, though, by Beaumont. Yeah, I actually think Lucy Hyam's bowled really quite nicely. It's just that when it goes wrong, it goes very wrong.
And credit to the Warwickshire batters, how they've really made the most out of those few deliveries that have gone wrong for Lucy Hyam. But that ends the over. First one after drinks. And there's a good one for Warwickshire. They now sit 120 for 3. You were just mentioning about Wormsley.
Yeah, so at Wormsley, where England women have played a lot before they started packing out the bigger grounds, a lovely place, gorgeous ground. If you ever get the chance to go there, take it, with the little thatched roof scoreboard and pavilion and the surrounds of the Getty estate. But one end is called the Dibley end because the village at that end was the village that they used to film The Vicar of Dibley. And I thought they really missed a trick by not naming the other end the Dobley end. And I just wanted that to be it.
As Gordon strikes the batter on the pad, huge appeal. That looked really, really close. It was Katie George who was struck in front of the stumps, looking to play it very straight back to the bowler, and Kirsty Gordon looked like she was almost celeb appealing it.
Yeah, it might have just been drifting down the leg side.
A little bit flatter, but short from Gordon. Pulled out towards the mid-wicket for a single. So I'm actually commentating at Wormsley the next 2 days.
Really?
It's a 2-dayer between MCC and ICC Europe.
Yes, I did see that game was going to be played there.
I'm a little bit confused what ICC Europe contains. Oh, there's a little bit of confusion. Chance of the bowlers then for a run out. And just missed that at the bowler's end.
That might have been close. Very close.
Because I'm assuming it's a select.
I think it is, yeah.
Europe.
Do you know who's any of the players who are in that?
No.
Not yet.
No, I haven't
Yet
seen
to do
any
your
of the team
prep.
sheets. Well, it's busy time here, Mel.
Oh, don't worry. I understand better than anybody.
I'll assure you when the time comes, I'll be prepped.
Of course you will.
Wasn't expecting to be quizzed on it today.
Really like the way George opens up. She really opens her stance. She can get power through that ball. Nice strong base.
So when they talk about going back to the spinners, she goes right back onto the stumps, give herself as much time as possible. That's a great piece of fielding in the covers, I believe, by Sciver-Brunt in there. That ends the over, 123 for 3.
Well, is this going to be your first time at Wormsley?
Yeah.
Oh, it is absolutely gorgeous. You'll be in love from the moment that you get there. But one end, I'd say where you're commentating from, the opposite end will be the Dibley end, which is where that you can sort of see it in the distance if you go up the other end, the village. But the end you'll be commentating from is not the Dobley end, and feel free to throw that in there because I do really think they've missed a trick. As we see Orla Prendergast coming into the attack. First time I went to Wormsley, don't make the mistake I did, because I was there for it was an Ashes match, so it was my first time over here covering cricket. It was 2013, I want to say, around about then, and it was an Ashes Test match. And I was staying in a village pub nearby, and I looked, and it was only about like half an hour walk to the estate. So I thought, okay, I'll just walk there, walking along these lovely little country roads. And I got to the gate, and there was a security man at the gatehouse, and he looked at me like, what on earth is this person doing walking up here? And I said, I'm here for the match. And he said, it's another 3 miles to the ground from the gate. And a car pulled up, and he stopped the car, and he said, like I was an absolute idiot. He said, this is an Australian girl. Would you mind please driving her to the ground? And the couple who were in the car said, yeah, no problem, just get in. And it was Anya Shrubsole's parents.
What was it? It's a nice flowing drive through cover. Just a single then.
So I met Anya Shrubsole's parents before I ever met her, because they drove me the 3 miles from the gate at Wormsley to the ground, because I was so clueless. I had absolutely no concept of just how massive that estate is. It's beautiful, hasn't it? There's an opera, outdoor opera theatre there as well, and an amazing place.
And the cricket ground is right in the middle of it.
Yeah, it's you go through fields with cows and sheep, and it's just lovely.
Beautiful.
It is.
Another very full ball from Prendergast, but the gap's been pierced by the bat of Pavely, and it's gone for 4 through the covers. And again, Sciver-Brunt lies as it just goes past a diving attempt from her. 128 for 3. Pavely moved to a pretty rapid 40 off 31 balls.
Yeah, she's taken over, isn't she? She's got so much power. And any time they have bowled anything within her arc, with loose balls, she just leaps on them. Prendergast just trying to push the ball across Pavely.
It's funny, we haven't actually seen a lot from the Ratcliffe Road end of conventional right arm over seam bowling. It's quite nice to see as Prendergast looks to push it across the left hander.
I think that might have been a little bit quicker, that one.
Yeah, it ends not a bad start to a spell from all of Prendergast, just the 5 runs from it. A nice drive through the covers from Pavely was the boundary coming from the over. But a quick switch over in ends, and Kirsty Gordon will continue from the Stuart Broad end.
I'm a big fan of Orla Prendergast. Really enjoy watching her play. It's astonishing to me. I have to keep reminding myself that she's only 23. She's already vastly experienced. She's played 44 one-day internationals for Ireland and 80 T20 internationals. So she comes with vast experience. With the Celtic theme continue from Scottish-born Gordon.
Just skids through a little lower there from Gordon. It's played out nicely to the covers. Yeah, that's vastly experienced for a woman of just 23 years old. You do get the feeling it'll be a long and illustrious career for Orla Prendergast, who got a good score against Essex last week. This one just beats the inside edge of Pavely. 69 not out against Essex.
Yeah, and took 2 for 26 as well with the ball. Terrific all-round talent. Made 40 when I was here for the first home game against Lancashire too. She made her debut for Ireland back in 2019, Orla Prendergast.
Pulled away. Is it straight to the field? And it's gone over. And I think it's gone for a 1 bounce 4. For a minute I thought that had gone over the boundary for 6. It was clearly a tight one. The umpire instantly turns and gives it 4. But a brilliant strike from the powerful Pavely.
Yeah, she's got something about her, hasn't she? Being unafraid to take on the bowlers. There's not been anything, though, reckless about it at all. She's just really made the most of every loose delivery.
No, you're absolutely right. And even in the few times Lucy Hyam served up a bit of a full toss for her, it was hit convincingly into the stands. There hasn't really been too much of a sense of danger. She's going about her business, 44 off 38, and Warwickshire looking a lot more comfortable now at 133 for 3.
Yeah, this partnership has just changed everything. Just another look here at the way she whips her hands through that ball. Gets herself into a good position as well. So Katie George is quite happy to just play second fiddle at the moment. She's by no means scoring slowly, 33 off 40. But Pavely, well, she's a real firecracker.
Yeah, I think Katie George would be quite happy playing that anchor role, keep the partnership just ticking over from the other end. Oh, a fine nick down towards third man. Brings George on strike. I think she'll just keep going about her business, to be honest, Mel. I think Katie George will just be looking to hit the deep fielders, which have been put out as a result of the clean hitting from Pavely, of course. George doing pretty well herself. drive through extra cover. It was at a catchable height, but perfectly in the gap as Pavley moves just 2 runs away from a 50 here at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, she's batted brilliantly. Of course, she has played a couple of T20 internationals, and that was against Ireland in a series sort of late summer 2024. England gave an opportunity to quite a few new players at the time. So she faced Prendergast then in those 2 appearances for England.
As Pavley looks to get past her second half century of the Metro Bank One Day Cup 2026 season. And she'll move to 49 with a drive through the covers. I knew she went at a good rate. I don't think I was quite aware of the power and clean ball striking that she's got in her armoury. And it's fair to say that she looked like this from ball 1. But I think Katie George would be happy in 10 overs time if no one's noticed her tick up towards 70, 80.
Absolutely. And Pavley just looks to be on a right tear at the moment.
Pulled away. Nice shot, couple of bounces. She'll keep the strike for the beginning of the 31st, sorry. 140 for 3.
And I mentioned, playing those games for England. She also played for England A and a T20 series against New Zealand last year. So she's not far off the radar. She's certainly there in the mix between England and England A in the last couple of years. But what a display of power we've seen from her so far today. But the Blaze, they need to find a way to break up this partnership. Can Kirsty Gordon do it? There's Katie George again. She just opens up her stance and whips that ball away. She plays that shot so well. Gets herself into the position where she can really direct the ball and target the gap. Does it carbon copy, but this time Catherine Bryce is able to prevent the boundary, keep it to 1.
Her movements are so quick, aren't they?
Yeah, you see what I mean about her getting into that position time and again. But now Pavley on strike on 49. And she's going to get the half century. I'll come back for 2. And what a fine innings it has been so far from Charis Pavley. That's her second half century this season. And it comes up in just 42 deliveries. And she has really shown some power. She's been patient at times, but she has punished every poor delivery that's come her way.
Yeah, she hasn't really looked at any point as if she was going to really start to dry up the runs. But it's just been the way she's capitalised, hasn't it? Any little bit of width on offer that the Blaze have given, which actually hasn't been a huge amount. They started off incredibly well with the ball this innings, and Pavley's just almost torn it apart.
That is another poor delivery. Doesn't quite get it away this time after me saying she puts all of those away. But that was a long way down the leg side. How much one partnership can just change the feel of an innings. the shape of it. I think of that early part of the innings when they were struggling to get above 3 and over. And now they're trying to push it up to 5 and over.
Yeah, it was 64 for 3 when these two came together, as their partnership nears 100 in quick time too. But Prendergast will continue. Just seen Maya Bouchier's just been dismissed for 78 at Hampshire. They're playing Surrey at Utilita Bowl. Hampshire 159 for 2.
And just talking about those scoring rates. So after 10 overs, Warwickshire were 34 for none. After 20, they were 72 for none. On 30 over mark, they got there at 140 for 3. So 72 for 2, I should say. But just the scoring rate. So 34 in the first 10 overs. And then 38 in the second. This is me doing maths on the run, which is never a good thing. And then from overs 20 to 30, so the third 10 overs, there's 68. So a real acceleration with the arrival of this pair. This has been a good over, though, so far from Prendergast. Starting off with a couple of dots. Can she put another 2 dots on the board and just try and put a little bit of pressure on Pavely? Umpire Sue just having a close look at something. Do you know, she's actually really got away with that one, Prendergast.
Yeah, Pavely will know it too. It's a good bit of work, actually. There from Amy Jones. I thought that might have struck Amy Jones, but the lack of wide given shows you right. It was a leg coming off the hips there from Pavely.
Well, she has just managed to do that now, Prendergast. She's lined up 4 dots in a row.
Be interesting to see how Pavely counteracts this.
Well, it's been a while since we've seen that, haven't we? Just dot it up a little bit. Can Prendergast keep it tight? She can. The pressure tells. Oh, no, it's a drop. Oh, all the pressure, all the hard work. And the mistake comes. And it's Kirsty Gordon putting down what might have looked like a straightforward catch. What a moment that is.
That's all been built up from those dots. We were just questioning how Pavely was going to combat the build-up of dots. She went for a big swing, and that was a huge chance missed.
Well, that really is a moment for this game. Gordon will be absolutely furious. She took it, then juggled it, and then it just went down. And after 32 overs, Warwickshire 149 for 3. They should have been 148 for 4.
A couple of juggles.
She was on the move. It maybe, I can't really tell the direction of the sun. She's got sunglasses on. So she was on the move above her head, but you'd expect that one to be taken, I think, most times. How costly will that be? Pavely was on 52.
Yeah, and by the standards of things so far, Pavely, who's punished this Blaze attack a few times, you've got to say that she's probably going to do it again.
Well, you feel a bit sorry for Prendergast as well. She did everything just right in that over. Dot, 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 wicket chance. And unfortunately for the Blaze, Pavley is still out there. Now Grace Ballinger coming back into the attack. She opened the bowling, did really well, thought. 4 overs bowled, none for 13. Be surprising if she gets any of that swing at this point in the innings. Now she comes back and she's bowling to 2 batters who are very much set, finding runs with increasing ease. She's just actually sending mid-wicket down to a short fine leg. Opens up a space through mid-wicket.
Don't know how the England skipper would be fielding it short fine leg.
Well,
she's now gone out of it.
She's moving. She's swapping. Is that with Georgia Elvis maybe? And so now she's heading out to the deep backward square leg boundary. It's definitely heading down the leg side.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Grace Ballinger was a key part of that opening spell from the Blaze, really building up that pressure. Top wicket taker for the Blaze so far this year. 7 wickets at just 15 runs apiece.
No, I mentioned they'd left that mid-wicket area open, and that's an easy 2 runs as a result.
Yep, completely spread field on the leg side. All 3 fielders out on the rope. All notably about 5-10 yards in, as it is a long way out there. They'll be doing all they can to prevent the 2. Didn't work on that occasion. Does Amy Jones stand up to everyone in this team?
Yeah, probably. She stands up a lot. And that is another drop. Slammed straight to extra cover. Grace Ballinger can't believe it. What is going wrong for the Blaze at the moment? 2 drops in as many overs.
Just adding salt to the wound there for the Blaze. And it'd be good to get another look at it, because it was one of those drives which could have been down to the surface, then popped up, but I'm pretty sure that was a catch gone down.
Oh, Ballinger's reaction suggested it was definitely a drop, but we might see if we can see that again. So Ballinger has switched to coming around the wicket.
It's definitely a drop. I've just seen it. Off the middle of the bat as well. It went fast to cover.
Yeah, it was hit very, very firmly. That's going to be another frustrating over. This partnership goes on. And here we are. Here is another look. Drilled. Not an easy take, one would imagine, being so quick. But Pavley, that's twice she's been dropped in consecutive overs. She won't mind that.
I think she'll love it, to be honest, Mel. She's got another little slice of luck. So being dropped in the last over and the over before that. Riding her luck.
Now a little bit of width to work with, and she's driven that beautifully. She's got power and she's got timing, and she's got another 4 runs.
Yeah, she's had a lot of success through that area, Pavely. She's been good over the mid-wicket region to dispatch any balls that are too full. And also she's capitalised through the covers with some glorious drives past the England captain.
My suggestion would be not to drop her when you get the chance. Easier said than done.
What makes you think that?
Oh.
That's a good bit of advice there now.
Much is very easy for us to sit up here and say that, isn't it? Very aware of that. But yeah, she's been making them pay. Prendergast did so well in her previous over in being able to, oh dear, that was a sloppy bit of fielding all round, and they get an overthrow. That's frustrating. But she did so well in that previous over in just dotting up Pavely. And this over, she goes for a 4 straight up, and then there's an overthrow.
It's funny what one drop catch can do sometimes.
Short ball, and not quite put away by George, but there are just 2 fielders out on the boundary on the leg side and acres of space.
Lucy Hyam now plugging that gap in backward point area with a 3rd and deep cover point either side of it.
Well, she has absolutely crunched that. Well, Pavely is putting on a show. That is her 3rd 6. And she's ruling the roost here at Trent Bridge today. Brings up the 100 partnership between George and Pavely. The excitement really has all been about Charis Pavely. She's put on a remarkable display of power hitting today.
Yeah, and that was not there to be hit, really. Just stood tall, and Pavely just smashed it over mid-wicket, almost taking out your friend on the camera down there in the blue bucket hat, who had to go running from his seat for safety.
So that 100 partnership coming off just 92 balls. It's turned this innings around. That's a great delivery from Prendergast, though, and all Pavely can do is jam a bat down on that Yorker. Here's another look at the 6. Just frees her arms and goes for the big heave-ho.
Yeah, glorious shot. I think that might be my shot of the day so far. We've seen a lot of good cricket shots, but Pavely just off a pretty decent length, maybe just back of a length, just standing tall and swinging the arms, and it came off with some power. Although we have seen some balls go further into the stands, just that one was a little bit straight, a little bit longer out there to a slightly straighter deep mid-wicket. That was a terrific shot.
She's on 68 now, of just 59 deliveries. George has had a pretty good view of it. It's been no slouch of an innings from George, 42 off 49. She's quite happy to let Pavely take the spotlight as she carves this one away.
She'll be looking to do that all day, Katie George. Just hit the deep fielder. And it really is as a result of Pavely's aggression. Yes, George has hit a few past the infield as well, but sometimes the opposition can just slightly forget that one person's batting slightly different to the other, and you can put all the fielders out on the boundary to Pavely, and then, because George has ticked up a few runs here, just as dangerous. but at times a little bit easy to find singles.
And just a reminder, this pair came together when Warwickshire was 64 for 3. And had a pretty streaky and quiet start. Now at 168 for 3, they are sitting pretty for a good run home. Nice little deft touch from George. They once more happy to just keep turning that strike over at every possibility. Give Pavley a good old run at it.
You mentioned about 64 for 3. That was in the 19th over. And so in the last 15, they've got past 100, this partnership.
Yeah, it's like two completely different innings that we've watched. Early on, they were struggling, the likes of Perrin and Surin Kumar as well, struggled to get going. And Austin came and went and made just 10. And then from that point, these two have just played a blinder.
Could suggest that it's not too easy to get settled, especially against the new ball. So I think when Warwickshire go out to bowl, they'll understand how important those first 20 overs are. Whilst the ball's still relatively new, can they make any early breakthroughs, which is exactly what the Blaze did. But it was almost like they just set enough of a platform, the top 3, so that number 4 and 5 could just cash in here in their middle overs.
Well, that's the first time we've seen anything like that from Pavley. Stick to the old way. I'm not sure that one's working. 35 overs gone, and Warwickshire 171 for 3.
It's always when a batter pulls that shot out for the first time in their innings. What? She's got her hand on the bat. I've never seen that. It's almost gone into the stumps as well.
She's so lucky that she's not out. Don't do that again.
If it works the first time and then she pulls it out again, you can understand it. But just because it didn't work the first time.
Can you imagine if that had actually hit the stumps and she'd been out like that?
I've never seen it almost used like an oar on a rowing boat. Just sort of hand halfway down the bat and try and ramp it over. Poor Amy Jones. It's a nightmare to keep when you've got that kind of shot coming at your face.
Oh.
Looks like we're going to see Catherine Bryce, though, back on from the Ratcliffe Road end.
Yeah, they're just looking for options, aren't they, to try and break up this partnership, at least slow it.
Just worked into the leg side for a quick first run. They'll settle for that one.
The singles are becoming much easier to come by as well. Field largely spread.
This is when it's nice to bat in a 50 over game. You've really put in the hard work. And now these two can just take the singles, nurdle it around, and it's causing a bit of a discussion now between Bryce and Kirsty Gordon at the top of Bryce's mark, and as a result Gordon's going out to a long off mid wicket, long on the boundary, so it's long off and deep cover.
Well, that would not have been a very smart run. George Ellis has got a very good arm.
Wonder if we might see another one of those shots. That's nicely timed. Through the covers, Pavley moves to 71.
Yeah, just got it wide of Elwes to her right on that occasion. Just waited a little bit later to play the shot.
Oh, blimey. It's all happened there.
Well, Kirsty Gordon's ended up in the way of Katie George. She's dropped a bat. Meanwhile, Charis Pavley was actually taking off for the single. She wanted the run, but George didn't have a bat.
I think Pavley was quite nice there. A bit of spirit of cricket just to say, no, I prevented Catherine Bryce from picking up the ball there. We'll settle for a dot. Single taken though this time. Just correct me if I'm wrong. It was Pavley who tried the ramp shot, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's just flabbergasting.
I just didn't know what to make of it. It was so bizarre.
Bit more conventional shot down the ground there.
It's especially because as the 36 over finishes, 174 for 3. She hadn't been trying to really access the areas behind the stumps. In fact, we've not really seen anyone try and play any scoops. We looked at the wagon wheel earlier on, and everything's basically, most of the scoring has been square of the wicket, both sides. Very little down the track, and besides the odd sort of late cut or tickle down leg side, it's not been really anything going that way. No ramps, no scoops. We haven't seen a reverse sweep either. So it just came out of nowhere. And it was a most unusual technique that she employed as well. The ball nearly ends up rolling onto her stumps.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the wagon wheel here. Oh no, a run's taken on a misfield. Just looked down, I thought that was regulation there at backward point, but a single taken. And you're right, there's hardly any runs, just either side of the wicketkeeper.
Well, I'm not wrong in saying that either. Even conventional sweeps, we just haven't seen much of that either.
Strong drive to cover. No, we saw a couple, maybe one that was quite loosely bowled there from Lucy Hyam earlier in the innings that was drifted down. Like I think it was Katie George who just helped it on its way. But you're right, not many flat batted sweep shots or ramps. We've seen a lot of Pavley clatter it away through the covers and pick it up over mid wicket as well. Another nicely timed drive out to deep cover.
And the drives have all been quite square as well. A lot of them have been quite square, just like that one. Very little down the ground. I think they do look quite long, those boundaries down the ground. I'll try and find out in the lunch break or the innings break what the dimensions are.
Slightly lofted, just towards mid-on, dribbles up safely. Where I can tell you, 58 runs with the 176 coming through between square leg and mid-wicket, and 40 in the covers. Just a total of 14 runs in the V down the ground.
Yeah, it's quite telling, isn't it? Just seeing what works today. And Blaze bowled very full early on. That worked best for them.
No ball called by the umpire as a singles found, so the field can be changed for the new batter on this free hit.
Immediately sending the fielders out. Protect the boundaries.
You know, I've got a feeling, ML, that we might see a second attempt of the hand halfway down the bat's ramp.
Really? Well, they've got they've got a couple of fielders. They've got one at short fine and one at short third. So there'd be risk in it. Oh, yeah, right. Of course, there's no risk. They can't get caught there anyway. But, well predicted. Well predicted. And it didn't look much better than the first time, to be honest. Here we go again. Oh, that's
I think
amazing.
she should put it away now.
Yeah. Nah. She's holding it like a shovel. She's about to dig someone's grave.
Ball, this is tight. No, it's a safe run. So it's 50 for Katie George. It's not 100, I can reassure you, but it's been a lovely one. Just really playing almost the second role alongside Pavely here, just nurdling the singles, but nothing can be taken away of the class of that knock from Katie George. It's just been tactical. She's been sort of in the background of this Pavely knock, but nothing can be taken away from how well she's played for the half century from Katie George. Coming off just 59 balls. It's been quiet, but convincing.
I think it's been a really mature innings. She came out and was going at a reasonably sprightly rate, but once she realised that Pavely was on, she's been quite happy to just act as a foil, a Robin to Pavely's Batman, if you like. A bit like the scoreboards here. But it's been a really mature innings from Katie George.
Still misfield in mid-wicket as George gets another single, moves to 51.
And I mean, this partnership now has become a real issue for Warwickshire. Now still just under 13 overs remaining, and if this pair are there for the last sort of 7-8 overs, could get ugly.
Down the track and a nice drive up towards Kirsty Gordon will just be a single. Yeah, the longer this partnership lasts, the more the body language in the Blaze starts to ever so slightly drop.
I mean, they've got plenty of batting firepower themselves, so I'll have that in mind. This could be a very exciting chase.
Swept away high, and it's gone past the deep square leg fielder. And it's another 4, this time off the bat of Katie George. First sign of a bit of aggression we've seen from her in a while. She moves to 55, and Warwickshire now 186 for 3.
I'm just having another look at that. We can watch that all day. Amazing. You know what I mean by she's holding it like a shovel, right? A hand right down on the bat.
Clubbed straight to mid-wicket. No, I agree. And I still have a sense that that's not the end of it.
Yeah, we're going to see some more. Yeah, as we get towards the end. Well, practice makes perfect.
Down the track and lofted over the bowler's head. That's skipping away for 4. And Katie George, again, showing signs of aggression we haven't seen a huge amount of, but it's almost like that half-century milestone has just freed her up to take on the bowling a little bit more. And George moves to 59 from 63 balls. I
think that might be the first boundary we've seen hit down the ground. And Katie George, well, that's what's worrying signs for the Blaze as well. Because Katie George just increasing in confidence. She's just signalling, or waiting for the ball, just signalling for something as well from the dugout. Katie George, I don't know whether she wants a change of gloves or whatever it is.
I think it might be. There's just as much confusion amongst the subfielders. So it's not just us up here, Mel. There's a couple of drinks bottles that are being crouched over on the boundary line, but also someone's gone running off into the pavilion. Not the pavilion, sorry, the changing rooms. I've got to stop calling it a pavilion. It is not a pavilion this end, is it? As we undergo works in the actual pavilion. It's interesting what a pavilion actually means. So that is the end of the over, 191 for 3. Is the pavilion where the players reside?
No, it has to be an actual pavilion. Yeah, I think so. Because very rarely do we have pavilions in Australia because of the modern grounds. Like the MCG doesn't have a pavilion.
Not quite as traditional.
You'd see the members' pavilion at the SCG. Yes, is a bit of an exception.
And the ladies, of course, but
yeah, but they are pavilions, right? Yeah, I think it has to be. It has to be an actual structure that's a pavilion. 127 runs this partnership has brought. Just 118 deliveries. What partnership this has been.
And this one's clubbed over Ballinger's head. Again, trickling up towards that boundary rope for 4. And Katie George is now exploiting a part of the ground that no one else really has been able to. Straight back over the bowler's head. And 4 more adders as George is getting closer to Pavely's score of 73. She's now on 64.
Amazing, isn't it? I mean, she's just trusting herself now. The ball not doing as much. Able to just go back over the bowler's head.
It's also just an important part of the game here for Warwickshire, because if they do lose a wicket in the next couple of overs, it will just slightly halt their progression. These two are seeing it so well. If they can keep batting for another 8 overs or so, then they'll be in a completely commanding position. But these two really do. Yes, they're seeing it well, but you've just got to say they've got to get Warwickshire past 250. And then the next players who can come in can really start to play more of an aggressor role.
Well, run rate is north of 5 and over now. 7 wickets in hand with these two well and truly set. They're in a really good position to try and push it up towards 6.
Slightly sitting up off the wicket there.
Not forgetting that Pavely has been dropped twice. In fact, she was dropped twice in the space of 2 overs off Prendergast and then off Ballinger on the 31st and 32nd over. So she was on 50 and then on 52.
Just guided past third man. Glorious shot from George. Beats a diving fielder. And she's really turned on the aggression, hasn't she?
She's gone straight from 3rd gear to 5th. Just like that. Really, really well paid. Just waited for that ball to come onto the bat. Angled perfectly as well. Really smart batting from George. Brings up the 200 for Warwickshire.
Swept on its way out towards deep square leg. Sometimes those can come out with a little bit of spin on it. But Lucy Hine was under control of it. Deep square leg. Now, Pavely, for the first time, I feel is just going to calm it down a bit. I'm sure she won't.
I'm waiting for the next attempted ramp.
Is that a prediction, this
that's
ball,
quite
Mel?
fun. No,
Okay.
No, definitely not. Especially not when it's that full.
I think when we saw that shot the second time, when the fielders came inside the ring behind the bat, Ballinger just maybe lopped it up a little bit slow, a little bit more lobby, as you might say, Mel. For anyone just tuning in, you probably won't understand that, but we won't go back and cover the lobby story.
You knew what I meant. There's a lobby shot. 203 for 3 now after 39. If you'd said to Warwickshire, you'll be 203 for 3 after 39 overs. I reckon they'd have taken that. For sure.
Especially with two batters seeing it as well as these two. Pavely 75 on strike.
And well, the amazing thing is that with that flurry of boundaries, Katie George has almost caught up to Pavely now in terms of runs scored. It's Kirsty Gordon just ringing the changes, trying to find a way to stop this steamrolling partnership.
Down the track and not quite got a hold of as it dribbles out towards deep mid-wicket. Yeah, you might say Katie George's innings is a little bit more traditional. Started a little bit more careful and built up into the innings. Now rising into the 70s. Whereas Pavely's just been batting like this from the start. She hasn't really changed her temper. If anything, she's got a little bit calmer throughout the innings as she sorts out her helmet. Must be hot work out there. What, 15 degrees now?
Yeah, gosh, breaking out in a sweat thinking of it.
You weren't very happy when I said it looks roasting out there.
No, I'm not. It's ridiculous.
Goes back. Hits it out past mid-wicket. Another sign of these batters using the crease well.
I mean, Pavely's just gone hard, but I do really like and appreciate the way that George is just able to slip into the different gears so easily, or makes it look easy anyway.
Down the track comes George. They're going to push for two here in the gap between long on and deep mid-wicket. And they get back for a second, bringing George back onto strike on 73. Yeah, it really feels like they swap roles now.
Yeah, well, George so she's now 73 off 70. She might actually be going at a better rate than Pavely when she reaches her score.
Reverse sweep, top edge. It's going out towards a vacant short fine leg. Two fielders converged, and it will be one of the more eventful singles of the day.
Yeah, the reverse sweep looks about as effective as the ramp today.
Are we calling it the ramp or the shovel?
Oh, was it
like
the shovel? He was not really sure what to call it. That's the first time we've seen the reverse sweep today. So funkier shots trying to access the area behind. And they've just brought a fielder across it at short fine leg as well.
Down the track, clubbed straight past mid-wicket, and it's too fast for the fielder, and it'll be another boundary. This time it's back for Pavely, who moves into the 80s, and it was a good Kirsty Gordon over until that last one just slipping slightly short, and you've got to say it's more of a good shot than a bad ball from Gordon. But that ends the over, 213 for 3. And Warwickshire are in a mighty good position here after 40 overs.
Yeah, the last 10 overs, 73 runs coming from them. And is there anything England's finest all-rounder can do about it? She is coming back on to bowl now. Took a couple of wickets early on. You see there, last wicket, 64 runs on the board. It's been hard going for the Blaze, but any side that's got Nat Sciver-Brunt in it, and knowing what she can do with the bat as well, give yourself a chance. Tries to get up and underneath that one. Does so successfully. Well, that was just dismissive from Katie George. She doesn't care about reputations. That was there to be hit, though. And that brings up the 150-run partnership between Katie George and Charis Pavley. And what a show they have put on today. It has been sublime batting.
Yeah, they've completely defined this innings, these two from Warwickshire. And they are perfectly batting hand in hand now on a day which is looking better and better for the batters for Warwickshire.
So a bit of a loose delivery from Sciver-Brunt. First up, just a bit of a half-tracker heading down leg. Goes full and wide. And they're just going to pick up 2 runs. Could be tight. Now then. No, umpire says no, but Nat Sciver-Brunt gives a bit of a clap because I think that was pretty tight in the end.
Yeah, it was. It was a much needed lunge towards the bowler's end, and Nat Sciver-Brunt didn't look too excited. She looked interested, but the umpire, I think, was pretty quick to say, "Not out. Let's continue."
This time goes inside out. Dot balls are becoming fewer and far between with every single over. Here's another. Oh no, the dive saved her. She was home and hosed. Just another look here. Put in a good dive too, has to be said.
These two really just freeing up the arms now as they go into the final 10.
Well, both on 81 now, and both have faced 74 balls. So they have. Katie George has caught up. She was a long way behind Pavley, but she just dropped a foot on the accelerator and pulls alongside her on the freeway. Goes for another swing in the air, drops just short and rolls over the boundary. Well, there was a moment there where there was heart in mouth, but Pavley stays safe. Just had to reach for that one a bit as she played it.
Yeah, just pulling it from outside off. It's actually quite a good ball there from Nat Sciver-Brunt, despite it going for the boundary for 6. It was almost a chance.
Oh, there it is. There it is. And at this time it works. It's third time the charm for Charis Pavley. She hasn't had much success with that shot until now, but this time she was able to use the pace of Nat Sciver-Brunt and the bounce, and I'm sure she was quite satisfied to get a boundary off with that.
She's pulled off the shovel. It's funny, she's actually got her unprotected thumb right in the middle of the bat, so she gets it wrong. She's breaking her thumb. But no, the shovel paid off. And I can tell you, Mel, her teammates loved it.
Well, she and George did dig their side out of a wee bit of trouble earlier on. That was terrible. I should be ashamed of myself. 41 overs gone, 228 for 3, and we will have no more puns for the rest of this innings.
Yeah, it actually took slightly longer for me to catch on to that than I care to admit.
That's because it was so poor.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to agree.
Sorry. That was a great joke, Mel. Can we have some more of those, please?
No. No. It's been a long week and I'm tired and emotional. 9 overs remaining. And you look at that now, run rate now above 5.5. As I said, that they have a good shot of pushing it towards 6 and over by the end. As Kirsty Gordon is on, and George down the track, dropped. Oh my goodness, that is the third big drop that we have seen. And
it's Tammy Beaumont.
Tammy Beaumont, usually a safe pair of hands. It's actually the fourth because Beaumont. Oh, it wasn't Beaumont. There was another one early on, but this is just going horribly wrong at the moment for Warwickshire in the field. And George gets a life now.
Yeah, it was right underneath us. And Tammy Beaumont looked like one of those that was really tricky to judge. It's flying out towards the fielder out at long on, and a few steps forward, few steps back. It was coming in flat with some pace, and Tammy Beaumont just putting it down.
Oh, full toss. And Pavely, she loves them. She loves them. Puts it away. I've seen her do that several times today. You just can't give that to her. She races now to 95. One big blow away from what would be a remarkable century. They've lost the ball, have they? Is there anyone out in that stand? I see Hyam searching. It's find the ball time.
Yeah, just to say, Pavely has not missed a single one of those full tosses. And actually, because of the left hand with the spin bowling from the end where the leg side is shorter for the left-hander, any full toss has been dispatched by Pavely. She's now within one shot of the first 100 of the season.
Well, it really has been incredible to watch. They still have 8.5 overs. Much, much flatter from Gordon. You can understand why as well. I think that ball's actually hit umpire Sue Redfern on the way through. And she had to move pretty quickly.
Sure, she'll be all right.
Yeah, she's tough. Pavely moves on to 96 then. Oh, down the track comes Katie George, and she's hit that so hard she's knocked herself off her feet. It doesn't really reward her though. Just a single.
I think that's a little message to George that I think she's going to start reverting back to her single taking from earlier. Won't be attempting any of those shovels that we've seen from Pavely. Be some way to get to your 100, wouldn't it?
It would indeed. But instead, she's quite happy to just work the ball for another single. And at the end of the 42nd over, Warwickshire 242 for 3. Here's another look at that drop. Not an easy catch by any means. Above their head. But, well, that will frustrate. Tammy Beaumont's normally so safe. She's taken one catch today. Earlier on, I think that was Davina Perrin. That was in the ring.
Yeah, it was a short ball. It was a top edge. It caught it mid-wicket. I think it might have actually been Surin Kumar.
Ah, yes, you're right. It was.
One of the openers.
One of the openers. I'll tell you what, it was Surin Kumar. Yes. It was actually Nat Sciver bowling on that occasion. And can Nat Sciver-Brunt find some way to at least slow things down as we into this last 8 overs? Nice little crowd building up here today too. Quite a few spectators in over on the pavilion end of the ground. Full up in the block hole.
Yeah, I have a feeling that might be the temporary members area. Although this is my first time at the ground, so that is a assumption. I had a little.
Yeah, I think you're right. Oh, call for a quick single, and a good call as it turns out. It was George who set off with the yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't have been able to miss that as the non-striker. You wouldn't have mistaken that for a no, would you?
Well, to be fair, these two have also something we haven't really mentioned, but they have run between the wickets very well. Their understanding's been good. Well, George goes a long way across the stumps to try and give herself some room. And she's going to get 4 byes as a result. That's missed everything.
Yeah, Nat Sciver-Brunt just losing one down the leg side. He hasn't done that too much today. And Amy Jones unable to prevent it from running through. Did it go down the leg side? Did it?
We went over the top of the stumps.
Oh my gosh.
And tries to slap that away over point. It ends up skewing off the top of the bat, but it's got enough on it to clear Ballinger. And is another 4 to the total. It brings up the 250 for Warwickshire. It's all going Warwickshire's way at the moment.
Approaching the 200-run partnership here, these two.
Yeah, it's been incredible, isn't it? It won't be of much comfort to Blaze fans, but it has been such a good display. Oh, yes, that's hurt. That has stung a little bit, I would suggest. And that one just stayed low, but George gets enough bat on it to come through for the single. Finishes off. Nat Sciver-Brunt's over, 43 gone. Warwickshire steaming ahead at 252 for 3 with 7 overs remaining.
Yeah, that partnership's 188. And just to say, these two came together 24 overs ago, so that rate is quite astronomical. And they've still got 8 overs to go to cash in. And if these two are still here at the end,
watch out.
It's going to be worrying signs for the Blaze.
Watch out. Good decision as well from Warwickshire, winning the toss and electing to bat first. Conditions here ideal today on a beautiful afternoon in Nottingham, one of my favourite places to come for cricket, for anything really. Wonderful city. So Charlie Phillips thought was really good with the new ball. Picked up the wicket of Davina Perrin when she knocked the off stump flying. Very different proposition now for her. She has 4 overs remaining, but 2 very set and in-form batters.
We are also approaching that part in this partnership where if you can join a few dots together, the Blades.
Maybe try and, play on the fact nervous 90s.
Maybe.
Not wanting to give it away. Does that come into it? I mean, you wouldn't be human, would you, if that didn't occur to you at all when you're batting both so close to 100?
Especially on a ground like this here at Trent Bridge. So many historic moments. To get across the 3 figures would be a incredible achievement, both now so close. As Amy Jones is electing to stand back.
Yeah, just a swap of the helmet for the cap. He has kept up for most of the innings. Both the medium pacers, spinners of course.
I was really impressed with Charlie Phillips earlier today. Phillips and Ballinger bowling really, really well in tandem.
Yeah, it seems like a different game ago, doesn't it?
It really does.
It all changed when Pavley and George walked out there together in pretty quick succession. And just a little bit over-pitched. I'll pick up 2. And that brings up a century for Charis Pavley. What a moment, what an innings, what a display of batting we've had from Pavley. She has smoked the ball to all parts, and she's played cleverly. She's formed this wonderful partnership with Katie George, and that is an impressive performance from a very talented young player.
Yeah, just 83 balls. She's been so strong square of the wicket and hasn't put too many foot wrong. Couple of drop catches, but she made them pay.
And for the 4th time, she celebrates her 100 by trying a little fancy little shovel shot. She's had one successful one out of 4 attempts. But when you're not out on 100, you can do whatever the hell you damn well like.
Even if it doesn't work. I think shovel is the perfect word. I'm still yet to get to grips with the Robin scoreboard.
No, that's staying. That's definitely staying. Now, the story is, or the question is, how quickly can Katie George join Charis Pavley? There's no such thing as a commentator's curse, by the way. But she's certainly primed. She's done incredibly well at flicking through the gears. Quite happy to just keep a single at the moment, though. Now the thing is, they've offered up chances, but they've just battered with such positivity. A terrific moment here for Charis Pavley. Appreciated by all the staff. A lot of smiles there. But what a partnership. It's been done together. 257 for 3 after 44. There's that partnership, 193 runs, just 154 balls. It's been quite the display.
Yeah, it really has. And both playing slightly different roles at different times in the game. Pavley's just been more brute force and power, whereas Katie George has done her fair share of nurdling and playing more low-risk shots. But then they switched over for a short period where Pavley started nurdling the singles, and it was boundary time for Katie George. It just shows the versatility of these two and how well they've batted today.
Well, that has rocketed to the boundary. Maybe Katie George has just said, well, nothing nervous about my 90s. You've gone already, Charis. I'm following. Heavens, she just really did clatter that one.
Yeah, she's been very strong, helping it away off her legs today. And she's made a couple just race along to that short boundary and clatter into the brickwork.
Oh, slower ball, and it's done the trick. Well, can you believe it? Katie George, who has battered so beautifully, been part of this extraordinary partnership with Charis Pavley, is 2 away from a century. And she is foxed by Grace Ballinger. Well, it all comes to an end, but take nothing away from Katie George. She'll be disappointed not to reach the milestone, but she has been absolutely brilliant today. Departs for 98 off 86, and that fourth wicket has finally fallen. They were 64 for 3, now 261 for 4.
Yeah, you've got to feel for Katie George, don't you? She looked destined for a century. She was batting so well. And it's a brilliant catch behind the stumps off the bottom edge, I think it was.
Yeah, it stayed a bit low, and I think a little bit slower as well, but maybe that bounce was what really foxed her, and a good take by Amy Jones as well. Anything off that under edge. Yeah, that's disappointing for Katie George. She's batted so well. What does that mean? Can Warwickshire now just slow things up, because they were looking right on song to get to 300. Blaze slow them down, I should say. Yeah, but Warwickshire were looking right on track to get to 300, and still could, to be honest, with Pavley out there.
Yeah, it is just an interesting time where how Warwickshire respond to that wicket is going to determine whether it's a brilliant score or they just falter at the end. As the partnership goes from 190 odd to 0. It's quite funny. We've been looking at that number ever growing on the Batman scoreboard. Now it's back to a circular O. 261 for 4 now. And Ballinger getting a deserved wicket today. Bowled very well this morning.
So Nat Wraith is trying to get off the mark, but just you can see the frustration there as she goes for a little walk to square leg. She'll be aware as well. She'll have been watching the scoreboard ticking along, and then you walk in as a new batter replacing someone on 98, and that immediate pressure of just feeling like you don't want to be the one to slow things down.
Yeah, it can be so challenging after a big partnership, can't it?
She's off the mark though, with a single that'll keep her on strike, but at least it's some movement. What an over from Phillips. She was brilliant with the new ball, comes back in, takes a wicket, and a big one as well. 45 overs gone, and Warwickshire 262 for 4.
So it's now down to the last 5 overs. What can Blaze do? What can they just squeeze out of this innings? Whilst Warwickshire are going to try and amass a bigger total as they possibly can. They'll be looking at the 300 mark, don't you think, as we look at the worm?
Yeah, you look at that between that 10 and 20 over mark where they lost 3 wickets and completely flatlined. And then, since then, it's been very steady. Steady as she goes through that wonderful partnership.
Well timed up towards long on. Just a single for Wraith. You mentioned skyscrapers on the Manhattan. Do you have a way to talk about how the worm sort of rises? And
Well, I just said flatlined.
Yeah,
I think before I said something about get the paddles on, you know, that when you try and jumpstart someone's heart.
Defibrillator,
no. Is it
yes.
defibrillator?
No.
Yeah.
So how does that link to the worm?
Well, we saw the flat line, and then the partnership was
Okay.
basically the defibrillator.
Like a heart rate, interesting.
Because it looks a bit like, you know, a heart rate monitor when you see it sort of going along, and then the beeps, and then the big spikes and stuff.
No, I think I see glimmers of it.
Look, stop giving me jip about my analogies and my puns.
I've supported quite a few of those today.
Jeez. Now, Wraith has to get herself on. She's got one job. Get a single. Get down the other end.
She just misses out. They think about a single, don't they?
Yeah, she knows that's what she's desperately trying to do. Get Pavely on strike. You want Pavely to face as many balls as possible right now.
Yeah, each dot's going to hurt Wraith, and it's also not only the fact they're missing out on potential runs with Pavely being at the striker's end, but also the more time she's at the non-strikers, it's almost as if you can slightly start to lose a bit of momentum in your innings. There you go, there's a single you wanted there, Mel.
Yep.
And that works it out into the leg side. Talk of a two.
Sure, thought about the second. Don't worry about that. There's still 2 balls in the over. I'd be certainly wanting to see Pavely face those 2. Reckon she might go big, try and go big for this one, and then nick the strike for the next over. That would be the plan, wouldn't it? Or the hope. But Phillips is bowling well.
There's the shovel. It's been pulled out again, and it's been missed for the 4th time out of 5. I'm not sure if Mel's the biggest fan of the shovel.
No, she's laughing as well. She's laughing as well.
I did say it wasn't the end of the shovel today.
No, and you were right. It possibly should have been. No, I'm all for a bit of innovation.
There goes the shovel again and missed again. Now, I struggle to think about what the Warwickshire camp will be thinking about that shot. Because when it did work, it worked well. But it's worked 1 time out of 6. She scans up to the Warwickshire dressing room, almost to feel not embarrassed, but it's slightly past the funny stage, I think.
A bit
Maybe
sheepish.
Trying to hide from the coaches.
I'm sure that they would tell her to back it if she thinks it's on.
She's on 102, so
exactly. She can do what she wants.
Exactly. Well, now Wraith is at the striker's end.
Yeah, I just feel like that's kind of wasted maybe a few balls. So Wraith needs to just try and get herself down the other end as early as possible. This ball, if possible. There's space on the leg side.
Wraith drives through the covers. They're going to think about it when they get one. There you go. Job done for Nat Wraith. Let's see if Pavely can maybe just put away the shovel for a while and go back to what was working so well for her. Hitting balls out in front of square. Covers are going to come up inside the ring, I think. She's lingering. You know, they're 3/4 distance to the boundary. I'm sure she's just waiting for the decision. Yep, she's going to come inside the ring as the 2 fielders on behind square on the leg side go out. And there's no single fielder in the ring on the leg side. Everyone deep. And every fielder on the offside is up.
So one would imagine Ballinger is going to hang this one outside the off stump.
This one's clubbed out towards one of the deep fielders. Is she underneath it? No, it's gone for 6 over cow corner. And Pavely moves to 108 with a massive shot.
Well, that's extraordinary. That might be the best one of the day, I think. It's certainly up there. All the leg side field out, and she hammers that. I mean, that is just incredible.
To take on the long boundary with every fielder on the rope and say, you can put them all out on the rope. It's not going to bother me. It's going to hit it over the top of them.
It's extraordinary batting that we're seeing today. Really has been a spectacle. Put the shovel away.
Nothing wrong with it now, you know.
Well, look at that shot. My goodness.
She backs away and drops it into the 3rd region. Just a single added.
Yeah, that definitely works for Like you said, forward a square.
Interesting tactic. Again, all fielders out on the leg side for Wraith other than short, fine leg. And now the majority of the fielders on the offside inside the ring, other than long off, who's back on the boundary. A floating drive to backward point. This could be overthrows. No, the batter's not looking for it. So just a single added to Wraith. 2-7-4 for 4.
Yeah, it's well worked. Now 2 balls remaining in this over. Already 9 runs coming from it. That last 6 from Pavley was just sensational. They've got offside, up again, leg side, all deep.
The shovel has again not worked, and poor Pavley has been hitting the shoulder, I believe.
Oh, that's... yeah, you can smile about it too, Charis. Like we said, you can do whatever you want. But it just... So we've had 7 attempts now, and 1 has worked. It's not exactly a high percentage.
Late cut, and there you go. That's how you exploit that area.
Yeah.
The lovely little late cut
Ah.
past the short third fielder, and she moves to 113. You've got to say that she must have been working on that in the nets, the shovel, and she must have had a higher success rate than 1 in 7 to bring it into a match. It's 2-7-8 for 4.
Well, that shot there just proves there is more than one way to skin a cat, and you don't always have to use a shovel.
Do you normally use a shovel?
Yeah, there's more than... You can use all sorts of things to skin a cat. Not that I would know. I don't believe in cruelty to animals, I would just like to say. I'm more of a dog person, though.
Okay. I'm worried about your relationship with cats now, Mel. I'm trying to picture skinning a cat with a shovel, and it just doesn't work. Here's Catherine Bryce. Just chipped up over the bowler's head in a lobby style. 2-7-9 for 4.
Yeah, that's a job well done by Wraith, doing exactly what she needs to do. First ball, get up the other end, and now what's on? Does she put the shovel away?
I don't think we'll see it this over.
Ah.
Down the track and a slog sweep straight over the bowler's head. 1 bounce and 4. Another great shot down the ground by Pavley. We saw George do it a few times over the bowler's head, but Pavley is hitting boundaries all around the ground as she sails up to 117.
I mean, she's just playing like someone who's just full of confidence, absolutely convinced every ball is going to hit the centre of the bat.
Again, over the bowler's head, this time towards long off. A little bit of a tricky piece of work for Tammy Beaumont, who fields well. Of course, dropping Pavley earlier in her innings. She was in the 50s at the time.
I dropped twice. She was 50 and 52.
As Wraith works into the leg side. Think about 2, but just a single. Pavley fancies a bit more the strike. Still a couple of balls left in this Catherine Bryce over.
It is worth remembering. So 5 drops I make it in this innings, and that's something that won't make Warwickshire very happy.
Bottom edge, just past the stumps.
Oh, I just said everything was coming off the middle of the bat. That wasn't. Yeah, 5 drops. So Perrin was dropped on 4, Pavley on 50 and 52, and then on 54. So she dropped 3 times.
She walks down the track and chips it away through cover. It's just spinning round past the point fielder, who picks up and throws. 2 runs added. Yeah, it's fair to say it's been Pavley's day. She's had a few bits of luck go away, but you cannot take away how well she has batted with authority and confidence. And it's felt like that from very, very early on in her innings. 287 for 4, 2 overs to go.
Yeah, I have messed that up. It is 4 drops. So Perrin was dropped and Pavley dropped twice in the 50s, and then George was dropped on 81. So you add those up, that's the very, very costly errors from the Blaze.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing for Warwickshire to take into the second innings, which is chances do come. That big 20 overs at the start will be crucial to take a few early wickets, but if you can just keep hold of your catches, Warwickshire, you've got to say, are huge favourites to go on and win the game here against the Blaze. As this is a more conventional ramp, straight to short, fine leg. As it hit into the helmet, it hasn't. But it just landed short of a good bit of work from Grace Ballinger, but she almost just palmed it onto the helmet, as on that note, the helmet gets retrieved by the sub-fielder. And you got the feeling that could have been a late decision.
Yeah. Yeah.
That last ball had trickled onto the helmet.
That would have, wouldn't it? Gosh. But what it does mean, look at Pavley now on strike, 120. And, what can she get to in the last 11 balls of this innings?
I feel 150 is far away, unfortunately. She works this one into the cow corner. They'll push for 2. They get 2.
And they'll get there comfortably again. They've got protection. All 4 fielders out on the leg side for Pavley.
Yeah, I reckon she'll be looking at the 140 mark. That'd be an unbelievable knock.
I mean, it already is unbelievable, to be honest. It's just been outstanding. She gave herself an awful lot of room there.
That run rate now exactly on 6. Which is a good feel. And again, just proving the point that 300 is the mark.
I look down at that batting lineup for the Blaze, though. I think this could be a really fun chase.
Phillips a little bit slower, hung outside the off stump and driven by Wraith.
Wraith's doing a job. She got stuck for the first couple of balls, but since then she's actually done a really good job. Just 9 runs off 13, but she's done exactly what you would want someone to do in this situation. Just give the ball, give the strike to Pavley. That's well bowled, though.
Yeah, as Pavley works it up to long on. Yeah, it's one of those things. Wraith would have come in a long time, sat on the benches down there at third, thinking and waiting to come in. And actually, the last thing you'd want is for a couple of quick wickets. And Wraith just came in, steadied the ship, done exactly what the team needs of her. She moves across her stumps, struck on the pad, given. And Charlie Phillips gets her second wicket of the day. And just as we're saying how Nat Wraith was playing the perfect knock, she falls for 9 runs off 14 balls, which means at the final over, Pavley will be on strike and we'll have a new batter out of the crease. But a pretty solid innings there from Wraith.
Yeah, she played her part well, but some just rewards for Phillips, who came into the side today for Emma Jones and bowled really well early on with the new ball. That one angling in, and she's come back at this latter stage and just tightened things up a little bit.
Yeah, she has done. She's almost ended as she started. Similarly, you've got to say for Grace Ballinger, who've both bowled very well. You've got to say those two are probably the pick of the bowlers today for the Blaze, as we see a few shadow swings from the new batter, which is, I believe, Em Arlett. Yes, it is. And Catherine Bryce will have the ball for the final over, bowling to Pavely. And a big swing, not quite connected into the leg side. And Warwickshire will be staring down the barrel of 300. It'll be a big psychological milestone to get past. Even if they get to 299 and Bays need 300 to win, it just feels a little bit different.
Just knowing that they've got to get a run of ball right from the very get-go, and if it's difficult to score early, I'll put real pressure on.
Just hammered down the ground there. Just a single. Pretty good shot there from Arlett to start things off.
Yeah, well, she's doing what Nat Wraith did and getting the single to put Pavely on strike. Right, she's got 4 balls. She's faced 100 so far.
Steps deep into her crease and slaps it away through mid-wicket. Good diving stop from the fielder out there. They're going to push back for 2. And they get to. Pavely's going to be tired now.
Well, that was actually, the call came from M. Arlett. So Pavely was turned around and held a hand up as if to say stop, and M. Arlett was running to that closer end. And she insisted on coming back for the second.
Again, another clubbing shot out towards the long arm. This will be a more conventional single.
I think probably seeing some times, I reckon she's probably pretty tired as Pavely. She's been out there for a long time. She's expended an awful amount of energy, and that's just on the shovel shots.
I thought you were going to bring it up in this over. Struck on the pad, a little bit slower there from Catherine Bryce. So one more ball, and Pavely will be at the non-striker's end. She's down, crouching low. She knows her job is done for today. Just a little bit more running. You said she's tired. She's actually hit a lot of her boundaries and a lot of her runs in boundaries today, as this one's hammered down the ground over the umpire, and it's a 4 to finish things off. And that 4 going to M. Arlett. But the main story today is the not out batter at the other end, who has a handshake with her partner, and it was 128 not out off 102 balls for Pavely. A terrific knock on a great innings here for Warwickshire, where it looked like it could have gone either way. It was 64 for 3 when the 2 came in and put together 197. Katie George scored 98 alongside Charis Pavely in a great partnership. But Phillips took 2 wickets. She bowled really well today. Also, Grace Ballinger bowled very well as well for her 1 wicket. That was of Katie George, caught behind by Amy Jones. But that ends the first innings for Warwickshire. It's 302 for 5, so shortly the Blaze will go out and try and take down the 303. I've been Charlie Harden. You've been listening to Melinda Farrell as well, and we'll be back shortly for the second half of the game.
up, and it has been a game full of fireworks so far. A marvellous century to Charis Pavley. Just astonishing stuff. An undefeated 128 off 102. And Katie George, her 98, don't forget that, in a total for Warwickshire of 302 for 5. It's going to be Tammy Beaumont alongside Marie Kelly, who will kick off the Blazers' chase. Daunting. They've basically got to go and run a ball from the get-go. And if you're going to do that, who better to have out there at the start than a player who has been in almost every situation possible, the hugely experienced Tammy Beaumont. Izzy Wong gets us underway. And you talk about someone who has been a stalwart of the England side for so long, and now up against one of the bright young stars of English cricket in Izzy Wong. Melinda Farrell here, alongside Charlie Harden.
Hello, Mel.
I saw you out there. You went out and had a good look at the pitch.
Yeah, it looked good out
the
there.
The innings break.
I mean, it's quite easy for me to say it looked good after Charis Pavley knocked 128 not out. There's not much else to say, though, really, other than a good deck for batting. But we only say that at the halfway point, and you know what they say. You never know, do you? Until both sides are batted.
Well, to be fair, it almost looked like two different pitches pre the partnership between George and Pavley, and then once the two of them were out there.
Yeah, it looked really tricky to get going in the morning. We saw Surin Kumar and Davina Perrin just struggle a little bit early doors, struggling to get runs away. But then those two in the middle order cashed in.
That's a good ball from Wong. Gets good bounce. Just tucks up Beaumont a little bit.
So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe there's a couple early wickets. And that could either really set the Blaze back, or if they hold firm and do exactly what Warwickshire did, they might be able to get in with a shout. But it truly is, if you do lose any wickets, I think they just can't let the pressure of the run chase get to them. Because look where Warwickshire were after 20 overs, 64 for 3. They were not looking down the barrel of a 300 score. But the Blazers need to stay calm. And I think they'll look at that halfway mark, 25 overs. Can they keep wickets in hand before that point? And then they'll be able to look to cash in, hopefully, with two set batters at the crease. Because it really was at that 25 over mark in the last innings where Pavley and George are still relatively new to the crease, but they were set when they kicked on.
A little bit of outswing on offer from Wong, who has undoubtedly taken note of the fact that the Blazers bowlers did well early on by keeping it full. This has been a great start in the defence. 5 dot balls. Very watchful over in the end by Beaumont. Izzy Wong starts with a maiden. It's none for none after 1. And you mentioned that 25 over mark, and just did keep a note there. So halfway through, Warwickshire were 109 for 3 after 25 overs. And they ended up 302 for 5. So essentially, they pretty much doubled their scoring rate in the second half of that innings. So some encouragement maybe for the Blaze in that, you know, it did seem to get a bit easier to bat. Ball stopped moving around as much. But it's a very different proposition, isn't it, when you're chasing and you know that's what you have to get, as opposed to you're just going to keep trying to get as many as possible. So Marie Kelly out there with Tammy Beaumont to start off. She's highest run scorer for the Blaze this season with 137 at 45.66. Has got 1/2 century. They could use another one today. Oh, it's a nice, bright, positive start from Kelly. And the first runs are on the board for both Kelly and for the Blaze. A lovely shot forward of point. Stonehouse is opening the bowling from the Radcliffe Road end.
Yeah, we've seen it a lot today, especially in the early overs where the full deliveries are harder to get away and the short ones sit up. That set up nicely. Great shot by Marie Kelly.
And that's the other thing that we have seen too, is that ball scooting through quite low. We saw that happen early on as well. Not always the bounce there. Some of them are just skidding through, as that one did for Stonehouse. Didn't miss the edge by too much either. Another one trying to play that late cut.
Yeah, we saw Perrin and Surin Kumar score a lot of runs down towards that third boundary at the start of the Warwickshire innings. That was quite a productive area for them.
Yeah, they've got the area pretty well protected between cover and wide slip. That's something that we also did see in the first innings of this match. Is the Blaze, I should say. The Blaze had Tammy Beaumont a very, very wide slip position, almost you'd say a conventional third slip. And just looking there now, you can see that tactic being replicated by Warwickshire. Boy, oh boy, that did not miss by much.
Yeah, Stonehouse is chomping at the bit here. She looks almost a little bit angry with herself that one just missed the bat of Marie Kelly.
Well, she gave her the opportunity to start with a boundary, but that first ball aside, she's bowled really well in this over. There's the width again, and Kelly carves it away. So a boundary to start and finish the over for Kelly. And after 2 overs, the Blaze are 8 for none.
Yeah, it won't take long for Stonehouse to just click into gear, but it's another showing that when you drop it short with the new ball, and at any point in the innings really, it's getting put away on this track.
Although that did take some really good placement from Kelly, because as I'd mentioned before, they had that whole quarter of the ring quite well covered between sort of cover and wide slip. But she didn't try and force it, waited for the ball, and now Beaumont back on strike. That's a lovely shot, but it's really well fielded. Surin Kumar getting the congratulations from her teammates. It might have stung her a little bit too.
Yeah, that was a beautifully timed shot by Tammy Beaumont. You've got to say maybe another player with a slight point to prove today after not getting selected in the England Women's T20 World Cup squad for this home English summer.
Although you'd have to say it was something that we mentioned about Davina Perrin earlier, because that had raised a few eyebrows. I think a few people thought she was a bit of a bolter for that squad, but they're at totally different ends of their career, aren't they? But Tammy Beaumont has been around for a very, very long time. And Davina Perry, just at the age of 19. Tammy Beaumont, the 35-year-old senior member.
I think this is also a big battle for me, these two. Tammy Beaumont and Izzy Wong. There's almost an overthrow comes from a no chance of a single. But yeah, Izzy Wong's I'm a little bit interested in watching, see how she goes about her business today. How she looks to pick up her wickets, and it'll just be an opening spell, you imagine, just to build up pressure, not give any freebies away for the likes of Tammy Beaumont, who'll be looking to put any slight of bit of width away.
Oh, that's an edge, and it's dropped just short, I think. Oh, you haven't mentioned that the ball has been at times staying quite low. There's a definite edge. Let's take a look at this one again. Oh, was it? Or was it swinging away? Second look, I thought because of the movement it definitely caught the edge, but I'm not entirely sure.
I think I saw a little bit of light between bat and ball there.
On the replay, I think so as well.
Shot.
Beautifully played. She cut that away, but got on top of the ball, sends it all the way along the carpet. So Beaumont, like Kelly, is off the mark with the boundary. First runs conceded by Izzy Wong. And once more, it's that ball that's just a little bit shorter, a little bit of width. That is the most productive scoring ball, I think, that we've seen today. Didn't see many balls at all sent straight down the ground or in the V, not until very late in the previous innings.
Right there.
That's the spot.
And it's really been shown of how well the Blaze bowled in that first innings. That's the end of the over. It's 12 for none. But they bowled so well because actually at times it didn't even matter about line. And the Blaze bowlers were chucking it up full. They were getting it right near the feet of the Warwickshire opening batters. And it just built up pressure. They were going almost below 3 runs and over at one point. It was very, very, very close to that mark. And it was just because the Blaze were tying them down with full deliveries. And it'll be really interesting to see if Warwickshire can learn from that, because they've leaked a couple of runs early doors. Still very, very early in the innings, but they were looking to pitch it up nice and full here.
All boundary game so far. This one won't be, though. First run scored not via the boundary rope. But look, that's something I wonder if they'll take note of as well in this Chase the Blaze, is that particularly early on in that partnership between Pavley and George, that they weren't trying to be overly aggressive, but they were capitalising on the bad balls. And they were able to really keep things ticking along quite briskly just by doing that.
Yeah, I agree, and it's actually very similar signs to what we've seen here from the two Blaze opening batters. Not a big deal of risk yet. If a good ball beats the bat, it's a fair game, but they'll be looking just to put away any bad balls, any balls that are slightly short. Just look to manipulate the ball into the gaps. And they'll be looking just to continue damage limitation, I think, at this point.
Yeah, just to be able to get a decent little run early on, so that the run rate doesn't get out of hand very quickly, because that's a danger with a run chase like this, isn't it? You have even 2 quiet overs and all of a sudden it looks very daunting indeed. Oh, she's not far off. She's given away a couple of boundaries, Stonehouse, by dropping it short and wide, but when she gets it right, she looks a real handful.
Yeah, another sign that Warwickshire just need to pitch it up. I'd love to see a little period here where the two opening bowlers just hammer away at that length.
Now it's Marie Kelly. We often see Tammy Beaumont sort of take a little walk down the pitch at the batters. Marie Kelly doing the same.
I think that's Seren Kumar out there. She'll definitely play a big part with the ball today. Top wicket taker for Warwickshire, just with the 4 wickets, but nonetheless they're going at 17 runs apiece this season so far.
Again, Kelly coming down the track. We saw Amy Jones keeping up to the stumps almost the whole way through the previous innings as 4 overs passed with 14 for none on the board. Yeah, Amy Jones was right up there behind the stumps for nearly all the way through. And Nat Wraith, I wonder if we might see her come up soon if they continue to walk down the pitch in that manner. I doubt she'll be doing it to Izzy Wong. But maybe when we get to the first and second change bowlers.
She's so solid in defence, Tammy Beaumont. And each shot feels like a little point to prove. But yeah, just mentioning on the keeper standing up, I'm not sure whether Nat Wraith will fancy either of these two stood up to the stumps under the helmet. It takes a real lover of wicket keeping to stick yourself in, especially with a new ball, which Amy Jones does on the regular. Gets the helmet on, stands next to the stumps.
Yeah, that's why I suggest maybe when we get to the first and second change bowlers, that we might see them make the move. Already that run rate just creeping up. That's what happens when it starts at 6.
Yeah, it'll definitely be a day just to stay cool and not look at the run rate too much. Shot.
Well, we did say put the bad balls away, and Tammy Beaumont's experienced enough to be able to do so. Full toss from Wong, and just dealt with as you expect Beaumont to do. Flicked along the carpet.
Again, still early stages, but they are doing their job perfectly, these two opening batters.
That's really good running as well. I think she would have been home even if it was a direct hit.
Yeah, I really do think, I don't know what you think on this, Mal, but in a run chase like this, I reckon they'll be looking to get to the halfway mark as unscathed as possible, because the runs will come. And as you mentioned, 109 for 3, you said, at the halfway mark for Warwickshire. So
yep,
they'll just be, if they can have lost anywhere under 3 wickets, so just a couple or maybe even for none, they'll be in a perfect position to almost catapult into the second half with a higher run rate, which is exactly what Warwickshire did with the bat.
Oh, that's just so nicely carved, isn't it? But protection's out there in the deep.
But you also said about how their rate almost doubled in the second half. 100 in the first half, 200 in the second. And I think that's almost completely due to the fact you had those 2 set batters. And at the halfway point, Katie George and Charis Pavley were in about a 35 run partnership at the time, 40. And it basically just gave them the perfect standpoint to really kick on from.
Five overs gone. The Blaze 20 for none.
I really like a ground where you can see plenty of greenery around the edges, especially ones that are built up like Trent Bridge International Stadium. Glorious day here, but you can see plenty of green leaves peeking out over the various stands here.
What's your home ground then?
Utilita Bowl.
I knew you were going to say that.
What made you say that?
Because you talked about greenery and seeing greenery. Is there a lot of greenery down there in Southampton?
Yeah, you can just see the golf course just peeking out over the east side, I believe. I always get my west and east mixed up at Utilita Bowl. What about your home ground? We'll come to that in a minute. I reckon it's Trent Bridge if I was to guess.
No, you're wrong.
Really?
My home ground's Edgbaston.
Is it?
I live 3 miles away.
I went to an Ashes test, I think, in 2015 at Edgbaston. I'm yet to go there recently. I went to Headingley also for the first time the other day, and I thought Headingley was like an amphitheatre. Nice drive, well timed, down the ground from Marie Kelly, just single taken.
How can you have only been to these grounds for the first time?
Well, I'm still early in my career, Mel. It's only my second year of commentary, and last year I was very much based around Southampton and dropped into Lords a few times, and Derbyshire I got up to. But I was a teacher until last year.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
What did you teach?
Science.
Aha.
Would you have guessed that as well?
You look a bit sciencey to me.
Thanks. Well, actually, that's better than what someone else said to me the other day, which was I said I played the trumpet when I was smaller, and someone looked at me and said, "Yeah, you look like a trumpet player."
You do, actually.
I don't know how to take that. I really don't know how to take that.
Yeah, I think you look like a trumpet-playing science teacher, to be honest.
Well, if you'd said that a bit earlier, that would have been very impressive. Pulled away, nice shot from Beaumont out towards deep square, where Surin Kumar does a little bit of juggling and throws in a slightly dodgy throw into keeper Nat Wraith, and it's backed up.
Well, I feel somewhat smug then, saying as an Australian that I've been to all 18 county grounds and a few of the out grounds as well.
Well, I'll be visiting Wormsley. Is Wormsley an out ground? It's quite a...
Yeah, it's a bit different, isn't
Yeah.
it? Although I think it is now officially an out ground.
I wonder what makes you... Oh, here comes a single. They're going to come quick, and it's a good one taken as well by Marie Kelly. I wonder what classifies as an out ground.
Well, no, I think, didn't they do a deal? But I seem to recall, could be wrong, but I thought they did some kind of deal with Middlesex where they were going to play some games there. I don't know. That might be completely wrong, but they were definitely going to be playing more games at Wormsley.
Yeah, I know the MCC are playing a lot there.
Maybe that was
Middlesex
it.
as well. Solid in defence again, Tammy Beaumont.
I haven't been to a lot. Sorry, is this end of the 6 over 23 for none. Of out grounds. I've been up to Scarborough. I was at Rugby for a few games last year, and both of those absolutely glorious grounds. But they're probably the only out grounds I think I've been to here.
Arundel?
No, and I'd really like to go because England A are playing a game there, aren't they? Before the New Zealand test, because that's where all the touring sides used to traditionally start. But yeah, I have to check the dates of that, and I think I might try and insist that I have to do some work for that for someone.
A dropped cut down into the offside. It's well fielded at backward point, just single taken. Yeah, I visited Arundel. There was no cricket going on. I was in the area and I thought I'd drop in. And I went there with anticipation that Arundel Castle was looming over it and high up above the tree line, whereas actually it is just peeking over the trees. I was very happy with my time there at Arundel, but I expected to see a bit more castle.
So, because in my mind, I pictured it almost being like when you see pictures of Bamborough Castle and the cricket ground there. Is it as visible as, say, Lumley Castle is at Chester Street?
No, I thought Lumley was incredibly visible.
I stayed there last weekend.
You haven't mentioned. You were very proud of yourself before going on air. So
I've stayed there
up a bit.
twice in this first month.
On the same occasion for the same commentary, or?
Yes, in the same room. They actually gave me my room. When I arrived, they remembered me, and they remembered that I really, really loved my room because it was in the keep and it looked down over the keep courtyard. So I felt very special. I have my own room at Lumley Castle.
Next time you go, you're going to ask for the usual.
I might, yeah.
Just past the outside edge, a few interested yelps from the field here for Warwickshire.
Yeah, very special in this country. The number of pretty towns and places that we visit when we're following the domestic game around, men's and women's.
I meant to ask about Lumley Castle. Sorry to cut you off there. I'm just really eager to bring this point out. Did you see a ghost?
Oh, look, I've tried. At one point, the man, when I checked in, he said he thought that seeing the ghost was probably dependent upon how much alcohol you'd had to drink. So I tried to give it a bit of a go. One night. No, I didn't. Hey, drink responsibly, kids. But I, failed to see the ghost. I failed on every occasion.
Oh, it's inside edged out towards Deep Square. Tammy Beaumont takes a single. So you had a few drinks purely for that purpose.
Oh, I might be lying for the effect of a good story. No, they've got a really beautiful bar there, I have to say, and it is lovely to sit in the bar and just have a couple of glasses of wine. And it's at a library, so I was pulling out volumes of Tacitus and Homer and Shakespeare because I'm unbelievably erudite when it comes to reading choices.
I definitely need to go and visit Lumley Castle one day. We were both at Durham, I think, last week, weren't we? We saw each other very briefly in the corridor. You don't have to pretend like you remember.
No, I actually do remember. I do remember because I was wondering who you were. Well, we hadn't actually met.
No, I think we met each other very briefly in passing in the corridor.
Yeah, we haven't met before that, though.
I could pretend that we had to really put you under the spotlight.
Yeah, thanks. Don't do me like that.
So the Blaze are 25 for none. And they're in a pretty good position here this afternoon. Halfway through the 8th. As Beaumont advances. And yes, they're slipping behind the rate, but I really don't think that'll be on their mind too much at the minute. They'll be looking to see out the early overs. And remember, we'll say it a lot, but the first wicket fell for Warwickshire when they were on 37 at the end of the 11th. So the two sides are in very, very similar positions as it stands. So these two just looking to tick along. They won't be worried about the run rate just yet. Stonehouse again just looking to keep it full. on this angle to the right-handed Beaumont. Struck on the pad, big appeal. Sue Redfern instantly disagreed with that one.
I like the fact that when Sue Redfern shakes her head, you can't not see it. It's very, very, very exaggerated shaking of the head. Slow, deliberate, but you can see it from all the way up here. She leaves you in no doubt whatsoever.
Almost like an owl. Almost expecting to see her face appear.
Yeah, or the clowns, the clowns at the show when you've got to try and get a ping pong ball in their mouth. You must have that over here.
I'm sure we do. I've never come across one. Turned into the leg side. Beaumont walking down the pitch again.
It's at a fair, and then they'll have a stall, and then they'll have a row of clowns' heads with their mouths open that turn their head from one side to the other, and you've got to put a ping pong ball down a series of slots, and you choose one, you put it in, and then you've got to try and get it in the clown's mouth. That is like the most famous thing at a fair.
Well, I'd know if I'd been to too many fairs. I really haven't.
Well, I haven't been to any fairs in this country, but just,
You just I'm expected to know it. Even
no, I just thought that was a normal thing.
No, I'm sure it's not just you. Maybe it's just me who doesn't know. That's probably more likely, actually. Izzy Wong's going to continue. Striking Beaumont on the hip, and they get through to a quick single. That's leg buys. So Beaumont will stay on 13. I can hear you typing away. You're going to find me a picture of a turning head clown.
Can't believe you've never seen it.
I've got a little bit of, not a fear of clowns, but that really makes me feel uncomfortable.
I can't believe you've never seen that.
No, I've never seen that in my life.
Yeah, they are a bit freaky. The painted faces of clowns and with their mouths open. There you go. You've learnt something that you didn't need to know.
Oh, just almost scoots on a little bit low there from Izzy Wong. Looked a good ball. Maybe nipping back in. I do find on commentary you often learn quite a few things you really don't need.
Oh, I'm full of useless information. You could just hang out with me anytime. Loads of useless information.
I'll be quite interested to watch that last ball again from Izzy Wong, just to see which way she's looking to move it. A little bit of in-swing there. Pretty packed out infield on the offside. Just the third man, which is Stonehouse, just replacing her boot down there. Katie George, after a terrific 98, is sat in a wide stance at second slip. Yeah, Izzy Wong's really found her length now. She's working away on that off-stump, middle stump line with a little bit of in-swing. She's bowling really nicely now.
Yeah, she is. Of course, she is one of the players who has been selected for England in that squad for the upcoming ICC Women's T20 World Cup. It's actually an interesting point to see how the players approach these games.
Just helped on its way down towards square leg, a little bit short from Wong.
I think these one-day cup games, look, it's a different format, know that, but because they've been lacking competitive cricket for so many months, these matches, I think, are a real opportunity, not to show what they can do, but to really hone their match readiness ahead of that tournament. And these, of course, this is a competition that's very important in its own right as well.
Yeah, you also feel there's going to be a lot of eyes on this tournament, especially this week, after that squad has been selected. Now a lot of pressure on these women to put in those performances A lot of eyes on those who potentially just missed out, or those who are in the squad looking to put on a big performance to really, certify that place in the squad and stamp your mark and say, yeah, this is why they've been picked.
Well, don't forget too, you always hope that it doesn't happen, but if there are any injuries as well, as there is, this is where you push for your case as a replacement.
All down the track comes Beaumont, looking to guide it away through backward point.
She's just done that so much, and Kelly has as well. Just wanting to get down the track and just put the bowlers off their lengths, I think, as much as anything.
Well, I imagine the hope is that as a result, these bowlers then drop it slightly shorter to counteract that. Bowled, dragged on. Stonehouse drops it short. And it's been bottom edged by Tammy Beaumont with a cut shot, just tucked up for room, a little bit too straight to cut maybe, but bottom edge down onto the stumps. And for some reason, Stonehouse just looked back at the umpire, maybe to check there was no sign of a no ball, but Tammy Beaumont goes for 14. And similar to the likes of Davina Perrin, who have both just missed out on the England World Cup squad, Tammy Beaumont's not able to make too much of a mark, but she goes for a pretty well-made 14, and that leaves the Blaze 29 for 1.
Yeah, just what Warwickshire wanted. Not so much for the Blaze, losing their first wicket with a big chase ahead of them, and an important wicket in that of Tammy Beaumont as well. Somewhat ironic that it is a shorter pitch delivery that gets the wicket when the full balls have been the ones that have been causing the issue. But on this occasion, just goes for the cut shot, just gets that bottom edge, and she can't believe it. She's kicking herself, really. Can't believe that she's just managed to get it onto her own stumps. But just rewards for Stonehouse, who has bowled really well so far. And 29 for 1, it's Catherine Bryce, who comes out at first drop with a big job to do.
Yeah, you could see what Tammy Beaumont was trying to do. Trying to knock Stonehouse off her length and then bring about the short ball almost by advancing, pushing the length back, and then Stonehouse went short but dismissed Tammy Beaumont. Oh, playing a miss outside the off stump. Warwickshire, after that breakthrough, went slightly quiet, but now they're back and bouncing around in the field. Balls being thrown constantly back and forth at mid-on to mid-off. I think they're a little bit too energetic maybe now. But no, 29 for 1, and Stonehouse looking to take another. Now, when I went out there, I did notice that I feel like it's rare when you get two cut strips right next to each other.
Yeah, I'd been looking at that earlier from up here. It's really odd, isn't it? Because it looks like one big super pitch from up here.
Edge through the gap between the keeper and the second slip. Mel mentioned it earlier in the first innings that gap was just waiting for the ball to go edging through it, and that's exactly what happened, and Catherine Bryce gets off the mark with a little nick down towards third man. 33 for 1.
It was inevitable, wasn't it, that we were going to see one go right through that area. And you can understand in a way why they've got that slip so wide. Both teams have done it, especially when the bowlers have been angling that ball across, but it just is so frustrating when you see it go between those two fielders.
Oh, it's another play and a miss. And it's a dot ball to finish. And good bowling from Stonehouse brought about a wicket and an edge in that over. But Catherine Bryce survives. And it's 33 for 1.
And the funny thing is, actually, now that I think back, how many times has that wide slip fielder fielded the ball?
I can't think of one, actually. Maybe a couple of those that have just dribbled out towards a gully area and they've picked it up. But none that have been going at a rate off the bat.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But equally, in the last innings, I saw quite a few shots just miss them on the right side.
Yeah. We're saying they almost could have had like a regulation gully in.
Mm.
Yeah, interesting. Well, a first ball from Wong gets a half-hearted shout, but it sounded a bit woody.
I think I heard both a Woody and a Paddy noise. So
Woody and Paddy. That sounds like a puppet show.
I feel like Paddy needs to be introduced into the Toy Story mix with Woody. I still can't get over how you call it a super pitch. I'm obsessed with the double cricket pitch. I almost want to see the stumps in the middle of the two.
Or maybe mega pitch works
Mega
even
pitch.
better. Mega pitch.
It's like, you know where you bat in the indoor nets and you have one strip and you've got the nets either side, but then when you open up, maybe you bat in the middle of two nets. It feels almost like you're out in the middle. And I'm getting that sort of, when you open up three nets and then bat on a strip in the middle, I'm getting those sort of feelings from the mega pitch. But it's also how it's so uncut either side of it until the other end of the pitch.
Well, I'm assuming that was the pitch that was used for Nott's home game against Warwickshire in the last round of the championship.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
That was a lot of runs scored off that.
Yeah, Hassi Pami got a good 100 for Nottinghamshire.
Oh, it's a short ball and a little misfield. Doesn't quite get to the boundary. It's something that the Blaze were a bit guilty of, some sloppy fielding, 4 drop catches. And Warwickshire will be pretty aware of that. Talk about the comparison. So after 10 over, Warwickshire were 34 for none. After 10 overs, Blaze 33 for 1. But Warwickshire did lose their first wicket soon after. So no need to panic, but the pressure will undoubtedly build. Now, I think what you said earlier was right, trying to get to that halfway mark with as many wickets as possible in hand while just keeping it in sight, that target. It's a good full ball from Wong right up there. Another good over from her. Well, here is the worm. And there we go. It's a positive, bright little start by the Blaze, but they've already dipped underneath. So you can see how close those wickets were as well. As I described, just a little bit of a flat line across for Warwickshire for a while before that partnership just really took off. So in pretty similar positions, you would say.
I do always prefer looking at the worm on the run chase. You can see how it dips below and then comes back on top when the Blaze are batting well. Then it'll dip below again. Then it will come closer and closer towards the end. I really like that shot. Back foot punch. Underrated shot for me.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it underrated?
I think a solid back foot punch, especially one that goes straight and well timed, is really underrated. Because I like it when the batter goes deep, gets on top, and is almost moving back forward into the ball.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to mull over that. Oh, that shot's not bad either. Bryce dealing in boundaries as well. I'm seeing quite a few of the scoring shots have been through boundaries so far, and maybe that is the key, is just waiting for the looser delivery and putting it away. Oh, great ball. Well, Stonehouse, I reckon there's probably been about 3 or 4 deliveries that haven't been on the money, and they're the ones that they've maybe four or five. They're the ones they've scored the runs off. But in between, she has bowled some absolute beauties.
Yeah, that was a really well targeted and I think also well timed Yorker. Quite unexpected. Yeah, these two opening bowlers have really risen into their spell. One getting better by the over, and Stonehouse now has really found her length, making the batters work hard for those boundaries, which are becoming harder to come by. It will be interesting to see how Warwickshire bowl in the middle overs and whether that might be the difference between the two run chasers. If Warwickshire can keep that pressure on for longer and continue to make the Blaze search for those boundaries. We saw a couple of looser deliveries, didn't we, as we approached the halfway mark in the last innings. A couple of full tosses from the spin of Hyam, and Catherine Bryce went for a couple in one of her overs.
And the other difference just may be, or not, the quality of the catching, if they take their chances. So that really was costly, very costly for Warwickshire. Okay, Davina Perrin dropped on 4, didn't make too much of a difference. She made another 20 runs, but Pavley basically 50 on 52, so essentially goes on to make another 70 odd runs. And then George wasn't too costly, but they all kind of add up, don't they? And you just don't know how a game is going to turn once you start taking a few wickets.
So we've got a change of bowling from the Stuart Broad end. Emily Arlott will be on for Izzy Wong, who had a strong opening spell. But Arlott, I believe, is in the England squad, the ODI squad. So not in the T20 World Cup squad, but that ODI squad alongside it that was selected. Pretty sure Arlott is in that. I will check it though for you. A lot of eyes on the World Cup squad, and the ODI was selected as well.
That ball just tailing down leg side. But yeah, it's so for those who don't know, so essentially there's the T20 World Cup squad. The same squad has been selected for the T20 series against India and New Zealand that lead into that T20 World Cup. And then also before those T20s, there is an ODI series of 3 matches against India. So that starts, I think it's on May 10, is the first of those ODIs against India, which will then they'll switch to T20, and New Zealand come over as well. That's well run. Run single in the end. Yeah, good hit. Good bit of fielding.
Yeah, I was about to mention the fielders are really prowling around at the minute. really walking in with intent as Suren Kumar goes through a few warm-ups at cover. We'll be seeing her shortly. But a real sign of enthusiasm almost completely ruined that word. But the players, we'll watch here, really, really striding in, waiting for the ball to come their way.
Just not quite timing it on that occasion. The great thing is that even though you've got those 3 ODI matches, the way that the Women's Championship is set up, those games all carry points. So that's not these meaningless bilaterals that you often have in the men's game. Between full members, a little misfield there doesn't cost them a run though.
I do find it really interesting that both the men's and the women's, are following slightly different paths of almost what international cricket they're prioritising, and I'd love to see almost that structure you see in the women's in the ODI bilateral series for men's, which can seem, as you say, a little bit meaningless at times.
Oh, almost chops on Bryce. Arlott knows how close she was as well. Now, here, a little bit of a streaky, nervy way to finish off the 13th over. The Blaze are 42 for 1. Yeah, do you know what? So I actually think that the Women's Championship, which is basically the one-day international tournament where they set which teams are going to play which others, and the first 3 matches of a series, or the nominated 3 matches, are the ones that accrue points, and they go towards World Cup qualification and towards the Women's Championship as well. It's a great tournament. So matches always matter. But actually the best league in international cricket, in my opinion, is the Cricket World Cup League 2, which is the one played by Scotland and Nepal and Netherlands and USA, Canada, Oman, UAE. Have I got them all yet? Just about. It's that tournament where everything matters. As we finally see Suren Kumar come into the attack, and a bit of excitement first up. I've been waiting for her to come in. But so it's brilliant. It's like 36 matches in a league going over 3 years, where every time they play a round of matches, it's a tri-series. Who doesn't love a tri-series? And they play each other home and away and on neutral ground as well. It's absolutely brilliant. And so there's not a dead rubber. There's not a dead ball, because net run rate comes into it as well often. So that's the best one. I'd love to see if the full member nations could actually copy that. But then after that, I think the Women's Championship runs a pretty close second and is probably more attainable in the men's game. There's loads of things. I think the women's multi-format series are great as well. And just helped on its way. Be at least one, but stay at one. That's just a great tournament. Women have often led the way in cricket, haven't they, when it comes to overarm bowling? First ever World Cup was the Women's World Cup. And maybe leading the way with things, maybe we'll end up seeing multi-format series. They're talking about one test series being allowed in the men's game. Well, if you can have a one test series, then all of a sudden that makes a multi-format series look quite sensible. And that one is just flicked nicely by Kelly.
And especially between nations where the test matches are not quite as popular, shall I say it. And actually,
they're too expensive more than
Indeed.
anything. It's the
Indeed.
expense. So, yeah, women's cricket leading the way.
That's a nice shot from Catherine Bryce. Just finds Katie George, who's looking surprisingly upbeat despite being dismissed for 98 earlier today. Shrugging her shoulders.
And just working it around that. So that run rate now, it's already above 7 and over.
Who are your favourites for the World Cup?
That's actually really interesting because obviously India won last year in the 50 over World Cup, but they've kind of struggled since. They won a series against Sri Lanka and at home, and then didn't really perform that well in Australia, and they've just been beaten by South Africa in a T20 series. So they seem to have had a real kind of, I don't know, bit of a World Cup hangover, maybe. But they've got fantastic players that just seem to be collectively not in the best form. I mean, Australia are always going to be up there, aren't they? Even though they're starting to go through a bit of a transition phase. So, they don't hold either World Cups at the moment, which hasn't happened for a long time. Unusual position, and I think they'd like to right that. It's pulled firmly, but that's well stopped in the end by Hannah Baker. And then England at home. There's a fair bit of pressure on England at home. After the last World Cup that was held here in 2017 and a famous victory at Lord's, the sight of Vanya Shrubsole taking those wickets. I think there'll be a huge expectation on them. South Africa might be a real smoky, you know. They have improved so much. And Kelly walking down the wicket once more, but not quite able to get enough on that. Maybe a little bit too close. But yeah, South Africa, you think they've made a couple of finals now in recent tournaments. And they have just battered India in a couple of games at home. That's nicely played. Manages to get past the ring fielders, and that will be 4 races away. So Bryce just opens up a little bit, and they need that, the Blaze. They need the odd boundary just to keep themselves in touch with that run rate. Brings up the 50 for them. Midway through the 15th over.
And at this time, 46 for 2 were Warwickshire.
And it goes back to what you said about just trying to keep enough wickets in hand while not getting too weighed down.
They'll be able to swing a lot freer in those final 10 overs if they've got batters in the shed still.
Absolutely. And some quality batters as well. They bat deep, this Blaze side.
They certainly do. Even Kirsty Gordon, he'll be coming down in
number 9.
Number 9. Got 47 the other day. Not out against Essex.
Yeah, so they've got a lot of batting to come, which is why I think Warwickshire needed to post a really good score today, because it does look like a good pitch. And conditions are lovely. Yes, you would choose to bat first, but I don't think conditions have particularly changed that much during the day. If anything, it just gets warmer better. And sunnier. Might be even better.
Yeah, even though it's only over a day, it's just whether the spinners for Warwickshire might be able to get a little bit more purchase out of an ever so slightly drier pitch. But as we say, it's only over a day. It probably won't matter a huge amount. As we see your skyscrapers.
So yes, 53 for 1 after 15 overs. And, well, they've had enough decent overs in there to kind of keep themselves in touch, is what I would say. A few bungalows in there, a few 2- and 3-story office blocks. But yeah, you saw the way that they built up though for Warwickshire towards the second half of their innings.
This one's pulled away nicely out into deep square leg fielder. But yeah, the Blaze, I'd say, are in the prime position. Yes, they've lost the 1 wicket of Tammy Beaumont, but they're almost just sitting there patiently, like a wild cat, just hiding in the long grass. If that makes any sense. Pulled past a diving mid-wicket, and the fielder on the boundary is going to make her way round. It's Izzy Wong out there.
How much experience have you had with wildcats?
Well, just documentaries.
A little Richard Attenborough special, is it?
Yeah,
or David Attenborough. I've got my Davids and my Richards. The one's the actor, isn't he?
Yeah,
David
well,
Attenborough.
For a minute, I really believed he was actually called Richard.
Well, there is a Richard Attenborough.
Yeah, you said it with such confidence.
Yeah, I say most things with confidence. Doesn't necessarily mean anything.
The Surin Kumar finds that length we've been talking on about all day. We've become a big fans of that good length, just full of a length of anything. Get the batters playing on the front foot, make them earn their runs driving through the covers.
Well, Kelly is certainly, and Bryce a couple of occasions as well. They keep coming down the wicket. That occasion Kelly goes back. I mean, just trying to put them off their lengths. Because it's been pretty obvious, hasn't it, what length has worked. So how do you then counteract that?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, but we saw Tammy Beaumont almost got herself out with it in some respect. She was working her way around the crease, walking down the track on multiple occasions, and then went to go back to one, just bottom edged it down to the stumps because maybe it was just too full or just too straight. And we didn't see a lot of it from the Warwickshire batters, did we, until later on in the innings. This one's whipped down towards deep backward square leg. They're going to come back for 2. Good running from Marie Kelly. There's Surin Kumar coming to the end of her second hit. Pulled away. It's a strong shot out towards Wong at deep square. So that ends the over. And it's 59 for 1. I really do think they're in a great position here, the Blaze.
Yeah, I do as well. It's a really good start. I mean, it can change so quickly with a couple of wickets, especially when you're chasing. But at the moment, this 30-run partnership between Bryce and Kelly is just keeping a lid on everything. You can keep chasing and make sure that run rate stays under 8 and over at least for a good part of the innings. And then you look at who they've got to come out. They've got Nat Sciver-Brunt next. They've got Amy Jones, Georgia Elvis, all a Prendergast. There's some serious batting prowess. Down the track again.
Yeah, it really seems to be a clear message, doesn't it, amongst the Blaze batters? How much can we knock these Warwickshire bowlers off their length? Every batter's doing it. It's mainly been the two opening batters. We haven't seen a huge amount from Catherine Bryce. She has done it.
She has done it a couple of times, though.
Yeah. We get the feeling of calmness amongst the Blaze team at the minute. A couple of wickets will shift that, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, one player that they've not been able to really get on top of, or one bowler they haven't been able to get on top of, is Arlott. They've been very, very tidy so far.
As there's a little discussion here now between Arlott and the Warwickshire skipper. Pulled away just past mid-wicket. That's a lovely shot out in front of square from Marie Kelly, who moves to 29. And that was a commanding pull shot. Another sign of a little bit of short bowling. Gets put away to the fence, 63 for 1.
That's a super shot from Marie Kelly. A power on that, real aggression. And whenever you see someone pulling in front of square, you know that they're seeing it well.
Yeah, it's also a sign that pitch, when it's dropping short, sitting up really comfortably, and they can really tuck into it.
They can trust it.
Yeah. There's been a couple we mentioned earlier about the one that just scoots on a little bit low, which brings that bottom edge onto the stumps into play, which is an unlucky dismissal, but possible, as deep cover gets put out to the boundary. And instantly a single is found in that gap.
Arlott just trying to get that ball nipping back into the right-handed Kelly and just cramp her a little bit. But so far, she has been able to deal with that pretty comfortably. In fact, she's looked more and more comfortable, as you would expect. And it's a little bit like what we saw perhaps with the Warwickshire batters. Just toughing out that first bit.
Oh, a pull shot just going over the neck of Catherine Bryce.
I think she kind of pulled out of it, just got in two minds and ended up doing the limbo.
64 for 1 after 17. Yeah, it was almost like a limbo. You have to go in on your side or turn over some sort. I've never seen a limbo like that, though.
Have you ever done the limbo?
No, I haven't.
You haven't lived all these things. We found out, you know, you haven't been to various grounds. You told me at lunchtime when I was eating a pear that you've never eaten a pear in your life. I'm very concerned. I would have thought that trumpet-playing science teachers would have at least had a bit more life experience than that.
Maybe I've done all these things beyond my conscious memory.
Wow. Changing bowler.
A single well found to mid-off. Yeah, the new bowler is Georgia Davis. A little bit of spin into the attack. Here comes Davis again. Yeah, it's interesting. I would like to compare with you quickly, Mel, the running between the wickets between the two sides. Maybe there's no real difference, but this reverse sweep is missed. Do you think there's one team who stood out as being a little bit more intent between the wickets or not?
Well, yeah, I certainly think that when we saw that partnership.
That's a nice drive, just past the left shoulder of extra cover, and runs away for 4. Glorious shot there from Catherine Bryce, who moves to 23, and the Blaze now 69 for 1. That's a good shot.
Great shot. Who cares about running between the wickets when you can just keep doing that all day, hey? That is a fantastic shot from Catherine Bryce.
Another nice punch down the ground, no single though. I care about running between the wickets.
No, so do I. We did see sort of a period in there where it was a lot of dots and boundaries for that pairing of Pavley and George. When they were basically just concentrating on putting bad balls away, but then they were getting dotted up a little bit. But that kind of really changed as for the last maybe 20 overs.
Yeah, 69 for 1 off 18. Yeah, I think you're right. If anything, I'd say both teams at the start of their innings, I'd have loved to have seen them been a little bit more intent between the wickets, put a few more fielders under pressure. However, both teams, in the way they've grown into their innings, have got better and better as the day's gone on. Now, a little conference at the top of Em Arlett's mark. She is set to continue for her 4th. Now, it's worth noting here that it was during this over in the first innings where Warwickshire lost their 3rd.
Yeah, that was Austin. There's a 3rd wicket to fall, and then LBW to Nat Sciver-Brunt, and then that's when that partnership went from 64 to 3 to 261 for 4. There's that little walk down the pitch by Kelly, and we haven't seen Wraith come up to keep behind, to keep up to the stumps. So maybe that's something that she's not as comfortable with. It's one of the most difficult jobs, I think you'd say, on the field, is being able to keep up to the quicker bowlers. Not every keeper is particularly comfortable with it. It does come with a risk, of course. Maybe they're not feeling that the ball's swinging enough.
Yeah, it is the only real reason why a keeper would stand up to a pace bowler is if the batters are doing a lot of advancing.
And we have seen quite a lot from Marie Kelly.
We've seen a lot.
Yeah. As we did from Beaumont. Not as much from Bryce, but I guess I might feel she's still only on 31.
Yeah, good run between the wickets, or is it a close one? No, just a quick single. Maybe if the release from Katie George was a little bit quicker, that could have been a bit tighter. But you can't falter after batting for most of the first innings for Warwickshire.
But going back to your point about the running between the wickets, I think that's a good example, and something that, yes, they can wait for the bad balls, but probably trying to be as productive as possible. They've got a real sort of umbrella field on the ring. It's making it a little bit difficult, just like that. You see Wong fielding at mid-on. They've essentially got a really even spread of fielders. I've just realised one that was obscured slightly is actually Sue Redfern, so they haven't got square leg covered. They've got 3 saving the single on the offside, 2 saving the single on the onside.
Short and tucked into down towards third man. It's an important hand on it by backward point, and Stonehouse does the fielding down at third man to prevent any further runs. 71 for 1 at the end of the 19th. And the Blades in a good position.
Good over though again by Arlett, who's bowled 4 overs, now none for 16. 14 dot balls in there as well. So She really has been good since coming on.
Yeah, she's bowled really well. Davis is set to continue, and I'm thinking that...
Don't do that. It's a dangerous thing to do. I try to avoid it at every possible opportunity.
Well, there's been a couple of times today. This one is short and tucked into the leg side with a nice pull shot from Catherine Bryce, where I've set myself up to say something, and and I've been knocked back and really questioning myself whether I should actually go out and say it.
Oh, now you're making me feel bad. I want to be an encouraging and supportive commentary partner. Please do tell me what you've been thinking. Go on, Charlie.
I've completely forgotten what
Oh, no. Well, look, it can't have been that important then.
Oh, thanks, Mel. As the single's taken, it's going to be close. And safe in the end. Yeah, it's completely gone from my memory. We saw a little fielding change where M. Arlott, who is at mid-on, is pushed out to the boundary off the batting of Marie Kelly and brought up in the ring for Catherine Bryce. This one's turned away to short fine leg, a piece of fielding. It was probably something to do with floodlights.
I've already done that.
I can tick it off my notepad. It's a little misfield.
We've done floodlights, we've done the scoreboards, we've done the pavilion. So I think we've covered the infrastructure of the ground quite well. We've done the mega pitch out in the middle.
Yeah. Nothing else to talk about now. Pulled past short mid-wicket. Another sign of Blaze. Just happy to rotate the strike, happy to pick up the odd single. Not looking to push that run rate up too much over the next few overs. Drinks break is definitely the target. Down the track and a little scooping drive over towards M. Arlott at long on. So that's another single added, and it ends the over, 75 for 1.
Georgia Davis doing really well there. So what we saw with the spinners who came on for the Blaze was that anything that was full toss, looping, and giving them an opportunity, that was when they really started to make the most of it. So if the spinners can keep it reasonably tight.
Yeah, Georgia Davis is going to play a huge role today. We mentioned it briefly about the middle overs. How can the Warwickshire bowlers continue to keep the pressure on they started with, similar to the Blaze opening bowlers? Built up a lot of pressure at the start, and then actually in the middle overs is where the Blaze slightly lost it. Can Warwickshire keep tabs on the Blaze batting display?
Nice little drop and run. Well judged single, I would say, in the end. Got through reasonably comfortably.
Sue Redfern's doing it. A few back stretches out of square leg, it looks like. Must be a tough job, standing. I'm not even saying that as a joke.
No, I agree. And the amount of concentration required. Played late, that's nicely played, but there's protection out there to prevent the boundary. Just be the single. Oh, absolutely. We do give umpires quite often a hard time when they might make a questionable decision or even make a howler. But when you think about the concentration required for such a long period of time, that's pretty impressive. Must be mentally very fatiguing. Oh boy. Kelly gave herself some room and exposed all three stumps. Could have painted a target on them, but she did enough to keep it out. Emma Arlott, she's been really accurate and consistent so far.
Yeah, she has. It's been that little... If you dropped a tea towel on the wicket, she's hit it far more than not. This one's
Yeah, it's a little bit looser, helped on its way. Just a little comparison after, so I think it was 72 for 3 after 20 overs. And when Warwickshire were batting at 75 for 1 after the 20 over mark. So they're actually in a decent position in comparison. Oh, here's the attempted scoop shot. It has not been a shot that has worked well for anyone today. I don't know if there's just not enough pace in the wicket or if it's just the execution. Certainly that was stylistically that was very, very different to Pavley's attempts. Her 7 attempts, 1 came off and went to the boundary. But yeah, sometimes when you see if it's just a little bit quicker, it just doesn't take as much to get the ball sort of flying off the bat surface. I don't know whether it's just sticking a bit slow. 21 overs gone, 78 for 1.
Yeah, there's a view of our mega pitch we've been talking about. I'd say it's in the pitch. I think it's been shown by the fact that we haven't seen a huge amount of bounce from the pace bowler. Often when pitching at full, not completely carrying through to the wicketkeeper, which does suggest it's a little bit more in the pitch. And when it's dropped short, it's set up quite nicely for the batters to pull or cut away. And when you're trying to use the pace on the pitch, which isn't offering a lot of skip off of it, I'd say it's probably the pitch.
Down the track. That's a lovely lofted drive from Kelly. She's been able to play straighter earlier than probably anyone else. It brings up the 50 partnership between Kelly and Bryce. A hugely important one for the Blaze with a big run chase ahead of them. A reverse, a little slap there from Bryce.
I think Bryce was looking to hit that reverse sweep a little bit finer until she realised it was almost going to hit her in the pads, had to whip it out in front of square.
And goes for the reverse again, and this is sweetly placed. That's a terrific shot. We haven't seen much success at all for some of those shots accessing that part of the ground, but she played that reverse sweep with perfection. Nice stuff from Kelly.
Yeah, that's what I just talked about. Actually, they're looking to hit it a little bit finer. I think just beat the short third on her left side.
And the other thing she did was she got on top of it so that she kept it down the whole way as well as getting it fine enough. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, it almost felt, I don't think that Pavley realised they'd taken off for a single.
That was a really good bit of work, and then she sort of got up, not realising they were sprinting to get through to a single. But more signs of some good bowling here from Georgia Davis.
And that's a big heave there from Bryce. Takes it through the little gap, just be a single. But it's just seeing this slight acceleration now, that run rate. As we finish the 22nd over with the Blaze 86 for 1. It's just creeping up a little bit now. These two perhaps getting a bit more comfortable. There you go, 3.91. So they've managed to keep it below 8, which I think is quite key to managing this run chase. And it really is a question of management, isn't it?
Yeah, they'll just be looking to stay as patient as they can, but any extra runs at this stage would be a huge added bonus. And with the 3 overs to go, they'll be looking at that 100 mark. Can they get over triple figures? Which definitely looks possible, considering they're just increasing their run rate as of late. I'd like to see that worm again, if we can see how the Warwickshire batters led into the drinks break as well. See where they're matching up at 25 overs.
Now, first ball from Baker is tossed up outside the off stump. And that's a really clever little shot. Nothing much in it in the way of power, but just a little bit of innovation. They had two fielders, kind of a backward point, sort of a backward point and a short third. So she just accessed the leg side. Oh my goodness. Well, just said those two fielders were there. That's why she went the other way. That actually could have been a bit dangerous. But in the end, she sort of played it with soft enough hands that it sort of dropped short.
I'd call that the accidental reverse paddles.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive. I've always found those shots where you've gone to ramp it or paddle it in this occasion and you've switched sides.
Yeah.
I always find that so impressive.
It's played nice and straight. The best exponent, I reckon, of the reverse sweep in particular, is Phoebe Litchfield, the Australian batter. It's a full ball night, very floaty. Get a couple more. Yeah, Phoebe Litchfield, she'll be over here. People will see her. She's from my hometown of Orange in Australia. She's her ability to access and change at the last. Well, you should obviously premeditate stuff as well, but my goodness, she gets herself into position quickly. There's actually a video of her not teaching, but advising Sam Constas on how to play it. She's just so much better. And he's no slouch, but yeah, she's great. There you go. Yes. Here it is for you, the worm. And look at that. Even Stevens as far as runs go, but perhaps most crucially, 2 more wickets in hand. They've lost just the 1 wicket.
Yeah, you're right, and there's been a lot more time where the Blaze have been above the Warwickshire worm than below it. Just getting that similar incline of run rate towards the drinks break.
There's a reverse again. That is gorgeously played. Just gets it fine enough. The control keeps it along the ground. And, careful about putting your shoes on there. I hope he doesn't have spikes on his soles of his feet. There'll be questions asked. Look at that. She just gets it fine enough. Plays that shot so well.
That's a really, really good cricket shot for me, because Georgia Davis isn't bowling a lot of bad balls. They've set the field really well, and actually it's that shot, that reverse sweep, which causes a change in the field. It's going to open up a gap somewhere else.
It's interesting, isn't it? So Kelly now 47 off 58. Completely different kind of innings to what we saw from the Warwickshire pair earlier. Nice little drop and run again. That's good hustle.
Yeah, I think just the point on that, which is Marie Kelly batted at probably the trickiest time to bat.
Yeah,
you'd say, and all openers in this game have had to start slowly, and the 2 that cashed in the Warwickshire innings were 2 middle order batters.
And she just accessed different parts of the ground, played quite different shots. We've seen her go down the ground pretty straight. We didn't see that at all early in the innings from Warwickshire, and then the quality of those reverse sweeps. And it's a clip off the toe, so she's 1 away from a second half century of the season.
Yeah, also done a lot of footwork. We talked a lot about her advancements down the track. She's very busy, isn't she?
She's busy in life as well. She's started up a company, and she's selling. As we finish the that has brought up the 100 at the end of the 24th over. There you go, 100 coming up after 24 overs exactly. She's basically come up with a design for a cap that has basically like a hole in the back that's held together by magnets, so you can pull a ponytail through it. And the slit goes anywhere, so you can have a high ponytail or a low ponytail, but the magnets will just close it up. So because caps, I can tell you, if you're putting your hair up, the hole, if it's got a hole in the back, it's never in the right spot for a ponytail. It's really annoying. So she came up with this design, and yeah, they're being manufactured, and so I think fair play to her. I think she's taken a fairly big risk in doing it, but I think quite a big step to become a business owner while still pursuing a cricket career. So Baker will continue. Just keeping an eye on that run rate, so it's going in the right direction, is what I would say. And I think we were talking earlier about reaching the halfway mark, and I think you said if they got to 100 by halfway through, when they were only 2 or 3 down, or even 1, they'd be feeling pretty happy.
Yeah, and I just want to bring up as well the fact that Warwickshire had a really successful over off. I think Catherine Bryce. The over after drinks was quite an expensive one, and they went in at about 100 for 3, and then they came out of drinks and over later. They're almost past 120 for 3. So
that was the Lucy Hyam over with the no ball. Yeah.
The no ball 6 and 4 off the free hit.
Yeah, it was actually an expensive ball. That brings up the 50 for Kelly. It's been a very skillful and measured 50 as well. She's played the reverse sweep beautifully. She's just run between the wickets well with a partner, Catherine Bryce. That's a very sensible and mature innings with no little skill and style about it as well. Saw her play a blazing pull shot for 4 earlier. Yeah, that Hyam over did seem to really click things into another gear.
Yeah, just set up the second half of the innings really well for Warwickshire. And as the Blaze finish off with that little single up towards long on, that is also the end of the first half. 103 for 1 in pursuit of 302, so they need exactly 200 off the second half of this game. So we'll be back very shortly after the drinks break. Right then, welcome back for the second half of the final innings here at Trent Bridge. The Blaze need exactly 200 to win, and it's going to be Charissa Pavley, fresh off the back of 128 with the bat. She's on to bowl, left arm round, and it's a good start.
Yeah, it'd be something, no doubt. She's high on confidence after playing probably the innings of the season so far. And so the 25 over mark, Warwickshire were 109 for 3. So runs wise, it's pretty much even Stevens. But the Blaze do have those extra 2 wickets in hand. That could be hugely significant as they start to try and accelerate. You know, they might lose a couple of wickets. Remember, the next batter in is Nat Sciver-Brunt.
Struck on the pad, huge appeal given. That's a massive wicket straight after the drinks break. And Sue Redfern holds the pose with the finger raised up. And that is a massive wicket. It's Catherine Bryce who falls for 38 from 56 balls. And you've got to feel that actually that was really needed from a Warwickshire standpoint. And it's going to bring out new batter Nat Sciver-Brunt. How different the Warwickshire over when they were batting after drinks went for almost 11, maybe even 12 runs. Whereas the wicket falls in the over after drinks for the Blaze. 103 for 2.
Well, Charissa Pavley, what an impact she is having. What a game she is having. Wicket in her first over. Comes on, nice flight. And Catherine Bryce maybe thought might have been going a little bit further down the leg side. Possibly just gripping in the pitch a little bit. And that is a huge moment. Breaking up what was a very effective partnership, but as I said just before that wicket fell, the next batter in is the England captain Nat Sciver-Brunt. Now she's actually coming off a first bowler in the Blazers' win over Essex. She was at LBW, first ball she faced.
Sweep shot is missed down the leg side. For a minute I thought she was getting another golden duck there, but no, just a wide. So that big partnership we thought might set up this run chase has been broken. A lofted late cut just bounces in front of the point fielder.
I think she'd very much like to get off the mark here.
I think you might be right. So that last partnership was 74, if my maths is correct. As Pavley's asking a few questions of Sciver-Brunt to start off, who's yet to get off the mark, faces out the last 2 balls of the over, and with a wicket coming from it, it's 104 for 2 now the Blaze.
Yeah, great first over from Pavley coming into the attack for the first time. Just the one stray ball going for a wide, but the wicket, no runs off the bat. It's just what the doctor ordered for Warwickshire.
Do you reckon Pavley will now come off the bowling? Just fancied one over after drinks.
No chance whatsoever. Surely not. Come on, bowling over like that. Are you kidding me? I'd suggest they need a bit more of that.
This one's driven slightly loftily through the offside of the bowling of Baker. Bringing Sciver-Brunt back onto strike. The England captain, fresh off the recent release of England T20 World Cup squad. She'll be looking to put in a statement here, no doubt. To set the tone.
Well, I've mentioned before, they haven't had those England players a lot of match-hardened experience of late, as Sciver-Brunt does get off the mark with a little nurdle.
Yeah, definitely a few England players will be looking to stamp their mark on this season. Put in a big score before the packed English summer as a sweep has helped on its way out towards the deep backward square leg fielder, which is Amu Surenkumar.
Because it is one thing, sure, to be in camp and have all that time with the... Well, there were 30 players who were involved in camps. But it's a different prospect to come out to the middle halfway through a 50-over match with your side needing another couple of hundred runs. That focuses the mind, I think, in a different way.
Yeah, absolutely right. This is the epitome of middle practice. You know, you've got to be out there playing in a match situation with runs on the board needed. It forces you to play in a different way, and the England players will need as much of this as possible. As this one's full and inside edged into the leg side.
Well, I mean, she really gave that some air, didn't she? A little bit of luck coming into play there.
As that ends the over. 27 overs gone, 109 for 2. Yeah, we talked about it earlier, didn't we? The spinners that really are looking to loft it up and really back themselves to beat the batter almost in the flight of the ball. It's been a little bit more successful. However, on occasions where it gets slightly wrong, it can go very wrong. But Pavely will continue from the Ratcliffe Road end.
One thing I would say about Warwickshire's bowlers as Pavely starts a new over is that they haven't got it very wrong, perhaps as often as we saw the Blazers spinners, who there were just quite a few full tosses bowled as they were trying to bowl a fuller length. And they were really made to pay.
And that was really in this period of the first innings. It was just around the beginnings of that fourth wicket partnership, which ended up building up a 197 run partnership between Katie George and Charis Pavely. Another single taken into the offside. But yeah, it was really during that period where any loose deliveries were getting torn into, and then the number of loose deliveries started to grow. And if Warwickshire can just keep a tab on the run rate here. Little reverse paddle sweep. That's a nice shot from Nat Sciver-Brunt. It's trickling away. It's not going to reach the boundary. It'll just be a couple extra runs.
And that's a shot we've seen Marie Kelly play so well. Nat Sciver-Brunt just taking her cue, realising that area is there as long as you get it fine enough.
Now we're entering that stage where pressure will build. Dots will be even more important. This is a little shift around in the field. You can see running across your screen there, short mid-wicket's gone into cover. And now they've packed out that backward point region with two fielders, prevent the reverse sweep hopefully. As Nat Sciver-Brunt in classical style now uses that big gap and takes a single.
And just laughing because this Stonehouse there has just done this big looping run around the umpire to get there. I think not realising that ball was slowing up as much as it was.
So Hannah Baker will continue from the Stuart Broad end.
Just a gorgeous afternoon here. Sun shining in the mid-teens, so reasonably pleasant. Still jacket and jumper weather though.
We've had a bit of a breeze up here at times, haven't we? Through the little open gap in the slidey windows in front of us.
Oh, just looking across at the flags opposite us, they're flapping about a bit, and the trees behind them as well. Got a real sway to them, so there is a breeze swirling around.
As the pressure builds on the pitch, and a few more claps and cheers of encouragement from the Warwickshire fielders. This is an important moment in this run chase. I don't think Warwickshire will mind just a few singles every now and again.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nat Sciver-Brunt, you would imagine, is too experienced to be too worried about it at the moment and know that she's got the ability to accelerate.
This one just goes past a diving bowler.
Baker has done really well in tossing that ball up but landing it in a good spot. Just keeping them guessing.
Another nice little paddle ramp sweep. This one's got a little bit more oomph to it. It's going down towards the boundary, but a great fielding stop. They're going to come back for a 3. It's going to be tight, but good running from Blaze, good fielding, good cricket all round.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It was good cricket all round because, as mentioned, Baker has been tossing it up and landing it on that spot. So what does Sciver-Brunt do? Well, she gets forward and takes the bounce out of the equation and has the skill, the ability to just send that ball exactly where she wanted to.
This is a great delivery. Another sign of your point there, Mel, about Hannah just lobbing it up onto a good length, and despite Sciver-Brunt getting forward, it was a brilliant delivery. But as you mentioned there, it was almost that paddle sweep. It gets you as far to the pitch of the ball as possible. That was Marie Kelly there, sorry.
Yeah, it's a good contest, isn't it? The spinners they are doing a job at the moment for Warwickshire in slowing it down. I just think this is a really good contest. Thought it might be a fun chase. It's been intriguing so far. Very enjoyable to watch. Hope you're enjoying at home.
Another singles taken into the covers. Again, another sign that players are just calmly going about their business. As you mentioned, just not thinking about that total too much as of yet. The field continues to get moved around. Katie George was moved up to mid-wicket just before that last ball. There's a fielder blocking the reverse sweep, so both these batters will be thinking about their new boundary option, which is now a paddle sweep from Sciver-Brunt. She's used that a lot. It's not quite got the pace to reach the boundary.
Again, it's just taking the bounce out of the equation, isn't it? And she's played that with such good control. There is a real gap in that part of the ground. Massive. There's no one between a short third and a long leg.
Yeah, and these two have really used those gaps very well. Sciver-Brunt in particular, using the reverse sweep and paddle sweep well, as has Marie Kelly through her whole innings so far for her 57. She finds the gap again. A very interesting moment in the balance here, where Blaze are just waiting to pounce, and Warwickshire would absolutely love a breakthrough of these two. Quick single taken. No chance for a run out as the underarm comes from point. That ends the 30th over, and it is 127 for 2 Blaze in a very strong position.
So at the same point in Warwickshire's innings, they were 140 for 3. So it was just at that point that the pairing of George and Pavley started to get going. I had that expensive over from Hyam. And again, you see it's been, if you look at the orange skyline, it's a lot more even than when you look at the Warwickshire innings. They had some of those massive overs, a few wickets in between, but it's been more even. It's the sign of the different batters and the different ways of going about it. Hannah Baker to continue. You haven't seen the same. We haven't had a single 6 yet. Don't feel like we've had as many boundaries either, but like I said, different ways to skin a cat. Full toss not put away.
Now, one of my favourite things here, Mel, is they've got 2 spinners on here, and they're rattling through the overs, and always in a run chase when a big total's needed. If Warwickshire can really focus on getting through these overs in quick time, all of a sudden they'll find themselves with still a lot of runs to get and just 15 overs to go. And it's funny how those run chases can just get away from you and you lose a few quick overs that are really quick in time, and the batters continue just to find singles and just lose a little bit of time in the chase.
Yeah, you're so right. It can just hurry the batters on a little bit, as if you've got those bowlers who you get through very, very quickly. Just a little bit more power, and just feel like actually there's just a little lift in intensity from this pair, both in the running of the wickets and just trying to actually muscle the ball a little bit more, as we see Kelly do on that occasion. She's already got her highest score for the season, has Marie Kelly. Her highest before 56. As we finish the 31st over, 134 for 2. So Kelly on 61. And Nat Sciver-Brunt, without doing anything too much, is rattling along at a run a ball.
Yeah, it's what the great players do, isn't it? They find a way of scoring runs when they're not even looking like they are scoring runs. But it's because she hasn't really been hitting shots with power. It's more been how she's used the gaps, how she's manipulated the field.
Oh, as I said, we haven't had a single 6. So that's most of the 6s, not all. Most came from sort of rank full tosses. There's that little paddle sweep again. That's so well played. She's going to force a fielding change, you feel, soon. They're going to get 3 runs from it quite comfortably in the end. Nice bit of fielding out there in the deep. At the moment, that's a banker for runs as long as she executes the shot. Because that's acres of space, and the fielders who are at sort of long leg, very wide long leg, are almost a deep backward square and short third. Well, they've got a huge amount of space to cover whenever she plays that shot. And in fact, lo and behold, you just saw running across your screen then, they've just brought in a short fine leg on the circle and trying to block that up. Now, where does that open up another space perhaps? That's a little win though for Nat Sciver-Brunt, isn't it? A moral victory, shall we call it?
Yeah, it's always these part of run chases, isn't it, where as they find a new gap and exploit it, it gets plugged. And actually, I've been really impressed with the field sets from Warwickshire, because they had to plug the reverse sweep gap earlier. They've now got 2 backward of square on the offside. They've now had to plug the paddle sweep area, which is short fine leg, and the fielder had to come out of a catching mid wicket, which is now just a big open area.
That's well placed though. My goodness, that is really well placed. That's Sciver-Brunt. Well, you take away one option for her, she finds another.
Yeah, brilliant shot. Just using the pace of it again, just bringing it round, helping it on its way. Backward a square on the leg side. And they're going to need a lot more of those here, the Blaze. But just to come back on my point, which is I've really enjoyed the field sets. They've been able to stay defensive because they've got that massive runs to defend, and they've kept fielders out on the boundary. They haven't bowled a huge amount that Pavley and George, you might say, were able to cash into and even hit balls over those well-defended boundaries, but these batters have gone about it slightly differently and are going more down the single approach, but real testament to how the Warwickshire bowlers have bowled.
Productive little over though there for the Blaze. 9 runs coming from it, so that's right on target for them. After 32, they are 143 for 2. Chasing 303 for victory. So it's a mighty target, but actually I think they've broken it down and approached it quite well so far.
I always like the 30 over mark, even though it's not halfway in the overs. If you can be roughly around halfway, around 30 overs, you're in a really good position.
That's what they always say, isn't it? Double it. If you double the score at 30, that's probably what you're looking at in one-day cricket. So after 30, they were 127 for 2. So they were a long way off doubling it, but the big thing is still having 8 wickets in hand. I think that just changes things drastically.
And I reckon if they can get anywhere, if they can get to 200 with 10 overs to go and need 10 a ball with those wickets in hand, that's a great spot to be in, I reckon.
Yeah, game on.
But it will require a little bit of a boost now in run rate.
Well, Nat Sciver-Brunt has actually been quite restrained so far. I certainly know that she has the ability to clear the rope or even go over the infield. So Emma Arlott was excellent in her earlier spell, number 19 off her 5 overs. And just with that bit of acceleration coming in the last over, perhaps a feeling there that it is time to bring Emma Arlott back. It's just clipped very fine.
It's interesting because I was quite enjoying the spin from both ends. I was quite enjoying how they were really speeding through the overs. Not because I want to go home quickly, but it's because actually it's an important part of that run chase, which we mentioned earlier. almost taking the time out of the equation and reducing the amount of overs left.
And there is Nat Sciver-Brunt clearing the infield. So, the first time we've seen some real naked aggression from Nat Sciver-Brunt. Just trying to manage this chase with all the plugging of holes that Warwickshire have had to do. It's meant that they've got few defending in front of Sciver-Brunt. Takes her to 32 of 25, and she's almost got there without you noticing how quickly she's scored these runs. And that's a lovely cut shot as well. I'll only get the one, but you just feel, even in those two shots there, that Nat Sciver-Brunt is just starting to move up through the gears. Brings up the 150 for the Blaze. 33rd over. Doing a good job of managing this chase at the moment.
Oh no. Have you seen that from Em Arlott? She's just started limping away.
Yeah, she's hobbling a bit. And teammates just coming to check on her. That does not look promising. It's a really pronounced limp, isn't it?
She pulled up as soon as she got through her bowling stride.
Yeah, she's in some serious discomfort, isn't she? But she's going on. See how she pulls up here. Oh, and drops that one short. Put away. There is a change in tempo now, and Arla is in all sorts of trouble. 50 partnership is up in pretty brisk time between Sciver-Brunt and Kelly, mostly off the bat of Sciver-Brunt, but things don't look great for Em Arlott at the moment. Medical staff coming on, she'll get some treatment. She just looks in all sorts at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know, she looks like she's clutching her knee a little bit there. But I always find it incredible when a pace bowler can pull off that much of a limp and then run in the next ball, almost as nothing has happened. But she does look in considerable pain here. I wouldn't be surprised if she gets brought off the pitch now. But she'll want desperately to continue and stay out there. But the Blaze batters taking a drinks break. A few of the Warwickshire fielders having a little chat in the middle. You can see there Suren Kumar with the hat off, which suggests a change of bowling from the Radcliffe Road end.
Just look at the breakdown of that partnership. 37 from Sciver-Brunt and 14 from Kelly. So it's a little bit like what happened earlier when Warwickshire were batting, the way that Pavley just accelerated while George kind of sat back a bit, and that's a little bit like the role that Marie Kelly is playing at the moment, realising that Sciver-Brunt is just starting to wind up. Yeah, it looks like Em Arlott. You can see to the bottom right of your screen there. There she is. Pronounced limp as she leaves the field.
She did well to complete her over. But now, from the Radcliffe Road end, we will see Suren Kumar, who's just bowled the 2 overs so far today. And Em Arlott just 6 overs bowled before leaving the pitch. I'll have to find 4 overs from elsewhere.
That's full down the leg side. It was going to be a gimme, but fortunate they had a fielder in place. Good stop too.
That was a brilliant stop. That's the kind of stop that could just prevent a little momentum shift at short fine leg, preventing an almost certain boundary.
There, they've got the leg side fielders all out, so there's certainly an easy option for a single there. And I don't think that will worry Warwickshire too much. They're more worried about defending the boundaries at the moment. I'm just trying to spot who's come on for M. Arlett, but I can't quite make it out. Look at that in terms of runs and balls now, 146 off 99. It's definitely doable. Again, that space to exploit in the leg side. There's an easy single to pick up there, but so far 3 singles off the over. Well, Warwickshire will take those all day.
And if that first ball did go for 4, it's such a little thing, but that really could have changed this over.
Yeah, it really could. All of a sudden, it's the pressures on the bowler then to try and close out the over, whereas now probably pressure shifts on to the batters to say, well, do you know, we probably do want a boundary and over wherever we can get one. There's not going to be one there. In fact, it's going to be a dot to finish. That's an excellent over by Suren Kumar at this stage of the innings. After 34 overs now, the Blaze are 159 for 2.
Just want to quickly add to that point there how good that Suren Kumar over was, because it's come straight off the back of an over where one of their star bowlers had to go off injured. And if that next ball goes for 4, if that next over is a bad one, it completely affects the feeling amongst the Warwickshire side. But Suren Kumar was able just to hold on, and in response to Arlett being brought off the field, Izzy Wong is now being brought on to cause a little bit of damage. She bowled brilliantly with the new ball.
Yeah.
Should we look to continue?
This might be a really, really important couple of overs in this game now. Wong coming back into the attack, bowling to the England captain, who likes the pace of Wong. What a way to greet her. Welcome back into the attack. Guess who's boss of England? It's me.
that looked like Nat Sciver-Brunt had been facing Izzy Wong in the nets recently on the various camps they've been going on, and just taking a little bit of a liking to her bowling and cracks her through the covers first start. What a shot from Sciver-Brunt, who, as you've mentioned a couple of times, has raced into the 40s. She'll be loving the idea of this run chase, won't she?
Oh, it's a huge opportunity for her to just say, yeah, especially after being out for a first ball duck in the previous game against Essex. Look at that, back-to-back boundaries. Izzy Wong was so tidy early on with the new ball, but now she is bowling to a set Sciver-Brunt with a mission to accomplish.
Yeah, what a lovely shot. Just helped on its way through mid-wicket. Pure timing. Nat Sciver-Brunt just showing exactly what her job is today.
Oh, wow. What a comeback from Wong. My goodness, she goes for back-to-back boundaries, and then she comes back and strikes, taking out the middle peg and sending the England captain back to the dressing rooms. Huge moment. What a time to introduce Izzy Wong. What a time for Warwickshire to take a wicket.
I got the feeling that they brought on Wong just for that part there, just to take the wicket, and she did so. What a huge wicket that is. The captain on 47, she looks set. It was a good in-swinging delivery, taking out middle stump, and all of a sudden, the stumps are flared open. What a brilliant wicket for Wong as she gets her first of the day, and it's a big one too. Nat Sciver-Brunt goes 167 for 3.
Well, there've only been 3 balls of the over. It feels like an awful lot has happened. But, yeah, that is a key wicket. 47 off 32. Nat Sciver-Brunt, she looked like she was just starting to wind up in those last 2 overs as well. Big smile on the face of Izzy Wong. She'll have enjoyed that moment very much. So 136 runs required for victory for the Blaze. They've got the deliveries remaining to do it, and they still have 7 wickets in hand and plenty of batting to come, including Amy Jones, the England keeper batter, who now finds herself in the middle. How do you think they keep going with this? Because we know Amy Jones can score at a quick pace. Does Kelly just decide to play the anchor and stay out there and kind of give Amy Jones a bit of a free rein, or does Kelly take over as the established batter?
Well, it's so tricky because what made the Warwickshire innings so strong is that those two batted out for a seriously long time. And the fall of Nat Sciver-Brunt really affects this run chase, and Amy Jones does not have much time to settle in. I reckon I wouldn't be surprised if Marie Kelly starts being a little bit more aggressive, maybe trying to take the pressure off Amy Jones, which would then allow her just to take singles, almost get her eye in a little bit, whilst Marie Kelly starts to tee off from the other end. But it's going to be a crucial knock, this one, from Amy Jones. If she gets dismissed soon, it could be lights out. But it shows the complete change in dynamic when a wicket falls in a set partnership in a run chase. Those two look set on to go and take it down. But it's a big blow.
Yeah, 35 overs gone, so 15 overs remaining. 136 required with the Blaze on 167 for 3. The good thing for the Blaze is that they do have Marie Kelly still out there. It's just been a good tussle, this game. We've had an awful lot of entertainment.
Yeah, it really has been back and forth. Blaze were on top at the start of the day, then Warwickshire got back into it, then you felt like they were on top after the first innings with 302 on the board, a strong total, especially considering where the Blaze had them at 64 for 3. But here comes Suryan Kumar. This one's top edge, just down towards fine leg. It didn't quite get up off the pitch, and good piece of fielding down from short third man.
Oh, that's probably the streakiest shot that Marie Kelly has played. Very lucky on that occasion.
Almost took out the wicket keeper there. Poor Nat Rafe, and a ball sailing past her ear. Not one should have expected as well. Didn't quite get up off a length and top edge straight past her. Suryan Kumar looking to continue where she left off from our last over. Going for just 4 runs. But Warwickshire have responded well to M. Arlett going off injured. They've picked up the wicket of Sciver-Brunt and have a chance now to really get into the Blaze middle order. This one's whipped out to mid-wicket. Brilliant stop from Stonehouse at mid-on. diving start prevented a certain 4 off the bat of Marie Kelly.
Yeah, and it's fielding like that could make an enormous difference in this game.
Apologies, it was Amy Jones who's yet to get off the mark. As this one is heaved over mid-wicket, and she gets off the mark with a very commanding shot.
Well, if you can't go through them, just go over them. Couldn't quite pierce the gap thanks to the terrific fielding beforehand, so take it out of the equation. It was there to be hit, to be fair, but Amy Jones off the mark in style.
Yeah, she didn't take much time to get into her knock, did she?
Well, it's forced fielding change because they've just sent long on is back now, deep mid-wicket is back, and there's a deep square leg as well.
That feels a very defensive move, doesn't it? They can note, as Stonehouse comes in from long on to prevent the 2. You've mentioned it a couple of times. Boundaries will be where the game is won or lost. And the more Blaze can get, the better position they'll get into, and Warwickshire will be doing everything they can to prevent any sign of a boundary, plug any gap they possibly can. And singles they won't mind too much, but they'll put fielders on the boundary. For this reason, there's a pull shot which might have gone past the conventional mid-wicket in the ring, is prevented from going for 4 by Izzy Wong on the boundary.
Yeah, so they've got 3 fielders protecting the boundary on the leg side, and they've got a short fine leg as well. Whereas the offside ring is heavily populated by 4 fielders.
This one's in the air, driven past the infield and goes for 4. A brilliant shot by Amy Jones, finding the gap. And the Blaze find another boundary. A little bit expensive there from Suren Kumar, 11 from it. And it's 178 for 3 at the end of the 36th as we look at the worm now.
Yeah, it's pretty close, isn't it? It really is. It's been such a good battle and a fascinating chase. At the moment, you just feel like it's all in the balance. And if another couple of wickets fall, then all of a sudden you think, well, they're going to have to take some real risks and risk losing more wickets. But at the same time, they do bat deep. I think Izzy Wong is a bit of an ace in the hole. This is a big over here, but we saw in the last shot of that over, the great thing about Amy Jones is that she's able to clear the infield on both sides of the wicket, and that might be really important.
Well, I listened to a chat with Charlotte Edwards about their recent camps in various places, and they were really working on exploiting the offside, as trying to almost become more 360 players. How can they start to really pierce gaps in the offside and maybe even go over them? And we've seen a great example of that working off the bat of Amy Jones. Marie Kelly advancing, worked out towards deep square leg for a single.
Yeah, so for me, this is now a very interesting contest. Izzy Wong to Amy Jones, teammates for England. We've seen Wong remove Nat Sciver-Brunt. We've seen Amy Jones being able to clear the infield on the onside. They brought fielders up. She cleared it on the offside. Where does she go now?
Single taken up to long on. Yeah, and it feels, as part of this battle with Izzy Wong, that her 3 overs, her next 2.5 or so, they are wicket-taking overs.
Yep.
And they were almost forced to make the change to bring back Izzy Wong. And they've almost said, right, we're gonna stop this run chase. If we can get Izzy Wong to take a few wickets, it's game over.
Oh boy. You're not far away. Do you bowl her out now, or do you keep a couple of overs up your sleeve for the death?
me personally, with the game in the balance as it is, if you can get 2 really good overs out of Izzy Wong now, I think it almost makes that task slightly more unattainable in the final 10. However, by the look of your face, Mel, it appears you'd want to keep her back for a couple.
Yeah, I don't. I'm undecided. That's the look. The look on my face. I mean, you might have just thought I had wind, but no, I'm just actually contemplating and having a look at the other bowling options. Because the thing you have to remember too is they're a bowler down.
Yeah, I think that sort of leans towards my thinking that. Very good slower ball there from Izzy Wong as she attacks the stumps to pull off a football run out. But that ends the over. It's 181 for 3. I think that almost adds to the fact that if you can just take out any momentum that the Blaze have got, if Izzy Wong can take 1 or 2 wickets in the next 2 overs, it completely sets them back for the final 10 overs when in this period they want to be setting themselves up for it. And a big over now almost makes the run chase slightly easier again. But we're going to get a change of bowling. Surendra Kumar after another 2-over spell. It's going to be brought off. It's the number 64, Georgia Davis, to start a new spell from the Radcliffe Road end.
So they've used 6 bowlers, so they've got plenty of options to play with as far as other bowlers who've got overs left. But yeah, Emma Arlett, she had 4 left. And just helped on its way.
I've got to say, they need to turn those into 2s, Mel.
Yeah,
They've got to. You got the sense that Marie Kelly and Amy Jones, they could run between the wickets well, but they've got to change those 1s into 2s. That will be the way they can start to set up the final 10 overs.
you almost wonder if it's worth really just trying to play into the leg side with soft hands, because those fielders are all very, very deep at the moment on the leg side. There's acres of space. So
yeah.
that's an example there. You know, there's instead of sort of pulling into the leg side, it goes down to deep square leg. They can only get a single. Can you try and manoeuvre that ball just a little more softly, so that you can sort of just drop it into the leg side, and you might actually be able to get 2 because the fielders are acres away.
This one climbed into over mid-off. A brilliant shot from Marie Kelly. She moves to 75. She's such an important part of this run chase. It's a really nice shot over the infield. And you can have as many deep fielders out on the leg side you want, but you can't protect those.
Yeah, that's a terrific shot. Just going inside out. And that does help mitigate the need for 2s, to be fair. If you get lots of boundaries.
Yeah, you won't need any singles either if you can just get there all the way with 4s. But just adding to your point, Mel, about how these fielders have to defend the 4. That's the main reason they're there. Yes, there are a few more steps inside the rope. This one's swept into the gap. This could be 2. As the fielder out in the deep does a great piece of work. It's Davina Perrin out there who prevents the 4. And it is a 2. That was a well-placed shot in the gap.
It's not easy to find the rope on the leg side with the way that they've got this field set up.
Yeah, and when the Blaze were in the field, they had to stand at least 10 paces off the boundary, because the 2 middle order batters for Warwickshire found a lot of 2s in the deep field on the leg side, and they were able to eventually be prevented by fielders standing about 10 yards off. And then Katie George and Pavley were both able to start getting over the top of them, so then they had to go a bit deeper. But those Warwickshire fielders are really standing right on the boundary to prevent that 4.
Yeah, 12 overs remaining. As Hannah Baker comes back in, so they are saving Izzy Wong. I sort of thought they might.
Single taken into the covers. You like doing that, don't you? You didn't really make a decision. And that's exactly what I said. Izzy Wong wouldn't come back on for the last.
I didn't say that's exactly what I said. I was just a bit more non-committal than you.
Yeah, I always very commit to my predictions. Great shot down the ground. Fielder out there, so it would just be a single. So you're saying a bit of advice is make half predictions.
Always, yeah, have a full back. I hate predictions, especially when someone asks you about series results or things like that. It's a mug's game.
I do remember, because I asked you earlier today, who do you think was going to win the World Cup, and you basically listed off every country.
Yes, that's the way to do it.
Very clever. Beautiful shot from Amy Jones over mid-on. I don't think it's going to get to the boundary. Deep mid-wicket comes around and does the fielding, and it's just 2 more runs added.
Well, we saw before how Hannah Baker has just been able to really give the ball plenty of air but just drop it on a good full length. But Amy Jones does play spin well, and we might see her using her feet to the spin up. She knows that they have to get a wriggle on. Look, it's 110 off 67. Just starting to feel a little bit of a squeeze on these Blaze batters.
Down the track comes Amy Jones, worried about the stumping.
And that's the danger, isn't it, in doing exactly that, coming down the track, but opening yourself up to the possibility of missing. But they're going to have to start taking a few more risks. 39 overs gone, 193 for 3. They need it. They need a couple of big overs. They need a couple of really good overs where they can just maybe knock 10 to 15 runs off in a couple, and all of a sudden it's a lot more comfortable.
Now, we mentioned, didn't we? They need to be under 100 to win, or around 100 to win with 10 overs to go. And you mentioned a couple of big overs could really help. You're absolutely right. But I think this over needs to be big. This over needs to be 10 plus, and they'll feel in a better position going into those final 10 overs with under 100 needed. But either way, this little partnership building is really important. You've got Amy Jones, top quality batter at the crease, becoming set, and Marie Kelly is set at the other end. It's almost exactly what the Blaze need. As the single's taken down the ground.
Yeah, I agree that it's all been about management, isn't it? That I guess I've mentioned that word a few times, but just how you break down this chase and just keep the runs ticking without losing the wickets. There's gaps there because Warwickshire fielding has been set quite defensively for good reason, as well as you quite rightly say. They've got runs on the board, so they can afford to be defensive when it comes to the boundary.
Down the track, straight to cover. Marie Kelly goes for 79, and it's now 195 for 4. And just as they were setting up for the final 10 overs, Marie Kelly gets dismissed, 21 runs short of a century. But more importantly, that feels like it's really affected the chase now for the Blaze, who still need 108 off 64, and that's a crucial blow.
Huge moment, and it is that woman again, Pavley. Boy, oh boy, has she had a day out today. She has been key. Gets rid of Bryce, and now gets rid of Kelly. Down the track, it was probably a good option, but just didn't get the elevation if she wanted to go over the top. Well taken as well. Now then, this has just got even more interesting. We know they bat deep, but pressure is only going to mount with each wicket.
Now, they've lost a couple of wickets at crucial stages today, the Blaze. They lost Catherine Bryce straight after drinks. In the 35th over is when they lost Nat Sciver-Brunt. And just before you're climbing into that stage of the last bit of the run chase, where you want your set batters in to be able to take down a big score, they've lost the big wicket of Marie Kelly.
How many big moments is Pavley going to be involved in today?
Every one, I feel.
Again, this Prendergast gets off the mark with a single, but I do feel like they need to really hustle those first runs. Every single time they've got to push hard on that first run. Those fielders set so deep on the leg side. Amy Jones comes down the track now, but it'll only be a single.
Yeah, any two they can pick up will be a little bonus.
They're not going to get more than a run, 10 runs and over, 10 runs in this over. Anyway, not when Pavley's bowling it.
Cut again out just wide of the fielder at deep cover. But that ends a brilliant over. We were just talking before it about how the Blaze needed to set up their final 10 overs. But Warwickshire have set up theirs. A crucial wicket. I've said crucial so much because it is that crucial. And I promise I will stop saying the word crucial. But Pavley with the breakthrough. What a day she's having. 2 for 28 from 5.
Yeah, and that catch taken by Katie George as well, who she had such a terrific partnership out there. So the two combining again in a different way. So 40 overs are 198 for 4. At the same period, Warwickshire were 213 for 3. It's changed quite a bit in that 10 overs. Really started with that Issy Wong breakthrough to get Nat Sciver-Brunt out. Hannah Baker. So the Ireland International joins the England International. They'll be head-to-head during the upcoming T20 World Cup. And that's just dragged across the line for another single. But for now, they are on the same side, desperately trying to see their side home. It's slowed down with that wicket, and they desperately need to get something going. The singles aren't going to cut it. That run rate is going to get up above 12 and over very quickly if they don't find ways to get boundaries very soon.
Now, I said it earlier. Again, I'd love to see the worm. Because after the Catherine Bryce wicket...
Oh, that's straight down the ground. Could be out. No, it's not. It's 6. Oh, she gets enough on it. That was just what the doctor ordered for the Blaze. Tremendous shot down the track. And I thought it was almost lost in the pavilion building works for a second. There was almost nothing on that. It was just a flick of the wrist. Terrific shot.
Yeah, Perry got very close to it out there. But it was a really nice shot over the bowler's head.
She's one of those players who does that at times. She just almost... It's like she's not putting any power at all behind the ball, but it just goes. Well, that really helps. That's 9 runs from the over so far with 1 ball remaining. And does manage to beat the fielder, so that will be the 10-run over that they needed. But you suspect they're going to need a couple more of those, and quite soon, just to keep this from becoming too uncomfortable. 41 overs gone, and plays 208 for 4, chasing 304 for victory. So it is under 100 runs. It's in double digits now, but just 9 overs remaining, and Pavley still has plenty to bowl.
Yeah, it's going to help if every Blaze batter that comes in can hit a 6 in their first over.
Well, that's the first 6 of the innings.
And in a moment like this, the Blaze batters have got no time to get settled. They need more than 10 and over.
Yeah, it's quite a lot at this stage, but batting conditions are good. They've got depth. A little bit of hesitation. Again, that's another one where you think, actually, could they have turned that into 2? It was just it was a little bit too casual, the first run, and then they thought about the second. Both started off, and then both turned around again. Talk about wanting another 10 run overs. I don't think you'd be too harsh in saying they probably could have found at least 10 more runs out there with singles at their run. Is that too many?
Across the whole innings?
Across the whole innings?
I'd say they could have definitely found 10.
Gorgeous shot. Wow. Prendergast. That, we've seen some big 6s, but that was just as nice to watch as any of them.
I think this might have been a missed chance caught and bowled. It is. It was struck well by Prendergast. But a really nice shot just bursting through the hands of Pavley.
Oh, wow. Just a nice bit of fielding, though. Keeps it. This time there is 2, but only just heavens above.
Now, Pavley missed the stumps there at the non-strikers, and I really don't hope that wasn't too close, because if she's missed the run out by missing the stumps, I'm sure Amy Jones was safe.
It just feels like Prendergast has come in here with the mindset of playing a T20 innings.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
You've still got 6 wickets.
Yeah.
So
there's my worm.
There you are. So they are behind now. There's a bit of a gap opening up. But...
So, yeah, the main reason I wanted to look at this is that the Catherine Bryce wicket at 25, it dipped below. And they were just about building up when Sciver-Brunt got dismissed, where they started to plateau again. And that wicket on the over 39 has just, again, caused it to dip below the line. So thanks very much to the guys running the streamer. I appreciate I've asked for the worm a couple of times, and it must be a bit of a scramble to get it sorted, but that's some brilliant stream work.
The guys and girls.
Oh, yes.
I'll get thanked for that later. My goodness, gets up and underneath this one. Could be gone. Oh, that is an incredible catch. Running on the boundary. Oh, that's tremendous. And Amy Jones is gone.
What a brilliant catch. I reckon that is Hannah Baker out there at deep mid-wicket.
It's actually, would you believe it, it's Pavley.
No way.
It is Pavley. Oh, she can't stay out of the game. What is going on with her today? Everything she touches turns to gold. Wow, what a take that was. Amy Jones departs for 20. It was a good innings from Amy Jones, but now the pressure mounts massively. Look at that. Oh, she can't do anything wrong today. She is on fire.
You saw the reaction from the rest of the Warwickshire players. They couldn't quite believe that Pavley's had such an incredible day out. I can't believe I thought it might have been Hannah Baker who caught the catch, considering she was the one bowling. It would have been quite an attempt to have got out there. But a magnificent catch from Pavley, who's having the day of her life today.
Well, she really is. That's incredible stuff from Pavley. And it's Georgia Elwes, the new batter in at the crease. Gets off the mark straight away, despite a little strangled shout.
So 2 wickets for Pavley. 1 blinding catch and 128 not out.
Amazing. Look, no matter who wins this match, there's often a temptation to, or an inclination to give it to someone on the winning side. But how anyone could look past Pavley after the day she's had. Now, 85 needed off 45. It's getting tricky, really tricky. And Hannah Baker, look, I think she has bowled really well, and I'm pleased for her that she has got rewarded with that wicket, because I think of all the spinners, she has kept it really tight. This time, though, down the track goes Prendergast. She's got the power. And she finds the boundary. They need more of this from Prendergast. She is the one who can up the scoring rate. It's so effortless when she strikes it.
Yeah, Prendergast, the main reason for me, which is why I tell someone to not go anywhere.
And hammers the sweep. Pavley can't stop that one. Well, this is so fascinating right now. It really is. A wicket to start off Hannah Baker's over. Brilliant catch on the boundary by Pavley. And then Prendergast slams 4 in the last 2 balls. After 43 overs, it's 226 for 5. Look at that, Prendergast on 25 off just 13.
Yeah, Prendergast for me is the key right now. She still is running with a huge amount of intent. I almost got the thought that when she went to Georgia Elwes before or halfway through the last over, she told her, we can seriously do this. We can still make this chase happen. And it's between the running in the wickets and it's those 2 brilliant boundaries at the end of the last over. She thinks this game is well and truly on.
That's well bowled by Stonehouse, though, who I thought bowled really well early on, the new ball, and then when she came back for a second spell as well. And remember, they do still have, and this is the benefit of holding Izzy Wong back for a couple of overs, they still have her in their pocket. Oh, and down the track again. There's plenty of desperation from the fielders trying to keep those boundaries off the scoreboard. So I mean, it is a big ask now, isn't it? 74 off 40. And it's going to be tough to get now with 5 down. Prendergast likely the key. And swings across the line. She's got it. She's got it just fine enough to beat the square leg boundary rider as well.
I think it's game on here, Mel.
It really is, isn't it? This is some, well, sublime aggressive batting from Prendergast. You notice Elwes has only faced 4 balls and added 9 as well. So don't underestimate her ability to contribute. Oh, beats the fielder. Bad misfield, you'd have to say. And that is another boundary. Just when they're trying to prevent them as well. It bursts through point. And that does help the cause. 66 now required of 38. Prendergast racing to 28. And this is a good over now. Just pressure maybe showing on the fielders. Oh, heave ho, see you later. This is incredible stuff from Prendergast. She is just finding the boundary at will.
Look at that partnership. 24 runs off 10 balls between these two. We talked about how it's going to be so important for the new Blaze batters to come in and get settled fast and quickly get off with their scoring. And these two have done exactly that. Prendergast in particular, 32 off 16. But don't forget, Georgia Ellis 9 off 4. It was a brilliant start to her innings too.
Another great shot where she's just flicked that around the corner. And this time she won't reach the boundary, but she will retain the strike for the next over. That is a great result. And all of a sudden the equation just looking a little bit better for the Blaze thanks to that woman, Orla Prendergast, the Ireland international. 44 overs gone, 242 for 5, but the main thing is 61 required of 36.
They've got it back to 10 runs and over, which feels huge for me, because the 10 runs and over mark is really the target for these cricketers, and they've brought it back within touch. An over like that was really, really needed to get this run chase back on track.
So what do? You turn to your golden girl. Here she is, Pavley. There's not much that she's done wrong at all today. In fact, there's not much she's done that hasn't been brilliant. Maybe some shovel shots.
Now, would you be surprised if she takes a breakthrough here?
No. She's just having one of those days, isn't she? High on confidence, scoring runs. That's made her feel good coming in and bowling, and also having a decent amount of runs to defend after scoring a big chunk of them herself. And then that terrific catch in the outfield. Got to get the nail scissors out. Got a few tufts there.
Just halting any momentum. Just having a little break in the game. Feels good for Warwickshire. There's been a couple of misfields, a couple of boundaries. Really busy over in the last over. Now just a little moment to calm as Pavley runs in again.
Oh. Just fine enough, and that is racing away. Well, the break in play didn't stop Elwes. It really did really well, just helped it use the momentum of the ball. Just got a nice little touch on it.
Now the next batter for the Blaze, I can't quite tell who it is jumping up and down, running back and forth, and she's now tucked herself under a blanket again.
Oh dear, oh dear. That ends up being a wide, and they're going to run 2 as well. Well, the old card that we've got had Emma Jones coming in. Well, not the old card, the one that we got before we found out that Charlie Phillips was in for Emma Jones. So maybe they might bump Kirsty Gordon up the order 1. 250 coming up there for the Blaze. Milestones don't matter at the moment. It is all about runs required and how many deliveries they have left to do. At the moment, it's 52 off 33. Oh my goodness, every time that someone seems to take on Pavley at the moment, it seems awfully streaky.
Now, these are a big 2 balls. Well, every ball's big at this point.
It is. Yep.
But that 10 runs in the over has been achieved. Can you take extra damage out of this total?
Yes, you can. If you're Georgia Elwes. It's just a single, though.
Because they've got their runs.
Yep.
A boundary here. could just change a little bit. Get ahead of that run rate.
Oh my goodness, how has that missed? Oh, Pavley can't believe it. Oh my. Said it was going to be a fun run, Chase. It certainly is that. 48 required to win now and 5 overs remaining. Look at that worm. Look at that worm. It's crossed over, it's come back, it's been pretty much even all the way, and we are now in the last 5 overs, and this chase is on, and we have no idea what the outcome is going to be. You cannot ask for any more than that in a 50-over match. Brilliant stuff. Real entertaining today.
Isn't this exciting? So we've got Stonehouse to continue. After a little bit of an expensive over from the last one, here she comes again to try and sway things back in the direction of Warwickshire, which not long ago the game was very much in their hands. But it's a big 5 overs, 48 to win. Heaved into the leg side. Is this in the gap? No, it's straight to the fielder. Davina Perrin fielded on the bounce.
I know we said so much depending on Prendergast, but Elvis is going at 2 a ball at the moment. Just is worth keeping an eye on. She's not a passenger there for a ride to turn the strike over to Prendergast.
Pulled away again. Finding that fielder, no chance of a 2. Now you mentioned earlier I've been thinking about it a lot, actually.
I told you not to think too much.
But about how there's always been a feeling to smash the ball to the deep fielders and not almost play shots for 2. As this is a single taken straight to the fielder. But yeah, there hasn't been a lot of trying to hit a gap in the deep and push for 2.
Mm-hmm.
It's always been a lot more boundary searching.
Yeah.
And because they've gone hard at it, they've hit it either straight to fielders or almost with too much power in the gap to have a chance at a second. Down the track. That's a beautiful shot. Just guiding it past the point fielder, and it's 4 more added, and Prendergast is racing towards a half century.
That's an extraordinary shot. Just enjoy this once more. See where she gets herself into position, and just the risks, the way she manages to turn them enough to guide that ball all in the blink of an eye. Well, what entertaining chase this is.
Again, a similar shot this time off the back foot towards the deep cover fielder. Single taken. So what's that? 8 runs off the over so far.
It's another decent one.
Every over's got to be decent. Georgia Elvis on 17 off 9. Continuing to show prowess. Again, clubbed out towards deep mid-wicket. Finds Davina Perrin. It's body behind it stuff out in the deep. You cannot let any through. Any misfields are going to be incredibly costly. That ends the 46th. 264 for 5. 47 needed off 23.
That's still in the balance, isn't it? It really is. You just feel the rate that both of these batters who are out here are striking at almost 2 a ball. So if they continue to score at the pace they have scored, then the Blaze get home. The Blaze get home comfortably. But as soon as another wicket falls and you get a new batter coming in having to get themselves set, it changes again. And so what do you do in this situation? You turn to Izzy Wong because she still has 2 overs left.
As you say, proudly.
I'm teasing you. I'm teasing you.
I'm rattled.
Well, she's back for the death. This is a huge contest now.
Slower ball from Wong. Helped its way out towards deep mid-wicket, and it's a good piece of fielding after a slightly awkward bounce. So just 1 run added. A few more discussions going on at mid-off.
And it's not just about losing wickets either. It's the fact that Izzy Wong has been so miserly and so tight. She had that. You take out those couple of boundaries from Nat Sciver.
Struck on the pad. Little appeal. Quick run taken. Another single added.
And so all of a sudden, these 2 batters who've been able to score at about a strike rate of about 180 or so come up against Wong, and it ain't that easy.
Yeah, you briefly mentioned earlier as well about how a wicket could change things. What the Blaze have done so incredibly well in this innings is every wicket, especially in the latter half, has boosted them, as this one's heaved over the leg side. It's a massive 6 from Georgia Elwys, who goes to 25 in no time, and it's a massive 6 not only for her but in this run chase as well. It's now 31 needed off 21.
Don't might do well to find the ball, so this time rolling her fingers over, but Elwys just read it beautifully. She almost took out the heavy roller. Well, I did say she wasn't there to play a bit part. She wants to help them get there, and she's contributed almost as much to the partnership, a 50-run partnership, as Prendergast has. 31 off 21. This is going down to the wire.
Oh, it beats her pace just underneath the bat. Just as we think that the batters are on top, Izzy Wong reminds us that she's still in this game.
Oh, it's just this really good cricket. It's been thoroughly entertaining match from start to finish, I have to say. And we're still at this point. We don't know what the finish is going to look like. Just really high quality contest.
It's a bottom edge this time, just not quite middled out towards deep mid-wicket. Another run goes down, still just the 1 ball left in this over. 9 runs have come from it, 30 to win.
Yeah, 6 made a big difference. A really big difference.
Right, Mel, you say you don't like predictions.
No. Don't ask.
I'll give you a ball to think about it. It's a full one. Hit past the bowler, single added. 29 needed off 18. And the question is, who is going to win? Actually, what I'll say is, which camp would you rather be in at this point? There you go. That doesn't make you have to predict anything.
Yeah. I think I'd rather be in the Blazers camp right now, just because of the 2 batters who are out there. You've got, the experience of Elwys, who comes with her own firepower. You've got Prendergast, who can clear the rope. And you're still 5 wickets down. So I think you've got more control, basically, over your destiny. That's not saying I think they're going to win.
Well, that's what I got from it.
No. I'm just saying, if right in this situation, yeah, tough one though.
Down the track comes Prendergast. It's in the gap. Davina Perrin's run past it. It's gone for 4. She's thrown her hat down in frustration. And that is a massive, massive 4 for the Blaze.
Wow. Oh, they've been pretty good in the field. But here she just took after it. I think it might have just, I don't know whether it's hit a little sprinkler head or something. Did it bounce back the other way? Because she overran it by a huge amount in the end. But that really helps things, doesn't it? Not just getting a boundary, but getting a boundary first ball of the over. Just taking a little bit of pressure off. Prendergast on 49.
Reached for. Bottom edge has come off it. Bottom hand has come off the bat, sorry. Safe out into the covers. And that is a 50 for Prendergast, and what a 50 it is. 27 balls it took her to reach the landmark, and her job's not done, but a mightily impressive knock from Orla Prendergast.
Yeah, it really is. 24 runs needed now. It's just on a knife edge, isn't it? It really is.
This one's up in the air. Who's underneath it? Short fine legs trying to make her way round, but she can't quite get there. It's Suren Kumar. It's just another incredibly eventful single.
Oh boy, I thought that had gone straight up. It was fortuitous in the end. We've had it all in this game, I tell you what.
You see, I don't think we have had it all yet,
Oh.
but I think this it's building up towards a game that has it all. Short, just hit down into the ground, no single taken. Very interesting.
Yeah, I wonder if Stonehouse knew that she was coming. She's got really good ability, Prendergast, to adjust late, generally. Does like to move around.
That's heaved again. That's gone high into the leg side, and it's over Davina Perrin's head, who's going to have to go and collect it from past the hover cover. It's another 6 for Prendergast, and it's almost as if she's playing on a different pitch to everyone else, but she's playing on the same pitch as Georgia Elwes, I think.
She just makes it look so simple, doesn't she? She almost checked that shot, you know. That is extraordinary. Oh, boy. Look how cool she is. Already 12 off the over, still a ball remaining. She is absolutely in charge out there. Now 17 off 13. What a chase this has been. What a late surge from this pair of Prendergast and Elwes.
This is high, top edge. It's gone past her, and Commando, she's come back, she's caught it. It's a massive wicket. Orla Prendergast is now out for 56. It was on her 30th ball she's gone, and it's a good catch from Suren Kumar. She was running back over her shoulder. She had to readjust, and that is a huge wicket in proceedings. It's 286 for 6. Just again, as we thought the Blaze were on top. It was 17 needed off 13. They were in a brilliant position, and Prendergast has fallen, and it's again, how are the Blaze going to respond to another wicket fallen?
Maybe just a little extra bounce, and she ended up hitting it a bit higher on the bat and close to her body. A good take in the end. I'll tell you what, another twist. So we have 12 off the over, but the huge wicket of Prendergast. And there you go. Here's a worm for you. Oh my, what a match we've had today. It's all down to these last 2 overs. Kirsty Gordon, a skipper, comes out. It's going to be Elwes on strike for the start of the penultimate over. So that is a good thing for the Blaze. Of course, Kirsty Gordon's been in good form with the bat. No time at all to get herself in. Elwes now, can she take charge? She's scored at a rapid rate so far. 17 off 12. Oh boy. What a match we've had.
Attempted ramp, it's gone past short fine leg, so it's going to be 4. A great start to the over from Georgia Elwes. Who knows? It's now almost completely down to her. What a great shot. 290 now for 6. 13 off 11.
Well, it's smart and it's skillful. She had to get it fine enough to beat the fielder and use the pace of Wong. That's such intelligent cricketing. And she is an intelligent cricketer too. Very, very smart. Elwes vastly experienced. And now 13 off 11. And who would you rather be? Which camp would you rather be in now? I'll turn that back on to you.
You've got to say the Blaze. If you asked me a ball ago, I would have thought very differently. But that boundary from Georgia Ellis was a really pivotal one.
And it's prompted discussions between Davis and Wong, realising now it's how do you defend? How do we defend this? It's not about taking wickets so much now. It's how do we stop the runs?
But it's so tricky here when the Blaze have got it back to almost a runner ball. And you can't now just sit on the tactic of preventing boundaries. You've got to think about how can we start building up dots as well. And if they can build up a couple of dots, that's how you then build pressure. And I think if Warwickshire are going to win this, they're going to have to take a couple of wickets to halt the momentum and bring themselves back into this game. It's there for the taking now for the Blaze. Slower ball, swept, it's out towards deep mid-wicket. It's Pavley with another catch.
Oh, you can't keep her out of this game. Every time she touches the ball, she touches it with a bat, with her hands, it doesn't matter. Something magical happens. It's been a day out for her, and a little twist and turn coming in this game. Didn't have quite enough on it. Oh, Pavley, take a bow, take several bows.
So Georgia Ellis has to go for a really well-made 31 off 17. But we mentioned they needed wickets, and they got one. So, Mel, which camp would you rather be in?
I tell you what, it's really tight, isn't it? 13 off 11. Almost one boundary is almost all they need, right? And then you can do it in singles. But Izzy Wong still has 4 balls remaining to bowl. And Lucy Hyam it is who comes out. Yeah, you can see there, modest average in her list day career. So now maybe that shifts things around, and you're looking at it's Warwickshire's game to lose. Maybe.
Flicked off the hips of Lucy Hyam. There's a fielder out there has beaten her. Goodness me, every new batter that's come in just seems to get off the mark with a boundary straight away. And it's now 9 needed off 9. And again, another moment in this game where it feels like game over. But it's just swaying in the complete opposite direction. Another twist and turn in this run chase.
Well, that's probably the worst ball that Izzy Wong has bowled. It's just slipped. It's unfortunate. It happens.
This time guided straight to short third man. They're going to go for a quick single, but Stonehouse couldn't release it in time. So it will keep Lucy Hyam on strike, and Kirsty Gordon yet to face a ball. Oh no, it's not the end of the over. I've gone 2 balls ahead of myself.
What's going
on?
It feels like a whole over happens in every 2 balls, to be fair. Oh, 8 off 8. And the skipper now facing her first. It's astonishing, really. Wong goes for 4, takes the wicket, lets fly with a full toss, and the ball slips out, goes for a boundary.
Good bowling from Izzy Wong. Brilliant area. It's exactly what Warwickshire needed, and to be honest, they probably need another one of those, if not a wicket from her last ball. So do you think it was the right decision to keep Izzy Wong back for a couple of overs, or do you think in hindsight they should have...
No.
Yeah, I agree.
I think it was the right choice for sure. I really do. And she's taken a wicket here at the end. She's given away a couple of boundaries as well, but... And then you see that Yorker.
This is a full toss. It's heaved out towards mid-wicket, and it's another 6. It's now just 2 to win, and you've got to feel you just can't bowl there for the final ball of the spell. Poor Izzy Wong. She's bowled brilliantly so far today, but a couple of loose deliveries have been dispatched by the two bats at the crease. Lucy Hyam had to clip one of her hips earlier in the over, and Kirsty Gordon finished off the over with a brilliant 6 over mid-wicket. Now just 2 runs to win. What a day this has been.
I actually think, I almost thought for a second that was going to be called a no ball, because that was a very, very high full toss. Oh, look, one final look at the worm just to keep you happy. There you go, Charlie. And there you see, it is the orange worm in the ascendancy.
There you go, there's a look at the run rate and how Blaze, just with those few wickets, dipped beneath what was a rising run rate at the time. We're really going through these,
Hey,
these stats. Now a few skyscrapers for you.
yeah, they've certainly built up. And let's have a look. It's like a fireworks just exploded. That's what it is. Those sixes coming off the bats of Prendergast and of Elwes as well.
We're seeing every available stats graphic at the minute, which is very, very helpful to see how the game is panning out.
They do a brilliant job, honestly. The crew here at Trent Bridge. Always wonderful to come and work. All the crew, from the control room to the camera operators, all the way around. They do a great job. Wow. We really have had some high quality entertainment today, but just with a few expensive balls in that last over now, what a position to be in. 2 to defend for Stonehouse. A lot of discussion going on.
Something feels as if we're yet to see another twist and turn.
Oh, stop it.
What about a wicket?
Well, that would certainly make things a bit interesting. Very difficult defending 2 off the last ball, and they've got 3 wickets in hand as well. The field is up.
A ramp shot. Big strike on the pad. Not given, so it is just a run. So now the teams are level. There's a few slightly dejected looks. I can't quite believe that that's not been given. But I reckon that was possibly drifting down the leg side. And now just 1 run needed. Five balls to get. The field are in. This one's top edged in the air. Is it going to be a wicket? They're converging. It's gone down. And so the Blaze have won by 3 wickets. And what a way to finish. We mentioned there was yet to be another twist and turn. And poor Stonehouse couldn't quite get back for the catch off her own bowling. And the Blaze complete a terrific run chase.
Well, what drama to finish off. And that pretty much sums up so much of the game. Thick top edge. You thought for all the world that was going to be out. And Stoneman just diving at the end, unable to get there. And we have been treated to an absolutely brilliant game. And when you think of the batting earlier, here's a look at the end. Stoneman turned quickly. I think she thought she was under it, and then the ball just carried further than she expected. Oh, it's a difficult one for her to take. And they'll be so disappointed after that excellent batting performance, that the brilliant exploits of Charis Pavley and also Katie George. It all comes to naught as the Blaze are able to get home. Been a great match.
What a brilliant match, and a brilliant advert also for women's cricket. I'll quickly take you through the main performances of the day. It was a brilliant 302 for 5 from Warwickshire women. Pavley made 128, 9 out of 102 balls, well supported by Katie George, who made a magnificent 98, falling 2 runs short of that 100. Sciver-Brunt and Charlie Phillips both bowling well for 2 wickets apiece. And the Blaze batted really, really well in response. Beaumont was first to fall, then Marie Kelly with a top score of 79. But what a partnership it was between Prendergast and Elwes. Prendergast made 56 off 30, Georgia Elwes 31 off 17. And you thought Blaze were going to comfortably do it. Then a couple of wickets at the end, but Blaze managed to get over the line with some good low order runs from Kirsty Gordon and Lucy Hyam. So that ends a magnificent chase for the Blaze. They win by 3 wickets. You've been listening to Mel Farrell and myself, Charlie Harden. We really hope you've enjoyed this brilliant match between the two sides as the Blaze go up the table and defeat Warwickshire. Thanks very much for listening.